Chapter 851 Trash Can Mech. What the flagrant vandals needed the most was to get their hands on a mech that beat the breakdown effect. It would be best if Ves designed a mech that fully resisted the breakdown effect, but he knew his capabilities and didn't think he'd be able to accomplish something like that. It was fine to dream, but when it came to fulfilling an immediate project, he found it best to be realistic. Let's begin with the basic priorities. The breakdown-proof mech didn't need to last for years like conventional mechs, but it absolutely had to keep working for several weeks under arduous conditions. The complexity of the design had to be as small as possible to provide fewer opportunities for faults. The more complex a mech, the more prone to faults it became. Therefore, in order to maximize the reliability of his mech, Ves had to abandon many modern advancements in the field of mech design and turn to older styles of mech design. Mechs from 200, 300 and even 400 years ago were a lot more simpler and less complicated in their construction. The continued advancements in the field of mech design mostly came as the result of a combination of better materials and more sophisticated applications of technology. The latter in particular basically traded simplicity for performance. It was like the question of transportation. A person on foot traveled slower than a person riding on an aircar. A person on an aircar traveled slower than a person riding a shuttle. Right now, mechs had reached a very refined state where they incorporated many advanced systems to deliver much greater performance than before. However, this came with the downside of being much more difficult to fabricate and maintain. Even mech pilots suffered from the added complexity. Once, it took 5 or so years to become a decent mech pilot. Now, they could forget about it unless they trained at least 10 years to pilot the most basic mechs. To most mech pilots, they would only be able to become decent mech pilots after attending the mech academies for at least 15 years. As the Age of Mechs flourished, mechs were no longer as simple as someone traveling on foot. They slowly upgraded to traveling with their cars, until they finally reached a state equivalent to traveling aboard a shuttle. However, if Ves wanted to design a mech that resisted the breakdown effect, more complexity only added to the difficulty of his project. The current state of mech design emphasizes performance over reliability. If a mech designer can achieve 5% better performance at the cost of a 5% increase in breakdowns, then they wouldn't hesitate to make this trade-off. After all, breakdowns were a matter of chance. As long as the MTA validated the mech design, it shouldn't be too shabby in terms of reliability. With proper maintenance and care, a high-performing but brittle mech still provided a lot of value to their buyers. Yet now the situation was completely different. Ves expected mechs to suffer malfunctions left and right the closer they got to the Starlight Megalodon. Who cared about how well a mech performed when it crashed every couple of days? Which mech pilot wanted to put their lives on the line in a mech that could fail at any second during a battle? Reliability should be a top priority of my new mech design. So instead of developing something as complex as a shuttle for the purpose of transportation, he should draw back and resort to older but more reliable applications of technology. Going back to traveling with an aircar or even on foot may impact the performance of his design in a drastic fashion, but as long as it worked under pressure, so what? Besides designing a mechanically simple mech, it also has to be able to last independently while withstanding the planet's crushing gravity. The second demand for his original mech was that it should be able to operate under 6 times the gravity of old Earth without depending on gravitic backpacks. Those backpacks emanated a useful anti-grav field that lightened a mech enormously, but the anti-grav modules built inside the backpacks were highly prone to breakdowns themselves. The larger the backpack, the higher the risk of shutting down. This would be a highly fatal event if the gravitic backpacks shut down in the middle of a battle. The only area where Ves intended to incorporate an anti-grav module was inside the cockpit of the mech. He could place several small, redundant anti-grav modules inside a cockpit in order to shield the pilot from the debilitating effects of heavy gravity. Even if one of the anti-grav modules failed, one of half a dozen of spares could instantly kick in and pick up the slack. The rest of the mech should be able to move under its own power. That made the mech as slow as fast transports, or the god species at best. Ves took particular inspiration in the god species. They survived and thrived for thousands of years on this planet despite being huge, slow exobeasts. What did their existence signify? Even under 6 gravities, it's not impossible to design a mech that can last for a standard day without replenishing its power cells. However, this placed incredibly stringent demands on his mech, as Ves already discussed with Myra. The mech could only be a quadruped light mech that incorporated the most lightweight alloys they could get their hands on. The mech would also be slow due to the need to conserve energy when fighting back against the planet's heavy gravity. This was also why he didn't favor designing a melee mech. While they were lethal up close, how long did it take for them to enter effective range? Still, melee mechs held a definite edge over fragile range mechs in complex terrain. The frontline mechs that Ves envisioned would only be dominant if they fought on flat and open terrain. It's a shame that I don't know what kind of terrain we'll encounter upon the crash site. There's no question that the terrain will be weird in some way. As the heart of the anomaly that isolates this entire star system, I doubt the terrain has remained unaffected by all the weird shenanigans that take place. Still, it wasn't as if ranged mechs lost all their value on complex terrain. It just made things more difficult for them. Ves could only make a decision and stick to it in the hopes that his envisioned mech wouldn't fare too badly at the mission site. It wasn't until now that Ves began to draft the outline of his mech in his mind. Now that he set his priorities as well as the basic properties of his mech, the mech that he imagined in his mind became clearer and more defined with each second. At first glance, Ves mistook the mech his creativity cooked up as an ugly-looking trash can turned into a killer bot. Ugh, what's this abomination? For some reason, he envisioned a thin and fragile-looking cylindrical base resting atop a set of 4, fairly sturdy-looking legs. Of course, the legs were only sturdy compared to the legs of other light mechs. They were still a ways off from the robustness of medium mech legs. The legs are the most important parts of a breakdown-proof mech. The legs were thicker than average light mech legs because they required the strength to fight back against the planet's heavy gravity. The cylindrical torso that resembled a certain style of trash cans presented tricky angles to any ranged opponents that made it a little more challenging to pierce its armor with laser weapons. The rotating laser cannon barrels affixed to the side of the trash can torso gave his mech its teeth in true frontline mech fashion. Replacing humanoid arms with laser cannon barrels significantly reduced the complexity of the mech and reduced the influence of the breakdown effect. Ves did not intend to add a head to the mech. While it made mech pilots and used to piloting frontline mechs uncomfortable, Ves decided to place the main sensors onto the upper torso. Basically, the mech in his vision looked as ugly as hell. It looked like a trash can on legs or a top-heavy bar stool. It's not a good idea if the mech is too tall and narrow, he reminded himself. Such a mech will have a high center of gravity, which means as soon as it leans too much on one side, it's prone to tipping over. It would be extremely troublesome for his frontline mech to climb back up to its feet if it ever fell on its sides. This was the number one weakness of frontline mechs. Without any articulating arms, it wouldn't be possible for it to stand up without external assistance. Bestial mechs suffered from the same problem, actually, but their limbs were sometimes designed to be flexible enough to cope with such situations. I can't include everything in my mech. Adding an extra arm or two for the sole purpose of riding the mech when tipped over is a costly luxury. He wasn't willing to make such a trade-off. With great reluctance, he made a design choice to leave this weakness intact. The price of mitigating it was too high for Ves to pay. Overall, this mech looked unbelievably crappy for a quadruped mech. It lacked the leanness of a dog mech, the primal ferocity of a tiger mech, the versatile grace of a centaur mech, or the maneuverability of a spider-legged mech. Ves couldn't help but shake off the impression that it looked like a giant trash can. Maybe I can shape the torso into a more complex shape? Yet what would be the point? A simple shape reduced the complexity of his mech enormously. If he shaped it like a human torso, then the difficulty of fabricating the armor plates increased by 300% or so. In contrast, it didn't take too much effort to fabricate interchangeable uniform rounded armor plates. A cylindrical torso shape also eased the challenge of keeping the center of gravity in the center of the mech while granting a sufficient amount of internal volume to stuff an abundant amount of energy cells inside. As a mech reliant on laser weapons and meant to last for up to an entire standard day, it would certainly consume an enormous amount of energy. Beefing up its energy reserves was high on his list of priorities. The one thing he couldn't quite get over with was the relative height of the mech. The relative height of the mech also provides it with a small height advantage when firing their laser cannons, but overall it will be quite the disadvantage if it is withstanding a strong impact. Tipping over is a very real possibility, though possessing 4 legs will mitigate that risk to a certain extent. Ves slightly revised the shape of the legs in his mind. He contemplated for a while, and instead of adding straight legs to his trash can design, he instead curved them outwards in order to provide a much more stabler footing. Ves essentially borrowed the design principles of an artillery mech, which often based their designs around semi-mobile firing platforms. Instead of looking like a narrow bar stool, the trash can mech now resembled a trash can mated with a 4-legged spider. It still looked ugly to Ves, but when he mentally made the trash can shorter and wider, it sort of resembled a thick medallion on legs. Ves really couldn't describe the appearance of the mechs in words. He only knew that his latest change increased the stability of the mech and enormously reduced the chance of tipping over. In addition, even if it lost a mech due to battle damage, it could still make do with moving around on 3 legs. In fact, if Ves approached the design of the legs a bit more cleverly, he could even ensure its mobility on just 2 legs. Chapter 852: The Significance of a Name. After 2 days of working on his vision of his third original design, Ves finally started nailed down the overall vision for his third original mech design. He still retained the mech's short but wide cylindrical torso and its 4 thick spider-like legs. Instead of calling it a trash can mech or a barstool mech, he now regarded it as a crawler mech. It sounds much more elegant to call it a crawler-type frontline mech than calling it a trash can on legs. The main trait of crawler mechs was that they sacrificed mobility for stability. They weren't designed to run as fast as humanoid mechs or most bestial mechs. What they excelled at the most was managing a mech's center of gravity and navigating through extremely rugged terrain. However, most mechs that adopted crawler legs tended to be heavy mechs. Their incredibly heavy weight and inability to move fast without allocating a ludicrous amount of power to its engines made them a good match for crawler legs. For light mechs that relied heavily on mobility to fulfill their roles and evade any incoming attacks, they would never resort to something as silly as crawler legs that needlessly dragged down their mobility. Did light mechs need the additional stability afforded by crawler legs? No. However, the equation is completely different if the weight of the mech is multiplied by 6. Regardless of the configuration of the legs, the light mech would never be able to move fast enough to sprint. The only way for Ves to accomplish such extreme mobility would be if he designed an extreme mech that basically amounted to an engine on legs. Such a mech would be able to move quickly even under Aeon Corona VII's crushing gravity. However, the limited amount of energy cells and lack of room for any other features turned it into a short-lasting sprinter that couldn't do anything else. Therefore, Ves firmly settled on the crawler type as his light mech would be able to take maximum advantage of the extra stability. As for the impact on speed, Ves didn't expect it to be much slower. Slowly, the mech in his vision changed from a creepy crawler to something that resembled a turtle in shape. It moved as fast as a turtle and shared its overall shape sans the head. The only difference was that the mech he envisioned lacked the toughness of a turtle shell but gained some laser cannons in return. Did I inadvertently design a bestial mech? Besides the omission of a head, the shape did indeed resemble that of a turtle. The other major difference was that the legs of his so-called turtle mech was a lot longer and thinner. It doesn't actually resemble a turtle or share much of its traits except for its general body shape, so technically it's not a bestial mech. Ves did not draw upon existing animal shapes to envision his mech, so in his perspective it was still a frontline mech rather than a bestial mech. This distinction mattered a lot because mech pilots approached frontline mechs and bestial mechs with different mindsets. Bestial mechs took advantage of the shape of animals or exobeasts to empower it with advanced movement options and unconventional attack methods. The bestial supremacy movement claimed that predator animals possessed an undeniable advantage in melee combat. It was much easier for them to leverage their mobility to add weight to their attacks. However, the humanoid supremacy movement contended that mech pilots adjusted much easier if they piloted human mechs. Besides, humanoid mechs possessed a lot more flexibility and could easily switch weapon loadouts when the situation called for it. Yet it was also undeniable that it was difficult to empower their melee attacks without depending on specific fighting styles. The weird breakdown-proof mech that Ves envisioned ultimately fell outside of bestial and humanoid mechs. It belonged to a third category called frontline mechs. Frontline mechs are mechs solely designed for battle. They represented the essence of mechs at their purest form as machines geared for unending battle. They were cheap to mass produce and required much less training to master than piloting humanoid mechs. In the early days of the Age of Mechs, everyone believed that frontline mechs represented the future direction of mech design. That was because their designs were extraordinarily efficient for their cost. They exemplified the belief that quantity trumped quality. Yet history had a way of turning expectations upside down. Two reasons emerged that explained why frontline mechs failed to become the dominant mech type. First, as mechs that emphasized quantity over quality, mech pilots generally hated piloting them. Only the poorest mech pilots with the worst genetic aptitudes preferred to pilot these weak but simple mechs. Talented mech pilots needed better mechs to fully showcase their combat ability. Cases where a group of 4 high-quality mechs defeated more than 100 frontline mechs through waging guerrilla war sometimes appeared on the news. In addition, the existence of expert mechs and expert pilots almost completely subverted the idea that quantity mattered the most. The second reason was that mech pilots generally weren't as abundant as everyone thought. Only a small portion of the population possessed the right genetic aptitude to pilot mechs, and only a fraction of those possessed the grit and mindset to set foot on the battlefield. As disgraceful as it sounded, a majority of potentates actually consisted of cowards. They were willing to go along with the training in order to take advantage of the status afforded to potentates. Yet when it came to risking their lives, they turned into crybabies who would faint at the sight of blood. Therefore, the pool of mech pilots in any state or region only possessed a limited depth. If a mech military foisted all of their available mech pilots with cheap, disposable mechs, then their manpower would run out sooner or later while achieving a disappointing amount of impact on the battlefield. The ultimate bottleneck a mech military has to contend with is manpower. There are so many mech pilots to go around. It makes more sense to make the most out of the limited pool of manpower by pairing them with better quality mechs that last longer on the battlefield. These two reasons basically restricted the rise and overwhelming dominance of frontline mechs. Still, the frontline mech supremacy movement still held out hope for the future. These fanatics predict that they enjoyed the last laugh. This was because frontline mechs became a lot more viable in two different scenarios. First, when automation advanced to such an extent where AI mech pilots performed better than human mech pilots. The second scenario that favored frontline mechs was when genetic aptitude no longer limited the pool of possible mech pilots. When 20, 50, or 100% of all humans could pilot a mech, a sea of change would sweep through all of human space. No longer would the privilege of piloting mechs be restricted to 3.5% of all humans. This significantly increased the pool of manpower able to pilot mechs and lead to a much more devastating wars as the quantity of mechs on the battlefield multiplied by at least an order of magnitude. Ves did not dare to make predictions of what might happen in the far future. He was not delusional enough to believe that mechs would be able to reign supreme forever. Perhaps some new weapons of war emerged in the future that replaced mechs as the primary weapons of war. The sunset of the Age of Mechs. I wonder how far off this future will come into being. Hopefully, Ves enjoyed a long and fruitful career of a mech designer by the time mechs began to decline. At best, he wanted to pass on from his life while mechs still flourished, and where everyone still remembered his legacy. Ves shook his head. What am I thinking? He refocused his mind back to his frontline mech. Now that he pinned down its shape and basic traits, he wanted to add some personality to the design in his vision. It needs a name. Obviously, he couldn't call it the trash can or the turtle. As a frontline mech, its overall shape resembled neither of the two. A name should have meaning. A name should represent something. With these two demands, Ves tried to narrow down a name for a frontline mech with unusual traits. A name sends a message to the mech pilots on what the mech stands for. A good name therefore puts the mech pilots into the right mindset. How did he envision his mech in battle? Ideally, they formed small teams and navigated rough terrain in unison. Whenever they faced a threat in the distance, they pelted it with accurate, long-range laser cannons. They moved slow. They possessed a lot of endurance. They were resilient to mechanical breakdowns. They hit hard from afar. They avoided melee combat. Out of all these traits, my design's resistance against the breakdown effect is the most important one by far. This alone justifies its existence. Ves started to motivate his spirituality. His vision began to take on substance as Ves started suffusing it with his formidable spirituality. A mech that resists failure is a mech that stands eternal. Eternal! What a familiar concept! He once designed eternal variants of his mech designs intended for display purposes. Yet to tack on the meaning of eternal to his third mech design would not be appropriate. A cheap mech won't last very long. It only has to be resilient in the first month or so of its lifespan. What happens after that is not important, because they'll be scrapped or recycled anyway. The mech in his vision was therefore anything but eternal. It was a fleeting design and only served a brief purpose before Ves retired it. What could he call such a transient design? My mech is like a suicide bomber. It only exists for a brief period of time, but it intends to stay alive long enough to complete its objective. That was a tasteless comparison. He shouldn't equate his mech design with suicide bombers, or else the mech pilots would gain the mistaken impression that they should sacrifice their mechs and lives in battle. What then? After 2 hours of puzzling, Ves came across a final idea. Protector. My design is a protector. After all, isn't its purpose to escort our infantry to the Starlight Megalodon and secure their extraction route? The main goal of his frontline mechs was to protect the infantry. For this mission, the mech needed to endure difficult circumstances and resist the strengthened breakdown effect at all times. The mechs needed to endure in order to fulfill their protection mission. The concept resonated with VS and his vision. He felt as if he encountered a fitting label for his mech design. Still, VS felt that calling his mech design the Protector lacked a little flavor. It needed something extra to distinguish its role and make it sound less generic. The second priority of the frontline mech is that it has to last long. It needs to operate under crushing gravity while being as efficient as possible with its energy expenditure. Frugal, efficient, long-lasting. VS flitted through various words that he could use to tack onto the concept of Protector. What about enduring? In the context of mechs, the meaning of the word enduring meant that a mech could last all day on the battlefield. They stood in stark contrast to peak performance mechs that had an immediate impact on the battlefield at the cost of running out of juice in a matter of hours or even minutes. Enduring Protector. In this case, the word carried a double meaning, as the word enduring also implied a capacity to resist difficult conditions. In this case, this resistance wasn't against external attacks, but from internal wear and tear, which the breakdown effect magnified to an enormous degree. It sounds a little boring, but I like it. Let's run with that name. Chapter 853 Versatile Imagination. Calling his design the Enduring Protector sounded simple and blunt. Yet the target market for his original design mostly consisted of boors who lacked the sophistication to understand any subtlety. A direct name served as an obvious signal to the mech pilots assigned to the mechs. This was not a mech for individual heroics, nor something to be piloted by aspiring duelists. In V's imagination, squads or half-squads of Enduring Protectors moved in unison and worked together as a team to destroy any opposition in the way, whether they consisted of mechs or wild gods. Their simple mechanical construction and resilient internal architecture allowed them to fare against the breakdown effect much more effectively than any standard mech. It was the job of the Enduring Protector to endure the strong and pervasive space-time distortion that wreaked havoc on all machines. Its first job is to protect. Its second job is to endure. Simple. Direct. Sometimes, a mech didn't require too much depth. They simply needed to be good enough to fulfill their jobs. If VS aimed to design a product for the mech market, then choosing a direct and boorish name would work against him. Not to mention that millions of mech designers likely christened their designs with similar names. Mech buyers generally sought to buy something special. A subtle, opaque, and symbolic name served to arouse a potential buyer's interest. Selling a mech was much like seduction game. Like any game, it abided by certain rules and conventions that increased the chance of a successful sale. A name with depth continued to add meaning to a mech that didn't necessarily exist except in the imagination of the buyer. However, as long as they were satisfied with the purchase, what was wrong with being a little romantic? Take for example the first two designs that VS came up with. The black beak alluded to the dominant image of his offensive knight. It sounded dark, ominous, and contrarian, much like the black phoenix that gave it a spark of life. Its primary message conveyed that his black beak mechs differed substantially from defensive knights that only sat back and withstood incoming for their more vulnerable comrades. Instead, it ought to be put to offensive use. The Crystal Lord carried a domineering name. VS picked this name deliberately both to honor the spiritual fragment of a long-dead alien leader and to elevate the role of his mech. While it worked fine in a team, its true purpose was to dominate the battlefield using its unique advantages bestowed by the alien crystal technology incorporated into its chest and laser rifle. This was a mech fit for a leader or an elite marksman. Both their names are classy and meaningful. Each mech pilot will develop a unique understanding of their names. For example, one might argue the Crystal Lord served as a mech reserved for officers and leaders. Others might argue that the name meant that it was a king among laser riflemen mechs, and could beat any lesser mech that relied on laser armament. As for the Enduring Protector, VS did not expect it to be used for a longer period of time. He knew from his marketing studies that mech pilots continued to ascribe more meaning to their mechs the longer they fought with them. It was human nature for warriors to value their war gear and establish an emotional connection to them, just like how warriors of the past considered their rifles and swords to be their lifelong companions. Yet if the enduring protector would only be put to use for a short period of time, such a process ended before it picked up steam. Intensive combat and harrowing battles for survival rapidly increased a mech pilot's emotional connection to their mechs, but a true long-term bond simply couldn't emerge. This was very relevant to the next step in his design process. It was time to bring life to his vision and empower his design with spirituality. He already readied his triple division technique. The triple division technique superimposed 3 images into a single spiritual entity that occupied the same space. Either they fought, merged, or coexisted. No matter what, their strengths partially covered their weaknesses and amplified what they were already good at. While not all of this was possible in reality, the imaginary realm wasn't bound by common sense. It sounded like an amazing technique, but with the passage of time, Ves thought he could do better. He developed the triple division technique as a means of ascribing more traits to the X factor of his mechs than a single coherent image ever could. Yet was this the limit? Having experienced numerous new applications of spirituality from the likes of Lucky, the Church of Hotamak, and the natives on Aeon Corona 7, Ves realized what he figured out so far only touched upon the surface of this limitless attribute. I should experiment with something new to replace the old when I have the time. Due to the brief relevance of his upcoming design, Ves declined to add a growth element to his images. The mission simply didn't afford his mechs the time to grow into their roles and distinguish themselves according to their usage, experiences, and quirks from their mech pilots. Instead of taking the time to cool a proper meal, Ves had to deliver an instantly edible nutrient pack to the Vandal mech pilots assigned to pilot the enduring protectors. The first step is to form an image of the base model. This was the easiest part. He already formed a preliminary vision of his intended design. Right now, he concentrated his spirituality and breathed life to that vision. He empowered his conception of a breakdown-proof frontline mech that vaguely looked like a turtle without a head. The image gained life as Ves bestowed it with an abundant amount of spirituality. It might be his imagination, but he felt as if his spirituality grew in volume and strength for some reason. It became a bit more easier than he thought to empower the image of the base model. After Ves fed a sufficient amount of his spirituality to the base model to the point it felt full, he put the image aside and proceeded to the next step. Simplistic this technique may be, there is something mystical about it. I missed this experience, he sighed. The act of creating something from nothing, even if it was limited to the imaginary realm, fascinated him to no end. He already obtained plenty of proof that spiritual entities had the power to affect reality. Perhaps the ultimate goal of his design philosophy was to bridge the gap between the real and the imaginary, and allow his spiritual images to fully descend upon his mechs. This sounded like an extremely far-fetched goal, but for some reason, Ves never doubted he could accomplish this magical feat one day. It's good to be ambitious. He felt he was on a roll right now. Having worked as an administrator, repairer, and researcher for so long during his time with the Vandals, he unexpectedly received the opportunity to design a real original mech. Ves cherished this opportunity, because designing mechs brought him closer to his advancement to journeyman. The second step was to imagine a suitable totem animal that gifted his design its instincts. While he could invest any animal he wanted, he already became inspired by the local wildlife. What better animal could he choose than the god species? Though it seemed like a poor fit to match together the majestic god species with a cheap, disposable mech, Ves wanted to utilize this image because he possessed a strong and detailed impression of the exobeasts. As a heavily engineered life form, it adapted extremely well to this planet. In particular, Ves took inspiration from the wild gods who survived on every corner of Seven and became its apex species. They sat on the top of the food chain, and nothing else than sacred gods and ascendant gods could defeat these dominant predators. The wild gods may be supplanted by the wildlings in time, but that will only be the case if the dwarves are allowed to evolve over a span of hundreds of thousands of years without any outside intervention. For now, the exobeasts are the most prevalent expression of adaptability and power on this planet. Ves shaped a non-existent wild god in his mind with the power to project damaging beams of lights. Though he witnessed many wild gods over the months, some of whom demonstrated their powers, he never saw any wild god flinging lasers at their opponents. That didn't matter, as he could just invent a wild god that did possess this power. This wild god shared a few commonalities with the frontline mech. They were slow, resilient to space-time distortion, and fought primarily by lasering their opponents from a distance before they could close into melee range. He proceeded to spend some hours on building a backstory for this wild god. He spun a tale of harrowing growth. It fought to survive and survived by fighting in his godling stage. Upon growing up to become a wild god, it became particularly protective of its godling offspring. Contrary to the rest of its species, this laser-flinging wild god was an attentive parent. It protected its godling offspring and raised them by protecting them from outside threats. Ves didn't know whether such caring wild gods existed. Most of the wild gods they encountered in the wilds were ferociously selfish. At best, they completely ignored their godling sons and daughters. At worst, they ate their own children as yummy snacks. Even if a caring wild god doesn't exist before, it at least exists inside my mind. This was the beauty of forming an image from his imagination. He could break the rules and invent something that shouldn't exist without any repercussions. After working for such a long time under many limitations, it felt liberating for Ves to cast open his mind and lift up his middle finger against the rules that constrained reality. That should be it for the totem animal. Now he turned to the most complex image, the human myth. This portion of the triple division technique imparted logic, rationality, decision-making, and other higher-order thoughts to the X factor. The human myth strained his creativity the most, as he not only needed to invent a myth-like figure, he also needed to construct a complete setting and historical background for that character. Ves remembered that he subverted this approach last time with the Crystal Lord. Instead of inventing a spiritual entity from scratch, he adapted a spiritual fragment from a long-dead alien. This new approach augmented the triple division technique and helped him break through a persistent bottleneck in empowering the X factor. Yet right now he didn't have anything like that at his disposal. How can I obtain spiritual fragments anyway? Perhaps he could pick up the remains of some dwarves and try to see whether he could trace some of its lingering existence. Still, the thought of basing the human myth around the primitive and tribal savages disgusted Ves. How would his mech pilots act if they became influenced by the chaotic thought patterns of an unenlightened dwarf? Yet Ves found the idea of basing the human myth around a dwarf to be extremely compelling. A native wildling not only fit with the environment, they also worked well with a wild god. Perhaps a surprising interaction might occur if he put the image of a wild god and dwarf together. Is it possible to set images up to synergize with each other? After all, the native dwarves were genetically engineered to interface with the god species. Instead of fighting each other, the images might instead combine their forces. What would the result of their mutual cooperation look like? How would the image of the base model fit in? Ves grew incredibly curious at what might happen if he put the images together in a single space in his mind. I have to invent a decent dwarf first. Should he refer to the subsequent image a human myth or a dwarf myth? Chapter 854 Buble. Having worked a lot with the local variety of dwarves, Ves considered himself as something of an expert concerning this subspecies of humanity. I may not be an exobiologist or a doctor, but outside of that there is no one among the flagrant sword maidens who is more familiar with the wildlings. He grinned. Dwarves. Wildlings. Cursed people. All of them referred to the savage heavy-gravity variant humans that nomadically roamed the lands that harkened back to humanity's primal roots. There was a simplistic charm to their nature. They were wild, uncivilized, and devoid of any sophistication, but could you blame them? They lived in an extremely inhospitable planetary environment for baseline humans and managed to survive and thrive without the aid of any sophisticated technology. While the flagrant sword maidens usually found their tribes to be undesirable nuisances, they had their uses. Not only did they polish their mech pilots through the mental resilience training sessions, they also enabled the Vandals to develop the god crystal generators that powered most of their energy-hungry machines these days. Ves had observed the generators in action frequently. Every standard day or so, the Vandals induced the dwarf brains that served as the organic controllers of the generator to call down an energy tornado that filled up its energy reserves. The Vandals subsequently instructed the brains to discharge the higher dimensional energies stored within the god crystals into a more usable form of energy to recharge loads of spent batteries and energy cells at a time. Once they began to operate the generators, the Vandals inadvertently came across some unintended side effects. Those energy tornadoes are visible from 100 kilometers away. When a tornado stretched from the astral winds in the skies all the way down to the surface, it pretty much telegraphed the exact position of the ground forces to every wildling tribe, wild god, and who knew what in the surrounding area. There was no way the flagrant sword maidens could hide their presence as they methodically called down energy tornadoes every standard day. Up until now, the Vandals hadn't figured out a way to draw energy from the vault of the gods in a more discreet fashion. For now, the problem wasn't so serious, as they weren't afraid of any wild gods or dwarf tribes. Yet what about their rivals from human space? They weren't as backwards in the art of war as the natives. Once they identified the exact position of the ground forces through tracking the immensely tall energy tornadoes, they could easily prepare an ambush against the flagrant sword maidens. Still, if the alternative to broadcasting their position every day was to run out of energy, the flagrant sword maidens vastly preferred their current situation. In any case, the native dwarves were hardy, resilient, and possessed a lot of untapped potential. Whoever engineered the wildlings must have been a genius. Still, right now Ves wanted to adopt a dwarf as the human myth for his upcoming design. However, if he picked a random savage dwarf chieftain as his inspiration, the image would sow chaos among his mech pilots. Obviously, it was a horrible idea to base his human myth around the current incarnation of the cursed people. They were too savage and uncouth and directly contradicted the other two images. Fortunately, Ves didn't have to base his human myth to the existing dwarves. He decided to invent a smart wildling. For a moment, he couldn't get around to this idea. For such a long time, he often dismissed the dwarves as underdeveloped savages. How could he reconcile his impression of the wildlings with his current goal? To Ves, a smart dwarf sounded like an oxymoron. Still, he reminded himself that anything was possible in his imagination. A smart dwarf may not exist in reality right now, but he could easily create one in his mind. He started to form a prodigal dwarf called Buble. Each dwarf tribe possessed their own language, but certain savage sounds kept being repeated. Buble sounded just like what the dwarves might say. He started imagining the appearance of this atypical dwarf. His skin was a little lighter than the other dwarves, and unlike the rest of his kind, he paid a lot more attention to his hygiene. Buble took on a much less savage appearance and adopted a veneer of civilization. He knew he was an oddball among his unenlightened kind. In fact, His appearance and behavior resembled the blessed people so much his fellow tribesmen even suspected that he was a mixed blood. Whether this rumor was the truth, Bubel suffered a harsh life among his unenlightened tribesmen. Eventually, the tribe became so hostile to his undwarf-like behavior that they exiled him from the tribe, leaving him with nothing but some ragged hides to cover up his body. Bubel wandered the lands alone, managing to survive and keep himself clean through using his developing smarts. He grew more cunning during his time alone in the wilds, and managed to do the impossible by being the first dwarf who managed to survive and thrive without the support of a tribe. Unsatisfied with spending his time alone, he sought out other dwarves, not to join their tribe but start one of his own. He picked up strays, survivors, and other exiles along the way. He taught them superior hunting and gathering methods and began to form a small tribe of his own. This tribe quickly expanded in size as Bubel started figuring out several methods that enhanced the strength of his tribe. Over a period of several decades, his tribe grew from a collection of misfits and outcasts into a large dwarf tribe that gathered an unprecedented amount of bonded wild gods underneath his banner. Bubel became the most formidable dwarf chieftain on the planet. With his power and influence, he could finally embark on the dream he always wanted to fulfill since his youth. Casting a jealous eye at the ancient cities ruled by snobby blessed people and incredibly hostile sacred gods, Bubel diverged from the more aggressive dwarf chieftains by resisting the urge to invade the ancient cities. He knew that many tribes attacked these fortified cities over the years. None of their attacks succeeded no matter how many dwarf tribes pooled their strength. Ves imagined an older, wiser gray-haired Bubel standing atop his bonded wild god, giving out a speech in the guttural language of his dwarf tribe. Why must we fight and die for a city that never belongs to us? Let us build our own city, a city built by dwarves and welcome to dwarves. The time is right to end our wandering existence and break the curse of the soil. The wildlings listening to the speech didn't understand half of what Bubel said, but that didn't diminish their enthusiasm for his lofty goals. Ves cut the story short at that point. He wanted to take this wise, older dwarf chieftain who was at the highest point of his long and eventual life and adopt him as the human myth for his enduring protector design. As a slow and methodical frontline mech, the enduring protector needs to be piloted with a steady, patient, and responsible mindset. This differed remarkably from his previous original designs and many other mech designs for that matter. The general consensus of the mech industry was that mechs and mech pilots should be employed aggressively and proactively. However, while the Enduring Protector may be a light mech, it was not as speedy and agile as a light skirmisher. Its actual fighting patterns resembled artillery mechs and marksman-oriented rifleman mechs more than anything. Ves knew what kind of mech pilots the Vandals assigned to their laser rifleman mechs. They were an eclectic bunch, but mostly rowdy and aggressive. They preferred to fight at medium range and take advantage of the mobility of their mechs to perform coordinated hit-and-run attacks. Obviously, these mech pilots specialized in piloting rifleman mechs couldn't employ the same tactics when piloting the Enduring Protectors. For one thing, the mechs simply moved too slow. Therefore, the Enduring Protectors needed to be piloted by calming, more deliberate mech pilots who considered their actions before enacting them. They could also benefit from Bubel's experience as a dwarf chieftain. As a leader among his people, he often worked hard to protect his fellow tribesmen. Ves became satisfied with the 3 images he formed over the span of a day. While the base model was as boring as he expected, he found it to be an inspired decision to base the totem animal and the human myth off the natives. Let's put them together. He concentrated his mind and released the separation that kept them from interfering with each other. He corralled the 3 images in a single space in his mind. What happened fell partially within his expectation. Instead of clashing immediately as his strong-willed images tended to do all the time, they studied each other and made their moves. First, the image of Bubel immediately approached the image of the laser-flinging wild god and attempted to bond with it. As Ves had developed quite a thorough understanding of the organic neural interfaces hidden within the heads of the wildlings and the wild gods, his imagination actively simulated the bonding attempt. The wild god was a proud and independent creature. While he cared for his godling offspring, it didn't mean he rolled over for every dwarf that came along his way. The wild god resisted the mental bonding attempts. However, Bubel didn't give up and continued to ply the wild god with his thoughts. He wanted to crack open the gates and enter the wild god's mind in order to come to an accord. After dozens of attempts, Bubel finally achieved a breakthrough when he found out how protective the wild god was of its offspring. Bubel offered a partnership where the dwarves and the wild gods collectively took care of each other's offspring. A thriving civilization needed to protect its young. After finding out that Bubel and the wild god had a lot more things in common, the totem animal stopped resisting. The two images melded together, but did not assimilate into a single entity. Instead, they superimposed together in a stacking manner, basically combining their forces without losing anything that made them unique. Ves watched on with interest as Bubel and the wild god formed a single combined image of Bubel as the beast rider sitting atop his bonded wild god. During the process where Bubel convinced the wild god to combine their forces, the base model hadn't stepped in at all. It didn't possess any motivation to fight from the start. It could have halted the partnership between its rival images by helping the wild god resist Bubel's persuasion. Yet it did not do so because it didn't help its mission. Instead, it patiently waited for the beast rider and bonded wild god image to emerge before stepping up to sacrifice itself to the strengthened combination. Yes, it voluntarily sacrificed itself. That's surprising. It shouldn't be. Ves instilled the base model with a high degree of responsibility and protectiveness. On its own, it didn't have anyone or anything to protect. Yet somehow the base model recognized these traits in the other two images. Why not contribute its own strength to help the beast rider and wild god combination protect their loved ones better? Therefore, the base model of the frontline mech that Ves envisioned didn't hesitate, and allowed the combined image to devour its spiritual essence and strengthen the combination even further. What emerged was a vastly strengthened beast rider combination with a strong emphasis on both endurance and protectiveness. Because the base model gave up its essence voluntarily, it was able to exert greater control over what the opposite party inherited. The confrontation and fusion process had finished. After so much effort in trying to imagine three separate images, Ves finally obtained an image worthy for the enduring protector. He called the combination Beast Rider Bubel. Chapter 855 Drafting Another Design. The image of Beast Rider Bubel emanated both strength, resilience, and a duty to protect. In his mind, it appeared as a small dwarf riding atop a massive lizard-like wild god. Despite their size disparity, Bubel formed the dominant intelligence due to his vastly superior mind. Ves was exceptionally pleased with this image. While it didn't completely fit with the concept of the enduring protector, it nonetheless focused on all the traits that Ves wanted to impart on his mech design's X factor. Beast Rider Bubel was a mature combination image of both Bubel and the wild god at their prime. Ves left no room for future growth, but that also meant their present potential had reached their highest state. Any enduring protectors the Vandals fabricated immediately started off in their best state. Ves imagined that the image of Beast Rider Bubel immediately empowered the mechs with a strong drive towards responsibility and foresight. This unconscious adjustment should temper the Vandal mech pilots assigned to pilot them and put them into a more appropriate mindset to the correct usage of their mechs. The beauty of this method was that all of this went on at a spiritual level, leaving no traces for Vandal instruments to capture. This was in stark contrast to the tampering that Ves had done to Venerable Carolcia's mechs and simulator pods. While no bystander should be able to find out what he did unless they dug into the programming of the neural interface, which almost no one ever did, it still represented a vulnerability that could bite Ves back in the butt. I should do something about that at some point. I can't leave any traces behind. Ves smirked as he imagined Venerable Cia's mood these last couple of weeks. As the breakdown effect started hitting the mechs harder the closer they got to their destination, the pale dancer suffered the most. Expert mechs may be 10 times stronger than a normal mech, but they were easily 10 times as complex as a normal mech as well. All of this complexity allowed the breakdown effect to enjoy free reign over the expensive but fussy expert mech. While the strong, high-quality materials of the pale dancer somewhat mitigated the chances of breakdowns, some problems were unavoidable. Overall, the pale dancer easily malfunctioned at least 5 times as often. No matter how Miss Lisbeth strengthened or modified the customized rifleman mech, nothing could block the pervasive breakdown effect from wreaking havoc. Faced with the prospect of losing his strongest asset, Venerable Cia was flailing around lately, according to talkative Jimmy. The foreign expert pilot even started practicing with the other mechs of the Vandals as a contingency option. Perhaps Venerable Cia would only be able to make a meaningful impact on the battlefield with a bog-standard rifleman mech instead of his tailored expert mech. Seems like the breakdown effect is ruining everyone's lives. He wondered how the other forces fared against the breakdown effect. The Vesians would likely adopt the same solution as the flagrant sword maidens and develop a dumbed-down mech that fared better under these circumstances than their main mechs. As for the pirate forces, Ves doubted whether they possessed the mech designers, equipment and supplies necessary to take up such a venture. Ves only had to look at Lydia's sword maidens to see how pirates often tended to neglect logistics. They only prepared the minimum because they were used to quick skirmishes and raids. Spending months or years on the surface of a planet likely hadn't factored into their plans. While it's tempting to dismiss the pirates as incompetent, I shouldn't underestimate them. Who knows what tricks they have up their sleeves? Out of all the competitors that sought to obtain the keys to the Aeon Corona system, these bunch of scum have triumphed where many of their fellow mercenaries, gangers and pirates have fallen short. None of the pirate forces in orbit and on the surface should be weak, to be honest. Although that time when the space-borne fleet of Caged and the Red Tongs indiscriminately bombarded the surface was kind of stupid. Even if the Starlight Megalodon of all entities hadn't stepped in, the rival fleets would have combined their forces to wipe them out. It broke the unofficial accord that always came about under these circumstances. The Vesians could have bombarded the surface, the flagrant Vandals could have bombarded the surface, the pirates could have bombarded the surface. Yet they didn't do so for a long while until the Caged and the Red Tongs idiotically stepped in. Because even if they successfully wiped out the ground forces of the flagrant sword maidens, the other fleets would have sought out and bombarded the ground forces of the Caged and the Red Tongs in retaliation. Of course, ever since we entered the Stormlands, we don't need the Accord to protect us from orbital attacks. The astral winds were much thicker and more impenetrable on the hemisphere which housed the crash site. The golden higher dimensional particles energetically spewed outwards and frequently roiled above their heads, acting as protective concealment that isolated every means of observation and detection. Ves was thankful for this rare protection because it didn't make ground operations irrelevant. If the Vault of the Gods didn't exist, the rival forces would have sought a decisive battle in space. Only until every other fleet was wiped out would the winners be able to land their forces onto the surface and have them seek out the Starlight Megalodon in peace. Well, the situation is different from the worst-case scenario. Deliberately or not, the astral winds cuts off any possibility to coordinate with the fleets in orbit from the ground. He wouldn't have to come up with the concept of the enduring protector if the astral winds didn't exist. Yet they did, so Ves had a job to do. Now that he ended up with the image of Beast Rider Buble, Ves proceeded to draft out his design. He already drafted the mech in his mind, but only until he finished creating the image for his mech did he proceed to put the design he imagined into visible form. He entered a special mind state where his concentration had reached the peak. With Beast Rider Buble at the forefront of his mind, he opened up the design software installed on the terminal and proceeded to let his imagination loose. His gauntlet fingers stretched over the projection, leaving out rough lines in the air. He quickly drafted the outer contours of the mech. The enduring protector's vaguely turtle-like shape diverged from the animal it ostensibly resembled. The appearance Ves had drafted in a single hour looked like a fat medallion with crawler legs. The deliberately cylindrical and symmetrical torso made it easy to fabricate and provided the mech with a significant amount of internal volume for a light mech. The crawler mechs were large enough to withstand and push against the heavy gravity, and no more. If the legs got any heavier, the entire mech would have been weighed down too much as the engine strained to keep the legs moving. 2 laser cannon barrels were affixed to each side of the mech. Ves contemplated their energy expenditure and started to reconsider their caliber. He wiped away the laser cannons and replaced them with thinner, weaker but considerably cheaper laser rifle barrels. Both barrels were affixed to a simple mount to the side and could rotate around in almost every angle. Ves hadn't filled in the internal components as of yet. While they were important to the functioning of this mech, it didn't really matter what components he chose to fill up his mech with as long as they worked. At this stage, Ves felt kind of lonely. He always designed his mechs by himself, but he didn't neglect the importance of soliciting feedback. Before I do any more work and flesh out this design, I should show it around and see what everyone thinks about it. A mech designer shouldn't be too out of touch with their clients. He exited the office and started showing around his draft design to the mech technicians. He only explained the basic concept of the enduring protector, skipping most of the intricacies and technical details for brevity. It looks fine, I guess?" a mech technician absent-mindedly said. "It's a great design, sir." Ves immediately directed his attention to the mech technician who said that. "Why do you think it's a great design?" Because it looks like a turtle. Turtles live long, right? That means it will definitely survive on the field." "Anything else?" "I don't know." Ves didn't know what he should have expected. Even the chief technicians couldn't offer any substantial feedback. They knew how to work with existing mechs, but they didn't possess the imagination to envision the performance of his draft design. Seeing the futility in asking the mech technicians their opinions on mechs that they had never seen before, Ves shook his head and exited the workshops. These military mech technicians are less imaginative than their civilian counterparts. Is it a matter of training? He found this difference to be rather peculiar. Before he worked alongside the Vandal mech technicians, he always held the impression that mech technicians in the military were far superior to civilian mech technicians in every way. While they did underwent more thorough training, they didn't have to go through some of the experiences that civilian mech technicians sometimes encountered. In the end, he chalked it up to a different emphasis on their training. He visited the mech pilots next. As the flagrant sore maidens halted for the day and set up their camps, Ves visited the mess hall and approached some off-duty mech pilots silently eating their meals. "Hey folks, mind if I show you something?" Mr. Larkinson!" The mech pilots jumped at his voice and scooted away from him on their benches. It was as if they met the devil in person. Ves frowned. "I'm not going to torture your minds or anything. Cut the crap and tell me what you think of my draft design." He projected the draft design from his comm and repeated his short spiel. As Ves deliberately chose to approach mech pilots assigned to laser rifleman mechs, The men contemplated the draft design with a bit more importance than the mech technicians. "Sir, this mech looks like an awful idea on 4 legs. Its armor is paper thin. Who cares how robust the internals are against the breakdown effect when a couple of laser volleys can poke a hole through its lightweight armor? Now this isn't so bad normally, but you're also telling us that its mobility is as bad as heavy mechs because we don't get to pilot it under an anti-grav field. That turns this mech into a sitting duck." "You're right, of course, if you employ his mech under normal circumstances," Ves explained with a smile. "We won't. It's going to be employed in a special area where the Enduring Protector likely won't be facing any mechs that are substantially better. It's physically impossible for the other forces to deploy a normal mech at the heart of the breakdown effect." Ves explained his reasoning, yet the mech pilots all had difficulty believing in his claims. Some of the mech pilots even believed that the breakdown effect was a huge exaggeration and that everything would be fine if they entered the critical zone with their regular mechs. Still, unlike his last audience, the mech pilots did leave him with some useful feedback. Some of them went into the nitty-gritty of piloting rifleman mechs. If Ves didn't acquire a mastery in rifleman mechs, he would have dismissed some of their concerns as trivial or nitpicking. Yet because he understood these pilots better than they thought, Ves noted their opinions seriously. Overall, the mech pilots didn't prompt him to change the major aspects of his design, but he did get a better idea on how to tailor them to the Vandal mech pilots. "Thanks for the feedback. I'll be in touch as the development of the Enduring Protector is progressing." Chapter 856, A Heavenly Match. Word of Ves designing a peculiar breakdown-proof mech spread around the camp. Many Vandals expressed various opinions about what they heard even without Ves showing them the draft design. "Did you hear about the new design? I heard it's a huge failure of a light mech. What is Mr. Larkinson thinking? Whoever heard about a 4-legged frontline mech? On top of that, it's as slow as a turtle but as fragile as a bed sheet. Enduring Protector? How can it endure anything? It's awful in close combat and bad at long-range combat. Forget about protecting anything else, it can't even protect itself. Well, I heard that it's particularly good at not breaking down in the middle of a battle. So what? A couple of lasers hitting our mechs will destroy this new toy far faster than the breakdown effect ever could." Obviously, opinions abounded. Ves had to admit that the Enduring Protector did not make a stellar impression upon the Vandal mech pilots. If Ves listed the estimated parameters on a spec sheet, it would have been in contention for the worst light mech in the galaxy. Yet Ves paid little attention to the criticism, especially when it didn't offer any way to improve his mech. While the criticisms all had a point, it was human nature for people to complain. They wanted perfection but always got something far short of such an impossible standard. He knew what he wanted to design. The Vandals now knew as well. They expressed opinions. Ves gathered them all up and tried to see if anyone pointed any valuable nuggets. Besides the small but meaningful feedback from the mech pilots assigned to rifleman mechs, Ves hadn't obtained anything particularly useful. Frankly, the peanut gallery didn't know what they were talking about. Still, the overwhelming doubt he received from the men caused him to doubt his work as well. Did he go astray somehow? Had he made a bad design choice? Compared to normal mechs, the Enduring Protector is an awful mech. Yet how much better can a mech be if they have to work next to the very source of the breakdown effect? I can scarcely imagine anyone coming up with substantially a better mech design than mine, especially in field conditions. The last qualifier was an important one. Every force seeking to plunder the Starlight Megalodon only brought a limited amount of expertise, equipment, and supplies. The Flagrant Sword Maidens should be better off than the pirates, but the Vesians should be even better prepared. Ves frowned a little bit at the thought of the Vesians. What little glimpse the Vandals gained from their long-range sensors in the previous star systems showed that their biggest rival came in even greater numbers. In a stroke of luck and happenstance, they suffered significant damage from the ambush attempt by the Church of Hotamak. However, the backstabbing cultists underestimated the trump cards of a fully fledged military unit and hadn't taken into account the possibility that the Visions fielded an expert pilot who single-handedly snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. "We'll definitely encounter that Vision expert pilot on the ground," he murmured. The question was whether the Vision expert pilot chose to deploy in the so-called red zone that ranged 100 kilometers from the Starlight Megalodon. If so, then the expert pilot would have to give up all the advantages of a powerful expert mech because these kinds of machines simply couldn't withstand the breakdown effect. If there's anything good about the weird conditions on Aeon Corona 7, it's managed to put everyone on an even starting line. The forces who came better prepared will have an edge over the forces who neglected logistics. The flagrant sworn maidens already struggled trying to stay afloat. How much worse could it be for their rivals? Ves didn't believe that scum like the Caged and the Red Tongs brought a lot of mech designers and exobiologists to their expedition. Besides soliciting the mech pilots for feedback, Ves also approached a mech designer. He didn't approach Myra due to political considerations, but he didn't see the harm in showing off his draft design to Kedis. The Sword Maiden mech designer puzzled over the Enduring Protector. "I heard about how bad your design is, but I know what you're like. You never design anything bad. Still, I can't help but feel it's awful." Ves smiled at her. "Do you think you can do better under the circumstances?" "Heck no!" She playfully stretched out her tongue. "I really don't envy you and Myra for trying to design a decent mech that doesn't malfunction under all of that space-time distortion. It's easy to throw shade on other people's designs, but when it's your turn to produce something better, you'll realize it's far harder than it sounds," he said. While the public did have a right to express any opinion they wanted, a mech designer shouldn't necessarily value every voice. Ves knew that some mech designers listened to every piece of feedback and tried to please all of them, to the point of losing their own design style. You couldn't please everybody. Not every opinion was valuable. You shouldn't lose your vision. Ves knew exactly what kind of mech he wanted to design, and he remained confident even in the face of negative feedback. As far as he was concerned, he only needed to stay on the good side of a single client. As long as Captain Bird didn't pull the plug on his design project, he didn't have to pay so much attention to the crowd, unlike if he wanted to design a mech for the market. Any mech designer who wanted to publish a design for the mech market depended heavily on good PR. A flood of negative opinions could spoil the commercial success of any design regardless of its technical merits. When Ves explained what he planned to incorporate in the Enduring Protector design, Kedis understood his intentions, though she doubted its effectiveness. "Your frontline mech design is something of a glass cannon. It packs a decent punch, but it can't take what it dishes out. I can see how it's effective against melee mechs when it has a clear line of fire, but how in heck can the Enduring Protectors win a firefight against a group of other ranged mechs?" This was the most valid and poignant critique against his draft design. Ves tried to work around the restrictions as best he could, but he failed to provide his design with any meaningful defense measures. A mech on the battlefield either relied on armor or mobility to survive on the battlefield. Heavier mechs leaned more towards the thickness and quality of their armor, while lighter mechs overwhelmingly relied on their speed and evasion to avoid getting hit. This was an iron-hard rule that applied to almost every modern mech in existence. Of course, some argued that mechs that relied on stealth, camouflage, and misdirection formed a third category of defense. Yet the Enduring Protector, despite what its name suggested, fell outside these three main categories. Ves was very well aware of these flaws. "If I design the Enduring Protector as a medium mech, it will run out of energy 3 to 4 times as fast. It will also be so slow that I doubt it can move faster than our walking speeds. Such a slow mech would be virtually useless because they'd never be able to reach the Starlight Megalodon from the edge of the red zone before they ran out of energy. Yeah, but how are you expecting it to fight? Do you intend to pair it up with Myra's new design, only to use her mech as their meat shields? Kedis frowned. She cared deeply about the Sword Maiden mech pilots. If Ves ever expressed his intentions of doing so, he'd immediately put her in a difficult position. Ves expected that for all he had done for Kedis, she would still side with the Sword Maidens over a mech designer she only knew for less than a year. He did not intend to put her in a difficult spot. He grinned. Did you forget about the big lizard that's tagging along our ground expedition? Kilankso? She widened her eyes. So that's your plan? You never intended to field the enduring protectors by themselves? Ves loudly clapped his gauntlets together. No mech can win a battle by themselves. The whole point of specializing a mech is because mixing and matching different mech types can achieve greater synergies. One mech's strength can cover another mech's weakness. The Enduring Protector is good at offense but terrible at defense. Kilankso is excellent at defense but her offensive power is limited to attacking with her body at close range. They're a match made in heaven. Really? I see now. He always factored in the presence of Kilankso. As a living organism, she wouldn't be affected by the space-time distortion that normally wreaked havoc on any mechanical equipment. The exobiologists couldn't fully explain why this was so, but most people just shrugged and accepted this pattern as a fact. In any case, given Kilankso's formidable strength as a sacred god, the flagrant Sword Maidens would be fools to leave her behind. Ves intended to make use of her formidable space barrier to cover for the critical weakness of his upcoming design. While we haven't made any decisions yet on how to deploy Kilankso, she's far more useful inside the red zone than outside of it. Just think about the power of her space barrier. It can withstand an hour's worth of artillery bombardment, and only cracked when we basically threw the equivalent of 3 tactical nukes at it. In the red zone, there's little chance that Kilankso and the Enduring Protectors will face a threat that can break the space barrier. Kedis nodded, but quickly frowned. What about other sacred gods and wild gods? We shouldn't be the only ones who thought about substituting mechs with the god species. I've considered that, Ves said. It's far harder than it sounds. We only managed to complete the Beast Rider project because I happened to dabble in neural interfaces. Do any of the other forces possess the same expertise? Out of every possible rival, only the Vesians can match or exceed our research capabilities. Even as he said that, he didn't completely discount the other rivals. Who knew what kind of trick they came up with to beat the breakdown effect? Designing a mech on your own is really hard, Kedis remarked. I don't envy you. Everyone has a bad word about your design. Ves shrugged. Most of them haven't figured out yet that it's not meant to be deployed by itself. By the way, have you heard how Kilankso and the Beast Riders are doing lately? Her eyes immediately glowed. I heard that Captain Orphan and Lieutenant Dice are having the time of their lives. Their bond with Kilankso is so strange. It's as if the sacred god is directly bestowing her strength on the two. There's even talk of trying to rotate other mech pilots in as Beast Riders to benefit from the transformation induced by the man-beast connection. Kilankso refused, though. Everything has a price. Besides, Kilankso isn't a slave we can exploit on a whim. To sacred gods, their bonds with their chosen is a solemn affair. While Ves no longer paid close attention to Kilankso and the Beast Riders, he still heard plenty of stories about them. Kilankso began to see the flagrant Sword Maidens in a better light, while the two Beast Riders slowly started to find out how their additions strengthened the sacred god. The god species had always been engineered to work together with compatible human minds. When exobeasts and humans combined their minds, the result was greater than the sum of their parts. The exobiologists continued to study what made the man-beast connection between the two so powerful. It was as if they had touched upon a hidden fundamental force. This force had always been present among humans, but rarely did they ever get in touch with such a strong and obvious application of this hidden force. Only Ves knew that this strength was the power of spirituality. Chapter 857 Classic Components. After Kedys left for parts unknown, Ves finished his feedback session and planned to resume his design work. After gathering a bunch of opinions, most of which Ves immediately threw away, he gained a broader perspective on the application of his mechs. As light frontline mechs that had more in common with slow artillery mechs, the mech pilots of the Enduring Protector had to adhere to different rules in order to survive and thrive on the battlefield. A mech designer like Ves could never completely envision all the possible uses of a mech. Every design profession suffered from this myopia. Although his mastery partially compensated for his lack of practical, in-depth familiarity, he therefore listened more carefully to the opinions of the laser rifleman mech pilots. My client may be Captain Bird, but my target audience are those mech pilots specialized in piloting ranged mechs. This was a crucial distinction. The people who approved of a design and procured the mechs may not be the ones who piloted them. Ves had to please both of them, but if it came down to it, he needed to place the demands of the client over the mech pilots that had to live with the design choices he made on their behalf. Fortunately, there isn't much of a conflict between the two at the moment. Ves knew that eventually he'd be faced with a situation where he might be forced into listening to the demands of a client who didn't know what he was talking about. This often happened in the case of custom mechs where the client could dictate every aspect of the design. A certain customized mech with a codpiece came to his mind for some reason. He quickly shook his head and tried to scrub his mind of that awful memory. Well, let's move on to the next step of the design process. Having performed some minor corrections to his draft design, Ves wanted to flesh it out by defining its internal components and defining the final shape of its exterior. He didn't particularly care for the components this time as they needed to be reliable and resilient. This was very different from his previous selection criteria where he carefully chose to incorporate components by the cost of their licenses and the performance edge they provided. I'll have to pick and choose from a library of obsolete component designs. Modern mech components were way too finicky and vulnerable to the breakdown effect for Ves to make use of. Ves already fixed his mind on making use of components from earlier mech generations. Having designed a bunch of virtual mech designs based off obsolete technology and component licenses, Ves was very familiar with the styles of older mechs and mech parts. Miniaturization hadn't reached the extent as it had today, so mech parts consisted of a smaller number of larger subcomponents. The local database of the Flagrant Vandals contained a vast library of old and obsolete component designs. They were so worthless that their original developers no longer licensed them out, and simply allowed the MTA or other organizations to release them in the public domain. There was really no point in trying to milk out any mech or component design that was older than 100 years or about 3 to 4 mech generations. Supply vastly exceeded the paltry demand for the right to use such old and easily copied designs that licensors could only conceivably sell their licenses at a nominal cost of 10 credits or so. The administrative costs alone surpassed the licensing fees. Therefore, even if they didn't want to, licensors had no choice but to let go of any intentions to exploit their obsolete designs. When Ves browsed through the design library of the local database, he nodded with satisfaction at the selection of component designs. The database only stored so many designs, and the mech core made a clever selection accounting for many different motivations to opt for older components. If the local database contained a completely random selection of components, Then VS would have to tear his hair out because most of the components that developers came up with never became good enough to achieve commercial success. The same applied to mech designs for that matter. Any mech designer who graduated from a university or institution could design a mech from the first day on the job. That didn't necessarily mean that they ought to. As Keddy's constantly struggled with lately, it was extremely hard to put theory into practice and design an appealing mech that was good enough to compete against the competition. As VS dug into the origin of the component designs, he found them to be a mix between retired components designed in-house by the Mech Corps and components that used to be bestsellers when they first came out. The quality of both types of components were fairly high, and VS had nothing to complain about when it came to their optimization and efficiency. However, none of them are specifically designed to resist something as inconceivable as the breakdown effect. Just because these obsolete component designs were less complex than their modern counterparts didn't mean that VS could adopt them without a problem. Vulnerabilities still existed no matter how much the components dumbed down as VS turned back the clock. Instead of chasing after perfection, VS had to settle for a selection of components that were good enough. He spent extra care in picking out the parts such as the power reactor, engine, laser rifle barrels, and etc. He picked the newest parts he could get away with, but most of the parts were so complicated by their very nature that VS had to go back more than 300 years for the engine design alone. As the source of the motive force of a mech, the mech engine was the most prone to breakdowns short of the legs. VS actually spent an entire day of filtering through thousands of individual engine designs. The brief but vital lessons he received from Master Olson in the field of battle mechatronics helped him out a lot. Mech endurance and mech engine design were both part of her specialties. Making use of what he learned, VS evaluated the parts that entered his vision with a critical eye until he finally became satisfied with what he selected. He felt as if he was a kid in a candy store shopping for the yummiest treats. Still, is this the best I can get? VS frowned when he projected the main component designs on his desk. All of the parts he picked out weren't impressive by any means, but they delivered exceptional results in terms of reliability. Yet for some reason, VS had a nagging urge that he could do more with them if he modified their original designs. After all, their designers didn't know as much in the past. Technology had come a long way since then, and VS possessed enough confidence to improve on these obsolete component designs. He resisted the urge to do so, though. I'm not experienced in component design. The chances of screwing up is significant. Any change I make has to go through a round of simulation and optimization before the improvement is set in stone. How much time does that take? Besides the lack of time, VS also lacked a lot of manpower. He couldn't possibly do all of the work alone within a year. To help him complete the improvements faster, he needed to solicit the help of many other mech designers as assistants. Yet how many of them were at his disposal? The Vandals always received far less mech designers than other mech regiments, and even fewer followed him down to the ground. They mostly consisted of forgettable low-ranking mech designers who were barely competent enough to replace the role of a chief technician. They were sorely needed in their current positions and couldn't be diverted no matter what. Faced with the lack of time and manpower, VS gave up any fanciful notions about improving the component designs and decided to work with their original incarnations unless he was compelled to make a change. Now that I've filled up my basket of parts, it's time to work them into my design. VS continually focused his mind with the image of Beast Rider Buble as he proceeded to flesh out his draft design. Having performed these actions many times, he worked deftly and without too much delay. This process stretched out for several long weeks. Different from his previous design attempts, VS couldn't close himself off and isolate himself inside a locked chamber. Each day, he needed to resume his regular duties and make the rounds around the workshops. He also had to take care of the necessary paperwork that came with his position and decide on a couple of crucial matters that required much thought. The frequent interruptions grated on Ves. It took a lot of effort for him to concentrate his mind and fall into a groove where his design work flowed from his mind. In his highest state of design focus, the image of Beast Rider Buble actively assisted him with his design choices. Such an experience was sublime. It was as if a god guided his design work. He didn't have to think about certain decisions or procrastinate about a range of options. He simply left the matter to Beast Rider Buble, who instinctively guided him towards the most appropriate choices, even if they didn't seem very good at first glance. Yet how could Ves endure it when he only fell into this state for an hour or two at most before his responsibilities pulled him away? Still, while Ves never quite got used to the frequent halts, he resolved to endure them and continue his vital work despite the difficulties. As the days went by, he didn't claim to have adjusted fully to this hectic schedule, but at least he didn't enter a sour mood as soon as he was pulled away from his zen-like design moods. To Ves, it was kind of like living in a non-soundproofed apartment next to a busy intersection. While the noise of vehicle and foot traffic penetrated the apartment, Ves simply got used to it and stopped letting it bother him as much. He still preferred to live out in nowhere rather than anywhere noisy, though. "It's kind of like living among the dwarves who never invented a proper toilet," he scoffed to himself. "Their smell is unbearable, but the dwarves who grew up with their stink probably got so used to the odor that it's like perfume to them at this point." Due to the low-tech nature of his components and mech design, Ves didn't take very long to flesh out his draft design. The Enduring Protector had a lot more in common with his virtual designs such as the Young Blood and the Old Soul rather than his production designs such as the Black Beak and the Crystal Lord. Simple is faster. It was much easier to design a mech in the past. Just as mech pilots underwent more training to cope with the increased complexity of mechs over time, mech designers also had to keep up with the developments in the industry. It became more and more difficult to graduate with a degree in mech design, though this didn't stop the hopefuls from trying. Far too many people aspired to become a successful mech designer. The most challenging aspect of designing his frontline mech was designing its internal architecture from scratch. However, this also provided him with complete control over this aspect, allowing him to stretch his imagination and design the internal architecture in a way that resisted the breakdown effect the best. He took a lot of inspiration from the problems that frequently rolled into the mech workshops. Having seen almost every possible way a mech broke down, Ves was determined to avoid the same design choices that led to those vulnerabilities. After more than 3 weeks of intermittent design works, Ves finally finished the first iteration of the Enduring Protector. While it still needed to go through a round of testing and iteration, Ves felt inordinately proud for what he accomplished over the weeks. "It's not a good-looking mech by any means, but its reliability is rock solid." Beast Rider Buble expressed satisfaction in his mind. Ves knew he was on the right track when his image was happy. Chapter 858 Doom Crawler. Ves did not choose to optimize the design as of yet. Instead, he put the current iteration of the Enduring Protector through its paces by subjecting it to several extreme simulations. He skipped out on most simulations that a mech designer normally subjected their designs to because there was no point. "It's not like we're going to deploy the Enduring Protector on a low-gravity moon or in an Arctic environment, or anything." With the Black Beak and the Crystal Lord designs, Ves needed to account to a wide variety of environments where they could be deployed. Short of extreme environments such as volcano planets and super-Earths, Ves simulated their performance in many different locales, each of which different in terms of temperature, climate, air pressure, corrosive elements, and more. As for the Enduring Protector, Ves did not envision deploying it anywhere else than the red zone of the Starlight Megalodon. Although the flagrant sword maidens hadn't reached the red zone as of yet, they did model its approximate environmental conditions based on the conditions elsewhere on the planet. Ves didn't see anything too exotic besides the warnings about rugged terrain and the all-too-obvious breakdown effect. Therefore, he put the first iteration of the design through a battery of tests to get a read on the mech's approximate performance in temperate environments under heavy gravity. Ves took note of the simulations. The 4 crawler-type legs that Ves adapted from an old component design provided the enduring protector with exceptional stability. However, it also moved fairly slow under heavy gravity. In fact, it moved slower than he initially anticipated. In order to save energy, the quadruped mech moved forward by lifting only one of its legs at a time. Whether it moved its front limbs first, and its rear limbs afterwards, or if it moved its left side first, and its right side next, each time the mech only lifted one of the legs at a time. It was slow. Really slow. However, it also spared the mech from wasting its energy. This movement pattern was very efficient, and allowed the mech to sustain operations for a lengthy period of time. This was very important to Ves because the enduring protector relied on its laser armaments to fight. Any mech that depended on energy weapons to fight only remained relevant as long as it possessed enough juice to power both its movements and its weapons. What's the point of reaching their destination faster if they only have enough energy to fire a couple of salvos? Ves likened the current performance of the enduring protector in the simulations to a type of heavy mechs referred to as doom crawlers. As their overly dramatic nickname alluded to, doom crawlers represented certain death to any enemies they met on their way. These heavy mechs that came in shapes that resembled crabs, turtles, or spiders moved slowly. Mobility wasn't their strong suit. Yet their armor made up for this deficiency, possessing enough frontal armor to resist a squad of medium mechs for a short period of time. Of course, doom crawlers didn't get their name from being vegetarians. Their designers mounted them with powerful medium armament that blasted apart any mech in their way. Doom crawlers distinguished themselves from regular artillery mechs in that they excelled in direct combat. They gave up long-range weapon systems that could deliver death from afar and preferred to stare death in the face. If enemies figured they could easily dismantle the doom crawlers at close range, they were mistaken. The armaments of doom crawlers hit harder at closer range, and they possessed a variety of weapon options that allowed them to track nearer targets that moved at high speeds. For all of their might, doom crawlers did suffer from a couple of disadvantages. Their low mobility combined with their lack of long-range options, particularly over the horizon, made them exceptionally vulnerable to long-range shelling or missile bombardment. They couldn't effectively retaliate against any mech or weapon system that outraged them. While their plentiful armor allowed them to resist a couple of volleys of fire, even an elephant could be felled by 1,000,000 mosquito bites. The second major downside was their cost. Not only did doom crawlers demand the best heavy armor, they also demanded hard-hitting weapons that could wipe out any enemy in their way before the enemy inflicted serious damage. All of these capabilities added to the cost of such a powerful heavy mech. Heavy mechs already cost way much more than the other weight classes. Developing and deploying something as expensive as doom crawlers was generally considered as a foolish decision. It was like putting all of your eggs in a single basket. As long as the doom crawlers engaged the enemy in a frontal clash, they nearly always won. However, their abysmal mobility and vulnerability to long-range bombardment allowed enemies to circumvent them or destroy them from a comfortable range as long as they came prepared. It made more sense to most mech militaries to specialize their heavy mechs into either heavy knights or artillery mechs. The former retained the heavy armor but sacrificed every ranged weapon option. The latter excelled destroying enemies from extreme ranges but turned into sitting ducks if any enemy mechs came close. However, all of these weaknesses could be dealt with as long as a force combined different mech types together. It was the same story with Kalanxo and the Enduring Protector. It's too bad that the Enduring Protector, for all its resemblance to a doomed crawler, fails to live up to their battle prowess. Still, the beauty of the situation was that the Enduring Protectors could still replicate the performance of doomed crawler-type mechs if they fell under the protective umbrella of Kalanxo's space barrier. Kalanxo's space barrier is the strongest form of defense we've ever encountered on 7. Even if the Vesians or anyone else shows up with loads of artillery mechs, we can still withstand the bombardment with plenty of time to spare. Indeed, as Ves inserted something akin to a space barrier into the simulations, the performance of the Enduring Protector soared. In many battle simulations, they all got felled within the first minute if they faced ranged opponents that occupied the high ground. With the space barrier, the Enduring Protectors could leisurely take their time to maneuver to better positions or angles. While the inability for the Enduring Protectors to fire their lasers through the space barrier was a major drawback, as long as the frontline mechs took advantage of it to save themselves from heavy shelling or moving to a better position, made a huge difference. Many times, the advantage bestowed by Kalanxo's space barrier outright swung the outcome of a scenario from a disastrous defeat to an effortless victory. This is a hopeful sign. At least I have proof that my design is effective under the right circumstances. Out of curiosity, Ves flung the Enduring Protector into simulations where they faced off against modern mechs instead of similarly crippled mechs. Did his mech stand a chance when the breakdown effect no longer restricted modern mechs? Ouch! Ves winced as he saw the results. A full squad of Enduring Protectors barely possessed the power to defeat a medium swordsman mech, or a medium knight mech that approached from a distance. However, most light mechs or melee mechs in greater numbers brutally closed the distance, and tore apart the Enduring Protectors who couldn't run away even when their lives depended on it. With no defenses against melee attacks, these slow and fragile frontline mechs simply couldn't keep up against nimble light skirmishers or the like. The Enduring Protectors also fared poorly against standard riflemen or frontline mechs. The latter mechs possessed a definite edge in mobility. In contrast, the Enduring Protectors moved so slowly that they might as well be stationary. Such an extreme difference in mobility virtually condemned the Enduring Protectors to certain defeat unless they were piloted by excellent marksmen. Something like that can only happen if someone like Venerable Sia is piloting one of the Enduring Protectors. Overall, the results hadn't fallen out of his expectations, though it dampened his mood anyway to see so many opponents crush the copies of his third original design without any effort. Despite how painful it was to witness such an abject performance, he still found it necessary. There was a possibility that when the rivaling forces reached the Starlight Megalodon and mucked about in her interior, they deliberately or accidentally stopped her FTL drives from spewing higher-dimensional particles in the air. Once the source of the astral winds stopped feeding them, would there still be any astral winds left? It would dissipate from the planet in a matter of minutes, and fade away from the rest of the Aeon Corona system within a week. Without the astral winds, the space-time distortion that led to the breakdown effect no longer wreaked havoc on all of their mechs. This basically meant that the red zone no longer restricted everyone's mechs. If such an event comes to pass, the race for the Starlight Megalodon will turn into a complete scramble. The role of his Enduring Protector ended at that moment. As the simulations just attested, it was better for the Vandals to evacuate these useless mechs right away than to continue to pit them in battle under extremely disadvantageous circumstances. Even the advantages bestowed by Kalanxo's space barrier won't do anything to mitigate its drawbacks. At best, it allows them to hang on to their lives for a bit longer. In any case, now that Ves completed the first iteration of his design and subjected it to a quick battery of simulations, he felt he should go for a second round for feedback. He first made an appointment with Captain Bird in order to fill her in on his progress. When he entered her office, he showed her the design and a quick overview of its performance in the simulations through a projection. As you can see, the Enduring Protector is a decent mech design under the harsh conditions of the red zone, but turns into a powerhouse as long as it combines forces with Kalanxo. While the laser rifles are fairly underpowered compared to modern laser rifles, they are very efficient and allows for my design to last up to a day during low-intensity combat. Captain Bird studied the projection with a serious expression. How long do they last during high-intensity combat? I'm not sure, Captain. It depends, I have to say, but it's not out of the question for them to last only 4 to 5 hours at most. Maybe less if they are firing their laser weapons non-stop, though that's not possible as they'll overheat at that point. That's not enough. The mech officer shook her head. It takes hours, perhaps even a day, for your new design to reach the center of the red zone from the edge. Your design needs to last longer. That's hardly possible, ma'am. I'm already doing the best I can under all of the limitations imposed on my design. Its internal volume is practically stuffed with energy cells, and even then I can't ensure a longer operation time than what I've just mentioned. I doubt that any other mech designer can deliver anything better. We all face the same constraints. This nonetheless put Captain Bird in a difficult spot. Then the only way we can ensure the Enduring Protectors can operate in the red zone for an extended period of time is if it is accompanied by a small supply train. It would in essence replicate the circumstances of the ground expedition. None of their mechs could carry enough energy cells to walk forward for more than a day. Therefore, they frequently returned to camp and exchanged their spent energy cells with fresh ones recharged by their god crystal generators. Captain Bird eventually dismissed Ves with a pensive expression on her face. Let me think about the situation. I'll see whether it is viable to accompany the forces sent into the red zone with a legged transport or two. For now, I'm not satisfied with the endurance of your new design. I hope you can improve upon that aspect. Impossible. I'm sorry, ma'am, but unless we mount a god crystal generator on the Enduring Protectors, there's no way to extend their operational time. Captain Bird suddenly gained a glint in her eye. What a curious suggestion, Mr. Larkinson. Ves was taken aback by her sudden interest. Chapter 859 Midway Shift. Eventually, Ves shot down Captain Bird's insane idea of implementing the god crystals into the design of the Enduring Protector. It's not feasible, he replied as he rapidly went through the implications of her suggestion. The god crystals aren't very effective by themselves. A single god crystal takes far too long to recharge. The dwarf brains that we've repurposed as their organic controllers lose concentration long before the recharge cycle is finished. We also can't recharge the god crystal very often for some reason. If the siphoning process is botched, we'll have to wait another day before they can be recharged. Captain Bird looked disappointed, but she offered a suggestion. What if we commit a full god crystal generator aboard one of the transports accompanying the red zone force? There are pros and cons to such a decision, Captain, he said with a thoughtful expression. As long as we can protect the god crystal generator, the mechs and troops entering the red zone don't have to worry about their energy budget at all. They can remain in the zone indefinitely as long as their other supplies last. However, committing a strategic god crystal generator is like putting all of our eggs in a single basket. If an enemy takes out the generator, it's a disaster. Can you design your mechs to take advantage of the available energy? It would entail a near-complete redesign, as Ves had not taken such an option into account. He designed the Enduring Protector around the assumption that energy would be extremely scarce. The performance of my mech can be boosted immediately if they don't have to take into account how much energy they expend, but it is still vastly underpowered compared to regular mechs. I can redesign the Enduring Protector to cope with a higher level of performance, but there are limits to how much I can expand its upper bounds. Resisting the breakdown effect is its highest priority, so it can't shake loose its dependence on obsolete, low-tech parts, ma'am. Ves pointed out a couple of examples through the projector. Unless he completely scrapped more than 3 weeks' worth of design work and begin anew, the Enduring Protector design would always be a design oriented around breakdown resistance and energy efficiency. He always relegated performance as a third or fourth priority. He couldn't afford the luxury of focusing upon it when he already had his hands full trying to keep his design afloat in the red zone where the breakdown effect reigned supreme. After a brief discussion, Ves pointed out the greatest risk of bringing in a God crystal generator into the red zone. Our rivals are facing the same awful prospect as us, ma'am. With machines failing left and right, it gets increasingly harder to keep their power generators working. If we show up with a God crystal generator and call down an energy tornado that can be seen from a huge distance, aren't we taunting them that we're loaded with energy? There's a huge chance that they'll gang up on us if they haven't developed any alternatives to their energy shortages. I think we can take that chance, Captain Bird said confidently. I have faith in our research prowess. As long as we maintain a decisive edge and pair your new design with Kalankso and the melee mech design the Sore Maidens are cooking up, we can easily defeat a force that is 10 times as numerous. When it comes to securing the treasures of the Starlight Megalodon, we have to be bold enough to resist the combined advances of all of our rivals at once. I'm not sure if it will be that easy, Captain. I have a suspicion that the Vesians aren't any worse than us in developing alternatives to cope with the problems we've been dealing with over the month. Mr. Larkinson, while we shouldn't underestimate our foes, we shouldn't overestimate their capabilities either, she said. We possess inestimable advantages, and we must stake our lives on them if we wish to achieve success. The meeting ended quickly after that. Ves left her office and remained pensive throughout his return to the workshops. The statements expressed by Captain Bird told him that she was done with trying to remain cautious. While many Vandals thought Captain Bird was overly timid compared to Captain Orphan, that was only because the former didn't throw herself headlong into a battle she wasn't confident in winning. However, all of the research gains the flagrant Sword Maidens achieved lately strengthened their ground forces and made them vastly more powerful in this unique environment. Captain Bird believed the time to gather their strength had gone long enough. Now was the time to leverage their advantages and steamroll the opposition. Reckless, Ves quietly muttered to himself as he seated himself behind his terminal again. How can she discount our threats so easily? The other forces aren't so simple either. Even if they lack our research capacity, I'm sure they're resourceful enough to think of another solution. Still, Ves had his orders. As the highest commanding officer of the Vandal ground forces, Captain Bird dictated their approach. If she wanted to adopt an aggressive strategy, then everyone else had to dance to her tune. Ves looked at his Enduring Protector and thought of how he could increase the upper bounds of its relatively lackluster performance. Right now, it couldn't fully leverage an overabundance of energy, because it couldn't move fast enough or fire strong enough lasers to expend all of that extra energy. He hated the sudden shift in design priorities. If Captain Bird expressed this kind of intention at the start, then Ves could have designed the Enduring Protector with an elevated level of performance in mind. Now, his workload increased massively as his first iteration fit poorly in the strategy adopted by the Vandals. The strategy changed midway. Arg! He shouted in frustration. Do I have to start all over again? He didn't want to. He labored so much over the Enduring Protector's design that he felt loath to discard it like a piece of trash. He invested so much time and energy in developing a viable breakdown-proof mech that he felt sick at the thought of starting over. He decided to retain the design, but modify it as best as possible to account for the new demands. Not only would it save time, it also allowed the Enduring Protector to cope with different levels of energy availability. Increasing its upper bounds in performance doesn't mean the Enduring Protector will turn into an energy-hungry design. As soon as their energy supply cuts off, they can immediately transition into a low-power mode. This gave his design some added flexibility in case their enemies took out the God Crystal generator. As Ves thought through the changes he needed to make in his design, he found that if he made some limited compromises, he'd still be able to retain the essence of his design. I'll have to focus on channeling the extra power onto the components that best scale with it. There's no need to stress the other parts when they'll just drown in the extra energy. He already formed a good idea where to channel the extra energy. After concentrating his spirituality and allowing Beast Rider Buble to settle into the forefront of his mind, he began to work. The first thing he did was to scrap the underpowered laser rifle barrels and replace them with a simple laser cannon barrel from the local database. Its design may be old, but it scaled incredibly well with varying levels of power settings. The adapted laser cannons could fire a laser beam as weak as one shot from a laser pistol to releasing a full blast that was half as strong as a laser beam fired from an Akara heavy cannoneer. This is more than enough power to hamper any crippled mechs designed to operate in the red zone. The only major downside to using these cannons was that their tracking speed couldn't keep up with the movements of fast-moving objects. However, to Ves, this was no downside at all. The strong and pervasive breakdown effect prevented light mechs from bursting out with incredible speed because their gravitic backpacks were affected most of all. In the red zone, every mech is as slow as a snail, no matter if they are light mechs or heavy mechs. The balance between mobility and armor has shifted away from the former because it's impossible for mechs to retain their speed. What did this mean? It meant that replacing the nimbler and faster laser rifle barrels with larger and slower laser cannon barrels effectively came with no repercussions. The downsides associated with exchanging a lighter weapon for a heavier weapon didn't apply at this time. Ves spent a couple of days to incorporate this change. He optimized the placements of the new weapon systems and made sure the internal architecture could cope with the increased energy expenditure. Once he became satisfied with his revision to the weapon systems, he found that his design began to have heat management problems. If it fired its laser cannons at their highest power settings, it rapidly built up heat. This was an inevitable problem, and Ves couldn't do much to compensate for it besides exchanging some redundant energy cells for extra heat sinks. This trade-off made it so that the enduring protector wouldn't be able to last as long when cut off from a power source. However, the added heat sink significantly increased the enduring protector's lethality during high-intensity battles as it could fire a bit more full-powered laser beams without worrying about overheating their frames. Beast Rider Buble relished in the changes. Both the dwarf and the wild god preferred to fight quick and decisive engagements rather than drawn-out slugging fests. Ves smiled at the eventual result. The only setback he suffered was when he tried but failed to divert extra power anywhere else. The power reactor couldn't output much more juice and Ves couldn't squeeze out any more performance out of the extremely outdated engine model. He contemplated replacing the current engine with a different model, but declined to do so after browsing some of the alternatives. There are better, newer engines out there that scale better with added power, but they're far more prone to breakdowns. It wasn't as if a more powerful engine drastically increased the speed of the enduring protector. Snails were snails. A faster snail might move faster than a slower snail, but a hopping rabbit left them both in the dust. A more powerful engine wouldn't be able to speed up his design. The only solution was to find a way to allow the gravitic backpacks to work despite the breakdown effect doing its very best to screw them up. Yet for all the research capacity the Vandals enjoyed, they hadn't figured out how to improve the reliability of the gravitic backpacks at all. Therefore, Ves gave up on channeling the extra power elsewhere. It's already sufficient for me to improve the offensive power of my design. This is its core function and its strongest suit. An increase in offensive power directly magnified the combat effectiveness of a combined force that consisted of enduring protectors, Kalanxo and Myra's tiger mechs. As Ves began the long and tedious process of optimizing his design and putting it through its paces in many different combat scenarios, an alarm suddenly sounded out in the workshop. What? Ves looked up from his terminal. The alert signified that an enemy attack may be imminent in the next couple of hours. And this wouldn't be an attack by a single crazy wild god or anything. The tone of the alarm indicated that a mech force may be setting upon the flagrant sword maidens. Captain Bird's voice suddenly broadcasted from every available speaker. Vandals, prepare for battle! Our scouts have detected an approaching force of mechs, wild gods and dwarves. They are aware of our location and are moving to attack us at their best speed. The energy tornadoes developed by the God Crystal Project gave away their position. On this huge planet, the odds of encountering a rival mech force should have been minimal, but all of that changed once the God Crystal generators started calling down energy tornadoes left and right. The flagrant sword maidens finally paid the price for their inventions. Chapter 860 Combined Arms. The ground expedition immediately halted their march. Preparations for battle already went underway, but due to the distance between the main convoy and the approaching enemy force, it might take 6 or so hours before a battle commenced. Due to the urgency of the situation and the preparations that needed to be done, Captain Bird held an emergency briefing by remote. Instead of gathering at the mobile headquarters, everyone entered a virtual conference room from their current positions, no matter if they were offices or mech cockpits. Within 15 minutes, most of the mech officers, chiefs, and important experts attended the virtual meeting. To Ves, the projection systems in his office weaved an elaborate illusion that completely changed the small decor of the office into a large and sprawling conference room. The projections gave the illusion that he could look at people in the face while he addressed them. The only downside was that he couldn't walk up to them and touch them, but who wanted to do something like that during a crisis? Captain Bird quickly began the meeting. She began with a brief summary of what their scouts managed to spot a fair distance away from the center of their supply train. 2 of our scout mechs have managed to spot an incoming procession of mechs, wild gods and dwarves on godling mounts. We can pretty much ignore the threat of the latter, but the former 2 pose a very real threat. We are absolutely certain that they are belining straight towards the center of our formation. They know our position. Many vandals grimaced. How many mechs and wild gods are on their way, Captain? We're not entirely certain, Captain Bird admitted. Our scouts don't dare to come into range of the incoming enemy force. They're keeping an eye while maintaining extreme distance. For now, the analysts that have pored over the initial sensor readings estimate that up to 12 wild gods and 300 land-bound mechs are on the attack. 300 land-bound mechs! While that sounded a lot, the flagrant sword maidens combined numbered almost 500 mechs. While they lost a bunch of mechs due to the orbital bombardment raining down on their heads a few months ago, they still retained most of their strength. Still, even if the odds were in their favor, the Vandals didn't express too much confidence. Even though they outnumbered the enemy, a battle could go in any direction. Besides, the unexpected cooperation with 1 or more large dwarf tribes threw a wrench in their equations. How should they estimate the threat of the bonded wild gods? How close were the wildlings cooperating with the rival force? All of these questions made it difficult for everyone to judge whether they still held the advantage. Do we know who's attacking? Captain Bird nodded to a sensor officer, who answered in an uncertain tone. The sensor readings from our scouts makes it difficult to be sure. There's too much interference in the air to get a clear view of their forces. From the markings and quality of the mechs that we've managed to observe, I can say with 80% certainty that we are dealing with a combined force of the Caged and the Red Tongs. Those bastards again! Ha! They're trapped on this planet now that an antimatter torpedo annihilated their space-borne forces. Idiot! That just makes them more desperate. They have nothing to lose. The Vandals argued among themselves about the significance of this revelation. They couldn't judge the intentions of the caged and the red tongs with common sense. The land-bound remnants of the Ropengans and the Ravian Alliance-oriented pirates lost their means of escaping from this planet. With no way out, what were they up to? Did they decide to settle permanently on Seven, or did they intend to fight even harder in order to open up an opportunity to evacuate on different terms? None of the Vandals expressed any confidence in their guesses, and Captain Bird finally stepped into the chaotic discussion. There's no point in questioning the motivation of the caged tongs without encountering them in person. All that matters is that they are inbound on our forces in an unmistakably aggressive approach. Let us decide on our defensive strategy. Because calling the allied force of the caged and the red tongs was a mouthful, the Vandals conveniently called them the caged tongs instead. The Vandal mech officers cobbled together a defensive strategy. Since they knew the enemy was coming, they could spend crucial hours on setting up the battlefield to their advantage. "We've already recycled down the artillery cannons," Chief Dakin said when asked. "There is no way we can fabricate a new battery of artillery guns in less than a week." As for addressing the hostile wild gods, one of the mech officers turned to Dr. Tillman. "Can we poison the wild gods like last time?" "It's worth a try," she said. "We haven't spent any research on improving the formulas for the so-called candy bars. If the hostile wild gods are instinctive creatures, then they shouldn't be able to resist the bait. However, if they are smart enough to fight against their instinct, they can resist the urge to eat the adulterated candy bars. The caged tongs won't allow it. They aren't stupid. They'll destroy the candy bars before they can tempt the wild gods." The Vandals decided not to repeat the trick. They may be able to the wild gods if they were only by themselves or accompanied by some primitive dwarves, but this time they faced a modern force. Even if the caged tongs consisted of criminals and pirates, they operated under modern conventions of war. Although it seemed like they were storming at the flagrant sword maidens in a straight charge, who knew what they really had in mind? Therefore, the Vandal officers threw away all of their contempt and started treating the caged tongs as a serious threat. Even if the red tongs are a modern mech force, they're not as thorough as a military unit. Their scouting efforts are lackluster, and their strategy doesn't seem to be more sophisticated than throwing all of their mechs at us in a single overwhelming attack. They might split up and flank us when the battle commences. Then let them. If they attempt to flank us, they'll only be splitting up their forces into easily digestible chunks. We outnumber them, remember? I'm not so sure about that. They're also bringing in wild gods, and who knows what powers they possess. Even if they're weaker than the sacred gods, any wild god with wild area powers can instantly disrupt our formations. The wild gods were the wild cards of the upcoming battle. They possessed such a large variety of powers that the Vandals couldn't predict what they were up against. It's easy to estimate the battle capabilities of the caged tongs. It's not so easy to estimate the threat of the 12 or so wild gods that are boring down on us, Captain Bird emphasized. I don't like unexpected surprises, so our first priority should be to take out these wild gods. As long as this uncertain factor no longer poses a threat, we can mop up the scum think they can match our strength. Let's employ the bulk of our ranged mechs against the wild gods. We should take them out from a distance before they get into range to activate their powers. If none of their wild gods have a ridiculous defensive power like Kalanxo's space barriers, they're pretty much sitting ducks. The red tongs know that as well as we do. Are they really going to let us hammer the wild gods with impunity? It's either that or risk their own mechs. Captain, if I may make a suggestion? A mech officer asked. Let's commit Venerable Siet to the battle. He's more than ready to fight on our behalf. The virtual conference room descended into silence. After a few seconds of thoughts, the Vandals grew hopeful. The pale dancer might not be able to show its strength against the wild gods, but it was a completely different story when it came to enemy mechs. Captain Bird didn't reject the suggestion. I will task Venerable Sia with taking out their leaders and officers. The key to winning this battle in the most painless way possible is to cripple their command structure. Out of all of our assets, the Pale Dancer is the best mech for the job. The planning stretched on for 10 more minutes as the mech officers finalized their battle plan. To VS, the broad strokes of their strategy was simple. Take out the wild gods from a distance before countercharging the cage tongs from multiple directions. Since the flagrant sword maidens outnumbered the cage tongs, why should they remain passive? They should attack and use their numbers to their advantage. The only restriction that constrained the flagrant sword maidens from storming off immediately was that they couldn't expose their supply train of fast and heavy transports. Even if the flagrant sword maidens wiped out the cage tongs with ease, if the pirates managed to destroy their supply train, they may have won the battle but would have certainly lost the war. After Captain Bird issued specific assignments to the Vandals, she ended the meeting. I'll discuss the battle plan with Commander Lydia and see if she agrees with it. We may need to adjust some of the details. Usually, the Vandals took the lead in the planning. The Sword Maidens generally weren't very concerned about drafting detailed battle plans. They much preferred to throw their mech straight at the enemy if they thought they were strong enough to beat them. They were still pirates, after all. VS received his own assignment as well. Captain Bird tasked him with poring over the sensor readings sent back by their scouts in order to identify the strengths and weaknesses of the enemy mechs. As the Vandals and Sword Maidens both mustered up for battle, VS dug through the noise-ridden optical footage and tried his best to peer through the interference in the air. Ever since they entered the Stormlands, it became increasingly harder to observe and transmit data over a distance. Still, the longer the Vandal scout mechs did their jobs, the more footage they gathered. A single instance of footage might not be able to tell VS much, but it was a different story altogether if the Vandals processed the data. After the analysts processed the footage and reduced the noise, VS obtained a clearer view of the enemy mechs. Is that it? The enemy mechs all appeared ramshackle. By far, most of the land-bound mechs consisted of either budget models or bargain bin models. Not only that, the state of the mechs didn't seem very great. The maintenance of most of the mechs looked very poor to VS. Some of them marched forward with a limp while others couldn't move their arms anymore. It's the breakdown effect. The breakdown effect spared no machine. The flagrant sword maidens managed to cope with the rate of breakdowns because they brought an abundant amount of support personnel and supplies. What about the pirates? Obviously, they didn't pay too much attention to logistics, and paid for it in spades. VS tried to go over the footage and see whether every mech suffered from a lack of maintenance. Some mechs looked better off than others. Certain mechs, mostly the more impressive-looking ones, didn't show any signs of deficiencies. Their mech models were of higher quality, and their exteriors sported several shiny symbols and trophies. The somewhat exaggerated appearances of those special mechs reminded VS of how the Sword Maidens liked to puff up their individual achievements. These are likely the mechs piloted by their champions and officers. It seemed that the mech technicians among the cage tongs only spared the minimum amount of work into keeping their regular mechs functional. Instead, they allocated an inordinate amount of effort into keeping the mechs piloted by their leaders at their best state. What a selfish allocation of resources! VS couldn't believe who came up with this decision. All of the extra attention bestowed on the leader mechs could have been spent on fixing the many ailments afflicting the badly maintained mechs piloted by their rank and file. That would have been a much more efficient decision, yet for some reason the leaders didn't want to share. Is it because the leaders needed strength to keep their subordinates in line? As long as the officers and champions piloted the best mechs, their underlings wouldn't dare to revolt. This must have been a very real possibility ever since their fleet no longer existed. In any case, the observations made by Ves should come as a welcome surprise to Captain Bird and the rest of the flagrant sword maidens. Chapter 861 Caged Tongs. Ves spent more time on analyzing the mechs fielded by the caged and the red tongs. The more he watched the footage, the more he wanted to palm his head and smack the chief technicians in charge of keeping the mechs in working condition. I really don't know what their chief technicians are thinking. Among the Vandals, the chief technicians may be a stubborn lot, but Ves made sure they paid equal amounts of attention to every Vandal mechs. That didn't mean they were immune to politics, but Ves kept such a tight rein over their work allocation that they couldn't pull off any games under his watch. It was a completely different story among the caged tongs. Favoritism appeared to be rife among their maintenance crews, and they wastefully allocated an excessive amount of manpower and resources into keeping their leader mechs at their best condition. The amount of time, manpower, and resources they've spent on keeping a leader mech in tip-top shape is enough to address the problems afflicting 10 of their regular mechs. The law of diminishing returns applied to mech maintenance as well. Some problems could be fixed by a single mech technician within a couple of minutes, while other problems demanded an entire crew of mech technicians to disassemble half of the mech to repair its insides. In any case, it wasn't as if the Vandals skipped out on those thorough repairs as well. The difference between the pirates was that the Vandals never skimped out on logistics. It was well known that pirates were always short on mech technicians, engineers, and other support personnel. Even the sword maidens relied on slaves to fulfill those roles, and they were one of the better-run pirate gangs in the frontier. Ves noted that the mechs fielded by the caged were in a marginally better condition than the mechs that belonged to the red tongs. They emerged from the restrictive Rapo principality and couldn't quite shake off the hierarchical, rule-bound tendencies of their home state. As for the infamous red tongs, this bunch of maniacal pirates became famed for transplanting alien tongues in their mouths and genetically modifying their digestive systems so that they could indulge on both alien and human flesh. It was no surprise to Ves that the mechs of the red tongs continued to fall apart as they were on the warpath. Over the past several hours, 3 of their mechs suffered a critical malfunction that stopped them from advancing. The enemy didn't seem to care. They continued to march forward while they left the broken mechs behind. Overworked crews of mech technicians picked up the fallen mechs onto makeshift transports that trailed after the main fighting force. It was impossible to repair these broken mechs in time for them to contribute to the battle. Really? Ves shook his head. If they can't take care of their own mechs, how can they expect to take care of ours? Many mech pilots found logistics and proper maintenance to be a tedious, boring, and costly affair. They would rather focus on the battles rather than the lengthy preparation that happened in between. Yet to Ves, he found that good preparation already won them half the battle. Comparing the ramshackle state of the enemy mechs to the reasonably well-maintained mechs of the Vandals and the Sword Maidens, Ves believed the disparity might tip the balance between the forces by more than 30%. Such an advantage was inestimably valuable. This was on top of the numerical advantage the flagrant Sword Maidens already enjoyed. Because of all these advantages, Ves couldn't figure out why the caged tongs were so eager to pit themselves into battle against the flagrant Sword Maidens. Didn't they know what they were up against? Probably not. He scoffed. They only spotted our energy tornadoes from a distance and decided to go on an attack. They never sent out any scouts. Even now, their scouting efforts is half-hearted. The Vandal scout mechs practically ran rings around the scouts of the caged tongs. The scout mechs couldn't move very fast, and their overall state looked like they spent half a decade in the dumpster. Their mech pilots didn't seem to enjoy a very high position within their organizations as they never exerted themselves, preferring to stick close to their buddies. Still, even if the caged tongs presented a sloppy image to Ves, he still didn't dare to say whether the flagrant sword maidens possessed an advantage. Their best mech pilots piloted mechs in good condition. They may be few in number, but they served a vital role in propping up their morale. In addition, who knew how their wild gods added to the table? Many Vandals puzzled over how the cage tongs managed to subdue and subordinate the feral wildlings and their proud and arrogant wild gods. After Ves filed his report, word quickly spread among the Vandals and the Sword Maidens about the awful state of the enemy mechs. Ves guessed that Captain Bird eagerly spread the word in order to boost everyone's confidence about the upcoming battle. "This is going to be easy. I heard their mechs are so fragile that they break after suffering a single hit. Serves the scum right for neglecting their maintenance. I always wanted to wring their necks ever since their fleet threw artificial meteorites at us. I lost a buddy from the bombardment." The overall opinions expressed by the servicemen edged dangerously close to dismissing the actual threat of their foes. Ves didn't think it was wise to discount the strength of the enemy so readily. Still, compared to the mild apprehension that racked the men and women earlier, he found that the mech pilots were much more willing to commit to the battle now. With their confidence swelled, they eagerly wanted to thrash the scum and take revenge for their space-born counterparts to bomb the flagrant Sword Maidens out of existence. Ves looked on as the Vandals and Sword Maidens prepared their individual mech companies for combat. He directed his interest on a couple of noteworthy assets. For example, ever since Venerable Sia landed on the surface, he spent most of his days training in vain. The Vandals never found an opportunity to employ his pale dancer in a meaningful capacity. Those days of collecting dust were over now. The pale dancer was being prepped for war. Almost everyone looked forward to the performance of their new expert pilot. Many Vandals idolized Venerable Sia and wished they could become as skilled as piloting mechs as him one day. Another asset that Ves paid a keen amount of attention on was Kalangso. This time, Captain Bird and Commander Lydia planned to make use of her in a supportive capacity. The biggest vulnerability of the flagrant Sword Maidens was that they brought over 50 different legged transports, all of which held vital facilities and supplies. To guard against long-range potshots that could easily take out the fast and heavy transports from a distance, the vehicles would stick close to Kalangso at the very rear. If the cage tongs thought they could cripple the supply train of the flagrant Sword Maidens, they had another thing coming. The third asset consisted of the 10 or so Akara heavy mechs that the ground expedition retained. The fleet used to send down some extras during the battle against Perixin, but they were far too heavy for their own good. Right now, the flagrant Vandals on the ground held on to just 10 of them, but they possessed an unimaginable amount of firepower if employed correctly. A loose rule of thumb was to equate the combat power of a heavy mech with 5 medium mechs. In essence, 10 Akara heavy mechs brought the equivalent of 50 additional mechs to the table. This rule of thumb only applied during conventional battles and was often inaccurate after the fact, but that didn't stop people from putting their faith in it. Only mech duels fell outside its scope. Those heavy mechs are going to cook the wild gods into barbecue. The Akaras still had some artillery shells left over from last time, but the heavy cannoneers would only employ them as a last resort. Captain Bird mainly wanted them to employ their powerful laser cannons against the huge and sluggish wild gods. From what they gathered from Kalangso, not a lot of wild gods acquired defensive powers. Even if a wild god did possess a defensive power, it was impossible for a single exabeast to protect the sprawling mob of mechs, wild gods and dwarves. Ves looked forward to the performance of the Akaras the most. There was something majestic about witnessing them pound a distant foe into scrap or a puddle of charred flesh. 1 hour remaining until battle commences. Get a move on, fellas! The Vandals and the Sword Maidens rapidly finished their preparations and split up into several units. They moved out by Mech Company and spread out into a half-moon formation designed to envelop the approaching mob from the front and sides. Since they possessed the advantage of numbers, they might as well try to go for broke. While spreading out their forces to this extent risked their middle elements, the flagrant sword maidens possessed enough confidence to be able to hold against the initial charge. The sword maidens placed their best devil razors and silver valencias in the middle. Their main job was to stop any advance from reaching the Akaras and the supply train in the rear. With half an hour to go until the first elements of the enemy came into range, Ves entered the mobile headquarters and sat behind the nearest available console. He booted up the console and began to call up the status of the Akara mechs. Right now, the flagrant sword maidens couldn't afford to lose their heavy mech. Losing one of them hurt as much as losing 5 medium mechs, after all. Time ticked by as the cage tongs began to enter into extreme range. From time to time, various officers and specialists called out several noteworthy observations to Captain Bird. More and more details began to emerge, but Ves paid little attention to most of them. He began to check up on the status of every Vandal mech. All of them should be fit for battle if the mech technicians had done their job correctly. What is the status of the Pale Dancer? Venerable Seer reports that he is in position at the rear. He's ready to ambush the main pirate formation from the rear whenever he receives the go-ahead. Tell him to maintain distance for now. Captain Bird spoke. Now is not the right time to slip a knife into the backs of the cage tongs. Wait until the aggressors commit to the battle. Captain, the enemy horde is stalling. Their march has slowed down. Their scouts finally got a good look at our forces. I think they've finally learned what they are up against. Ves diverted his attention to study the projection that depicted the current actions of the enemy horde. The mechs that Ves identified as belonging to the cage continued to stall while the mechs that belonged to the red tongs started to regain their courage. They're not united! The caged and the red tongs are likely arguing over their next course of action. Let's give them a little push. Captain Bird grinned. Can our Akaras hit the position? Their laser cannons don't have a direct line of sight to the enemy forces as of yet, but we still have a sufficient amount of long-range artillery shells that can theoretically reach that far. We only have enough shells left for 2 complete salvos, ma'am. Fire 1 artillery salvo at the suspected commander of the Red Tongs and fire another salvo in the middle of their wild gods. Captain Bird wanted to incite the enemy. It would have been rather troublesome if the flagrant sword maidens had to come to the enemy, so she opted for a brazen attack that was sure to force the hand of their enemies. The Akara mechs boomed as they fired their artillery cannons. A score of special long-range shells designed to fight against the planet's heavy gravity arced into the air before landing close to the position of the best and most expensive-looking pirate mech. Chapter 862 Strafing Runs. The sensor systems of the pirate mechs detecting the incoming shells as they arced towards some of their leader mechs. Yet what could they do? They barely had a second to respond before the shells landed in their midst and exploded. The wavering ranks of Ropangans and Ravian Alliance-aligned pirates rippled as the shells blasted nearby mechs away. As the dust and smoke faded away, the scout mechs keenly captured the damage done by the shells. One leader mech suffered direct hits and is destroyed. 3 leader mechs sustained heavy proximity damage and have lost combat effectiveness. 15 mechs suffered light damage but can still fight. Not bad for a single artillery volley, Captain Bird commented. Fire the second salvo of artillery shells at the wild gods. Let's test their defenses. Ves studied the damage of the initial artillery salvo and found that the shells only managed to deal so much damage because the cage tongs were caught off guard. The special long-ranged artillery shells the fleet ship from orbit sacrificed impact for range. Mechs ordinarily wouldn't be taken out at once unless they suffered a direct hit, and even then tougher mechs could still keep walking. However, the pirate mechs idiotically bunched without any rhyme or reason. They likely hadn't kept up their guard against long-ranged shelling for a very long time. The sudden artillery bombardment by the Vandal Akara mech served as a brutal reminder that they faced the proper mech force this time. To their credit, the caged Tongs quickly took action. The more disciplined mech pilots of the caged reacted immediately and spread out their formation. The Red Tongs followed suit only after their pirate leaders gave the command, and sometimes those orders only came 30 seconds too late. Damn, if only we had more long-ranged shells. They're too costly and rare materials. The fleet only sent us this much after they squeezed their material stockpiles dry. The biggest reason why the flagrant sword maidens took the caged Tongs by surprise was because they hit them beyond a range where they thought they became vulnerable. After the caged and the Red Tongs suffered from this attack in which they reacted with an embarrassing amount of confusion, they quickly grew angry. Both the caged and the Red Tongs felt that if the flagrant sword maidens could shell them once, they could shell them again. The Akara heavy cannoneers are firing their second salvo. This time, the sensor systems of the pirate mechs alerted their mech pilots to another artillery salvo. Several mechs immediately tried to bend down or cross their arms, yet the shells didn't land on any mech. Instead, they exploded all around the clump of 12 wild gods that accompanied the pirate mechs. Roars of pain and fury sounded out as the shells blasted their forms. However, Ves and the other Vandals looked disappointed as the damage they inflicted was much less than they expected. As biologistical exobeasts who grew up on a super-Earth and massed heavier than a heavy mech, their flesh was thick, dense, hard, and strong. These wild gods occasionally fought against themselves, and the one with the weaker bodies always perished. Even though the fury of the exploding artillery shells could dent or rupture the armor plating of a mech, the wild gods surprisingly endured most of the shelling without cracking their extremely hard scales. Only direct impacts managed to break through the scales, but the huge bulk of the exobeasts meant the blasts ran their course fairly quickly before they even came close to their internal organs. Despite the fairly disappointing damage inflicted onto their bodies, the shelling still alarmed the wild gods. Neither the god beasts nor their wildling beast riders ever encountered something so foreign and alarming before. The dwarf riders all survived the shelling despite their proximity to the blasts that would have at least ruptured their eardrums due to some unknown energy field covering their bodies. Yet even the best energy fields couldn't protect them from the psychological impact of enduring powerful explosions at close range. The wild gods have gone berserk. They're charging forward as well. Unfortunately for the enemy, the wild gods may be hiding a lot of destructive potential, but they weren't very fast. Compared to the pirate mechs who all wore heavy-duty gravitic backpacks, the wild gods fought against the gravity of the planet on their power. This led to a strange situation where the pirate mechs clearly outpaced their wild god auxiliaries. This forced the caged Tongs to slow down in order to keep up with the exobeasts. There's something up about the wild gods. Why are they slowing down? The wild gods are probably their trump cards. Just think about how many wild gods we've met that can summon an earthquake or a firestorm. They are probably planning to bring them close enough for them to do their magic. After the Akara mechs ran out of artillery shells, they readied their laser cannons and began to fire at the distant wild gods even if the interference in the air made it difficult for them to land a hit. The intuition of their mech pilots and the advanced targeting systems both compensated for the initial misses. The thick and powerful laser beams quickly began to land against the bodies of the bewildered wild gods who have never been hit with lasers before. Unfortunately, the thick scales of the god beasts coupled with their active energy fields mitigated much of the damage. Even so, every hit drained their internal energy reserves faster. The energy reserves of the wild gods are steadily decreasing. While the Akaram Mech steadily wore down the defenses and energy levels of the wild gods, the ranged mechs from both sides started to skirmish against each other. Ves watched with eagerness as he witnessed a dynamic dance between rifleman mechs. Both sides moved across the mildly hilly and uneven terrain at full speed with their gravitic backpacks flaring at full. While the cage tongs may have their priorities skewed when they decided which mechs to service and to what extent, they weren't silly enough to neglect the maintenance of the gravitic backpacks. Both sides didn't spare any effort and expended their energy cells at an alarming rate. The laser riflemen mechs strafed at full tilt while firing their laser rifles. The frontline mechs, of which the red tongs fielded a considerable amount of them, ran with their legs aligned in an oblique angle, while their barrel-like torsos pointed straight towards their foes. The enormous distance, the interference in the air, the passive and active ECM systems built into the mechs along with pilot errors all resulted in very few hits from both sides. The strafing runs looked dramatic as laser beams turned the battlefield into a light show, but they hadn't entered into medium range where the frequency of hits actually rose to a meaningful level. However, the distant duels still continued as the ranged mechs from both sides restrained each other. If one side stopped firing, the other side would be able to take their time to aim and land accurate hits. Therefore, the ranged mechs never stopped running, because halting literally meant being blasted by 100 or more laser beams in the next 3 seconds. Our ranged mechs are holding back our opponents and have gained the edge. The duels tilted slowly towards the flagrant sword maidens due to their numbers and quality advantage. However, the most dramatic factor skewing the ranged duels into the defending side's favor was the substantial difference in maintenance levels. When Ves peered at the footage of the enemy mechs relayed by the scout mechs, he recalled the time when he accompanied Walter's whalers in the Glowing Planet campaign. The local Cloudy Curtain gang paid so little attention to servicing their mechs to the point where their mech technicians were lazy bums. They didn't even hire a chief technician to keep their maintenance crews in line. What Ves predicted came to pass. Their cheap, awfully maintained mechs folded easily during high-intensity battles. This crucial difference played out again this time as some of the mechs of the caged and the red tongs crumpled or collapsed after suffering only 3 or 4 laser hits that just so happened to land on their weak points. A dozen mechs already folded, and even more started to fall as the enemy crossed the expanse. Some of the wild gods are activating their powers. The wild gods are speeding up somehow. One of the massive exabeasts somehow glowed in yellow and spread that glow towards the other 11 wild gods. This caused them to abruptly run 5 times faster. That was a massive boost in speed. What is happening? Captain Bird immediately demanded. We've detected temporal anomalies around the wild gods, Captain. They are marching at the same speed, but a time field is distorting the influence of time upon them so that they are effectively gaining more ground. How long can that wild god keep that time field up? Not too long, ma'am. The energy levels of that wild god is dropping drastically. It can only keep it up for 10 minutes at most. That still allowed the wild gods to eat up a lot of distance. The Akaram mechs already blasted the bonded exabeasts with lasers as frequently as possible, yet the thick-skinned and thick-muscled beasts were like giant slabs of alloy in their damage-absorbing capacity, as long as they kept their energy fields up. Even starship plating succumbed faster than their abundant flesh. Facing 12 wild gods is like facing 12 expert mechs. Ves spoke out, putting a light damper on their moods. While they aren't actually equivalent to expert mechs, at the very least their resilience is on par. However, just like expert mechs, they can't sustain their energy fields for long if they suffer too much damage. Their heavy mechs just needed to continue pounding on the wild gods in order to exhaust their internal energy reserves. Unlike sacred gods, the wild gods mostly powered their abilities through their murky crystal and the energy suffused throughout their bodies. That effectively meant they ran out of juice a lot quicker. Yet would the heavy mechs be able to exhaust the wild gods now that they moved 5 times faster all of a sudden? Another wild god activated his powers. An obscuring mist formed around the wild gods that enveloped their forms and blocked most of their sensors. However, this didn't deter the Akara mechs at all. Feed back the sensor data to our processors and send the results to the Akaras. An ample amount of scout mechs kept their sensor systems pointed at the wild gods. While they mostly captured garbled noise, they fed back the data to the mobile headquarters where powerful processors rapidly calculated the real-time positions of the wild gods hiding within the field of mist. The lasers continued to land upon the bodies of the humongous wild gods without stopping. Captain, the Sword Maiden melee mechs have moved from their positions. They're charging forward to meet the cage tongs into battle. What? Captain Bird rose up from her seat. Those numbskulls! It's not time yet. We haven't cleared the wild gods yet. The Sword Maiden mech pilots took no notice of the original plan. With waves of enemy mechs about to descend upon their lines, the aggressive female mech pilots no longer held themselves in. They gave in to their urges and charged out without any regard for strategy or timing. Half of the Vandals cursed at their pig teammates. Couldn't they just follow a single battle plan without turning into mindless battle maniacs? Having spent a lot of time with Keddies, VS understood the impulsive nature of the Sword Maidens a little better than others. They spotted weakness among their foes and attempted to close in on the enemy before they regained their composure. It wasn't a half-bad solution, but the problem was they dismissed the threat of the wild gods. We need to do something about the wild gods now. Chapter 863 Bewildering Abilities. Ever since the scout mechs brought back footage of one or more large dwarf tribes marching together with the cage tongs, the analysts among the Vandals tried to figure out the relation between the two disparate forces. Foreigners from the stars had nothing in common with the nomadic wildling tribes. For what reason would they work together all of a sudden? Most of the Vandals immediately believed the dastardly pirates coerced the helpless, innocent dwarves into fighting on their behalf. A large tribe may be a force to be reckoned with against other native threats, but any half-decent mech force could run rings around them, especially from a distance. It would be too easy for a mech force to subdue a dwarf tribe no matter how many wild gods they bonded with. Even the flagrant Sword Maidens came up with a couple of contingency plans of this nature if they hadn't already gained the cooperation of Kalankso. What puzzled the Vandals the most was that the dwarves and their bonded wild gods all seemed to march into battle with fervor that did not fit with a narrative that revolved around exploitation. Are those dwarves brainwashed or something? They don't look like prisoners or slaves. It's as if they are completely dedicated to the cause. The best guess the analysts came up with was that the cage tongs somehow hoodwinked the dwarf tribes and their bonded wild gods into worshipping them as a greater authority. Everything about the foreigners from the stars impressed the natives, from their powerful metallic mechs to their amazing medical technology that could cure a lot of old ailments. The natives are like frogs in a well. When someone outside the well drops inside, how can the frogs not worship the outsider as a higher being? Whatever the case, the frogs no longer ruled the inside of the well but yielded power to the seemingly omnipotent outsiders. While the energy levels of the wild gods as the Akara mechs kept wearing down their energy fields with accurate laser fire, the exabeasts just didn't go down fast enough. Ma'am, the Sword Maidens aren't responding to our hails. What is your command? Captain Bird fell into a difficult dilemma. They drafted the original plan in order to handle the most unstable factor first. Once the wild gods succumbed to massed lasers, the rest of the enemy force fell within their calculations. Yet the Sword Maidens didn't see it that way. They never backed down against challenges and never showed fear against new and unknown threats. It wasn't as if they never gave in to their fear, but they didn't see the need in holding back at this time. Send out our melee mech companies after the charging sword maiden mechs, Captain Bird finally decided. Let the sword maidens absorb the initial brunt of the clash and back them up after they stall. Make sure to keep our own mechs on the second line. Don't let them get caught up in whatever wide area powers the wild gods have in store. The Vandal melee mechs moved out rather helplessly as they trailed after the charging sword maidens. The battle entered a heated phase as the ranged mechs from both sides scored much more hits as they entered medium range. Vandal and sword maiden mechs started suffering serious damage from the laser impacts hitting their frames, but their armor managed to hold out long enough for them to pull back before the damage proved fatal. While Captain Bird felt confident enough about their chances for victory, she wanted to minimize the damage and lose as few mechs as possible. Every mech that sustained substantial damage or had their armor broken received orders to pull back before they got trashed. In the perspective of the mech technicians, it was much easier to replace a lot of broken armor plating than to repair a single crippled mech with serious internal damage. Of course, if the battle went sideways for some reason, Captain Bird wouldn't hesitate to throw the damaged mechs back into battle. The sword maiden mech pilots roared as they endured the lasers hitting their mechs and rapidly closed the distance. The diminishing amount of pirate mechs armed with lasers already had their hands full surviving against the coordinated laser volleys of the flagrant sword maidens, so they couldn't divert much of their firepower against the closing the swordsman mechs. The mist around the wild gods is dispersing. The wild gods came back into view. Most of their bodies started to look ugly and scorched as some of the potent damage from the laser beams bled through their energy fields. Their energy reserves already dipped to less than 40%. However, that was still too much in the eyes of the Vandals. Some of the wild gods started glowing as they channeled their unique abilities against the closing sword maiden mechs. 5 wild gods are channeling their powers. Divert all of our Akara mechs on 2 of them. Prioritize draining their energy reserves. Allocate a ranged mech company to assist their efforts. The Akara mech stopped targeting the wild gods randomly and evenly, and instantly brought their cannons to bear upon 2 of the glowing wild gods at the front. Now that the range shortened considerably, the targeting systems of the Akara mechs delivered pinpoint accuracy for each hit. 2 wild gods each suffered the combined attention of 5 Akara mechs each. When the laser beams spread out among their ranks, the wild gods didn't show any fear. Yet now that the heavy cannoneers started focusing their firepower, the 2 targeted wild gods abruptly flustered. Shortly after that, over 30 laser riflemen mechs hit the wild gods with a flurry of weak but rapid-fire laser volleys. The might of each individual laser beam fired from the rifles might not be very powerful, but the horrendous volume of repeated laser beams practically blinded the targeted wild gods into a stupor. Their glow diminished as the bewildered wild gods aborted any attempts at offense in order to channel their full power towards bolstering their rapidly diminishing energy fields. However, even as the Vandal ranged mechs managed to stall the devastating attacks of 2 of the exabeasts, the other 3 wild gods faced no hindrances at all. After gathering their strength for 20 seconds, they each unleashed the full might of their abilities. Pull back! Surprisingly, the sword maiden mechs at the very front moved seconds earlier than the Vandal mechs trailing after them from a distance. It was as if the sword maiden mech pilots already planned their abrupt reversal beforehand. Each of the 3 wild gods called down different powers onto the battlefield. One of them summoned a corrosive wind that spread out over hundreds of meters. The strange properties of this acid wind rapidly ate through armor plating of the sword maiden mechs that fell into range. Most of them managed to escape the affected area looking like sorry, rusted junkyard machines. A handful suffered worse than others. When their gravitic backpacks or their leg joints failed, the mechs lost all of their mobility. The sword maiden mech pilots helplessly ejected their cockpits before the corrosive winds ate through the ejection mechanisms. The heavy gravity did its best to pull down the flying cockpits, but their integrated anti-grav modules lasted long enough for them to fly back to the rear. The ejected pirate cockpits, on the other hand, displayed more mixed results. Half of the time, their anti-grav modules failed to fire up, causing the cockpits to slam against the ground after traveling only a couple of 100 meters. Evidently, their mech technicians hadn't checked the cockpits in a very long time. That said, a significant amount of pirate mech pilots became trapped in their own mechs as their mechs keeled over before they could release their gravitic backpacks and allow their cockpits room to eject. Because the gravitic backpacks shifted the center of gravity of the mech slightly to the rear, many mechs that stopped functioning had a tendency to fall onto their backs, which was the worst outcome as far as mech pilots and mech designers were concerned. Right after the first wild god summoned a corrosive wind, a second wild god activated his powers in a different area. Tens of Sword Maiden mechs fell into an area that suddenly turned muddy. The soil didn't grow wet and muddy. Instead, it became as pliable as soft clay, causing most of the mechs in the area to sink down into the ground. This was a fatal trap to mechs, and it had caught over 20 Sword Maiden mechs over a wide area. Even without orders from Captain Bird, the Akaram mechs abruptly stopped firing their laser cannons at the two stalled wild gods and instead blasted the exabeasts responsible for turning the terrain into a soft pit. The blistering lasers immediately halted the wild gods' efforts of attempting to sink the affected mechs into the ground. The soil abruptly hardened, trapping the Sword Maiden mechs and turning them into sitting ducks against errant laser fire from some of the pirate mechs. Most hadn't sunk deep enough to trap them for long. They forcibly pulled out their legs or hacked the ground with their extremely sharp great swords until they loosened it up enough to break out. Still, a handful of Sword Maiden mechs sunk deeper than others, to the point where they couldn't free themselves on their own power. As more and more pirate mechs fired their lasers at the immobile mechs, the Sword Maiden mech pilots decisively bailed out and ejected from their cockpits. These impatient hags! Are their brains filled with muscles or something? Many vandals groaned as the Sword Maidens incurred unnecessary losses from these incidents. Why couldn't they hold themselves back and wait for their ranged mechs to take out these wild gods and their bewildering powers from a distance? Focus on suppressing the wild gods. Instruct the Akara mechs to focus their firepower on any wild god that begins to glow. At this time, the first wave of Sword Maiden mechs finally slammed against the pirate mechs. While many of their mechs suffered setbacks or delays due to the appearance of the corrosive winds and the quicksand pit, their lines stretched out over kilometers, allowing most of them to close the distance unscathed. The Sword Maiden mechs instantly tore the mechs of the Caged and the Red Tongs to pieces during the initial clash. The difference in strength was too wide. As a whole, the Devil Razors outmatched the budget and bargain bin mechs of their opposition by a wide margin, both in cost and in maintenance levels. The latter may sound a bit boring, but it drastically affected the reaction speed and the amount of damage the enemy mechs could endure before they got wrecked. What really sealed the deal was the disparity in training, discipline, and skill. The mech pilots of the Caged fared a lot better than the unruly Red Tongs, who mostly earned their fame from the atrocities they committed instead of displaying valor on the battlefield. The Vandal mechs in the second line faltered in their charge when they saw that the Sword Maidens didn't need any help at the moment. The vicious Sword Maidens currently fought like wolves among sheep, felling pirate mech after pirate mech with alarming speed. Those ladies are tearing the pirates apart. The only meaningful opposition came from the enemy leader mechs. Their pristine states along with their skilled veteran mech pilots propped up the faltering lines of the Caged Tongs. They even fought evenly against their Sword Maiden counterparts. Yet time wasn't on their side. The Caged Tongs continued to lose more mechs, causing their local numbers advantage to diminish by the second. Already, the Sword Maidens started to gang up on the superior pirate mechs. The cunning Sword Maidens adopted a devious tactic where one Sword Maiden mech occupied the enemy machine in front, while two other Sword Maiden mechs targeted its gravitic backpack. A single mech couldn't cover against three foes at once. Once the Sword Maidens managed to destroy the lightly armored gravitic backpacks, the elite pirate leaders for all of their battle prowess became imprisoned in their own mechs as they slowed down to a crawl. The Devil Razor or Silver Valencias occupying the mech at the front didn't need to display any fancy anymore. They simply stabbed their swords straight through the chest plating and through the cockpit of the trapped pirate mechs. While the brawl at the front lines slanted heavily towards the Sword Maidens, the third wild god that quietly charged up her strength despite the lasers hitting her energy field finally activated her power. She abruptly disappeared from view. One of the wild gods has disappeared. Where has the beast gone? An alert suddenly sounded inside the mobile headquarters. The wild god teleported from her position. She's right in the middle of our supply train. Everyone abruptly became alarmed. The heavy transport that served as their mobile headquarters was right in the middle of the supply train as well. The teleporting wild god somehow circumvented hundreds of mechs, including the Akara heavy cannoneers, and landed straight in the middle of the most vulnerable area of the flagrant Sword Maidens. Chapter 864 Quiet Dance. The Vandals and the Sword Maidens left a light guard force of mechs around their legged transports. Yet they all positioned themselves around the supply train, not inside it. The ranged mechs didn't dare to fire their laser rifles in fear of landing a hit on a vulnerable legged transports. The fast and heavy transports possessed many merits, but durability wasn't one of them. In order to produce them fast and quickly, Chief Dakin made huge compromises with regards to their armor and internal structure. Since they had no use in battle, why invest in their armor? It was extremely wasteful for the Vandals and the Sword Maidens to clad them in expensive battle armor when they could have used the same resources to improve their mechs. Yet who would have thought a wild god existed with the power to teleport? This completely made no sense. The vast majority of human forces didn't even have access to teleportation technology, so how could a wild god develop such a highly desired ability? The wild god is moving to attack one of our cargo transports. Tell the legged transports to disperse. Get away from the exabeast right now. The wild god took some time to reorient herself in her new position. When she recovered her wits, she instantly roared while her crazed dwarf rider instantly pointed her towards the nearest heavy transport that tried to run. Emphasis on tried. As a vehicle devoid of anti-grav modules due to energy constraints, the heavy transport moved far too slow to escape the wrathful wild god. The crew of the heavy transport evacuated far too late as the wild god slammed into the heavy transport. She outright crunched one of the legs of the transports with its maw. Her strong and heavy limbs battered the main body of the transports. The front of the heavy mech deformed from the fierce barrage of attacks. The containers in the ruptured cargo holds broke and spilled large amounts of spare parts and ingots of processed metals. However, the savage attacks of the wild gods abruptly ended as an even larger exabeast slammed into the side of the wild god. Kilangso has arrived! Who is riding her right now? Captain Orphan is currently interfacing with Kilangso, ma'am! Tell her to constrain the wild god. Don't let their battle spill over the other transports. The wild god and the sacred god both entered into a furious close-range brawl. Since neither side possessed any offensive powers, they resorted to old-fashioned claw and bite attacks as well as slamming their bodies against each other to bruise their opponents. The savage battle caused the two heavy exabeasts to be pushed back and forth, sometimes inching close to a heavy transport that vainly tried to flee the vicinity of the fighting. Only after Captain Orphan's reminder did Kilangso regain enough clarity to stop the wild god from damaging the vulnerable vehicles. As the vandals in the mobile headquarters became flustered to the point of considering whether they should evacuate, Captain Bird forcibly slammed down her fist. "There will be no running without my express orders. Are you vandals or are you cowards? Kalankso and Captain Orphan have the wild god well in hand. Get back to work and trust in our comrades." The fast transports already left the vicinity long ago on their swift legs. Several vandal and sword-maiden melee mechs crept in through the cracks, but they mainly placed themselves in front of the heavy transports. Right now, the mechs didn't see any opportunity to intervene in the wild brawl between Kalankso and the wild god. In any case, Kalankso had the battle well in hand. As an older exobeast, she possessed a definite advantage in size and weight. She also entered the battle in a fresh state, while her opponent already endured a significant amount of laser beams. The energy levels of the wild god dropped into critical levels after a couple of minutes of mindless brawling. In contrast, Kalankso still maintained a healthy energy level as she slowly drew upon the stored energy reserves of her god crystals. The main difference between sacred gods and wild gods was that the former possessed a much larger pool of energy to fuel all of their abilities. Kalankso possessed 19 of them, which placed her in the upper range of her kind. While she didn't have time yet to call down an energy tornado, Kalankso fared just fine with her current reserves. At some point, she finally managed to pierce through the faltering energy field of the wild god and raked her claws through the scales protecting her enemy's neck. The wild god suffered severe damage. Gouts of blood escaped from the screaming creature's neck, but the wild god's resilient physique forcibly stemmed the bleeding. Yet that didn't stop their allied sacred god from doing it again. Another claw strike brutally raked one of the wild god's front limbs. The claws dug deep enough to scrape against the bones, eliciting another pain-racked cry from the wild god and her beast rider. "Kalankso is going to town on the wild god." The battle in the middle of the supply train no longer held any suspense. A wild god without an energy field was like an expert mech without an energy field. They mainly relied on their bodies and frames to resist damage. This might avail them for quite a bit against weaker opponents, but against an equivalent threat, such defenses stood no chance at all. While Kalankso treated the wild god as her scratching post, the battle at the front lines took a turn for the worse for the attacking side. Even if the Vandals openly questioned whether the Sword Maidens possessed a sound mind, they did have a magnificent intuition for timing. Their blunder against the wild gods aside, they hit the ranks of the Caged and the Red Tongs when their leadership became preoccupied by several matters. First, the wild gods aligned to their forces suffered heavy laser bombardment. The Caged Tongs planned to employ the wild gods as their trump cards, but who knew they barely showed their strength before they drowned in continuous laser fire that rapidly drained their energy reserves. Second, their ranged mechs rapidly diminished in number as the better equipped and better trained opponents outplayed them. Just the difference in maintenance alone proved to be the decisive factor. Third, the Pale Dancer finally entered the field. Through all of the chaos that went on in the front lines and in the middle of the flagrant Sword Maiden supply train, few people initially took notice of the lone white mech in the rear. The Pale Dancer didn't jump onto the stage. It glided onto it. Even though the bone-like coloration of the Pale Dancer should have attracted a lot of attention among the darker-coated mechs, Venerable Sia effortlessly weaved his expert mech closer to the rear of the enemy lines. Hundreds, if not thousands, of dwarves mounted on juvenile godlings stood in his way. The expert pilot took no notice of the ants underneath the feet of his mech and crunched their bodies flat with the sheer weight of his mech. With bloodied feet, the Pale Dancer trod a bloodied path to the unsuspecting rear of the Caged Tongs. It was not as if the enemy posted scouts that kept an eye to the rear. Due to the pitched battles happening in front, the undisciplined mech pilots diverted more than half of their attention to the action. This allowed the pale dancer to strut forward into medium range from completely open terrain without alerting the enemy scouts at all. This subtle technique alone alarmed those who remembered the expert pilot's existence. How could such a bright mech stroll into range so effortlessly? In any case, the pale dancer lifted up its customized laser rifle and instantly fired a high-powered laser beam right into a weak point in the rear of a leader mech. There was absolutely no deviation in Venerable Sia's aim. Despite the mild interference and other factors that could have skewed the pale dancer's aim, the expert pilot somehow managed to land his laser beam exactly where he wanted with almost no discernible drift. Venerable Sia's judgment also proved to be keenly accurate, as even VS could hardly identify a better weak point on that leader mech. The rear of a mech often enjoyed the least protection. This time, though, a gravitic backpack sat in the way. Yet despite the hindrance of the backpack, the high-powered laser beam possessed enough strength to punch straight through the thin covering and the delicate internal components of the backpack and bore straight through the weak point in the armor before dealing catastrophic damage to the power reactor buried deep inside the stricken mech. Before the leader mech even realized it suffered a hit, it shut down immediately as its power reactor underwent an emergency shutdown. The mech got wrecked without any chance of retaliation. That initial shot is impossible to land for any normal mech pilot. Yet the pale dancer managed to do so while on the move. Even now, it continued to run a bloody path over the mindless dwarf tribesmen who mistakenly thought they contributed to the battle. Even though plenty of dwarves cried out in pain or fear, the mech pilots of the caged tongs hadn't noticed anything amiss as of yet. The pale dancer quietly positioned itself in the optimal angle before releasing another deceptively thin laser beam. Another well-maintained enemy mech abruptly shut down. By the time the pale dancer harvested the third leader mech, the caged tongs finally became aware of the threat at the rear. At first, they didn't recognize the pale dancer as an expert mech. They dismissed it as a lone rifleman mech that somehow got lost or looped around. A half-squad of light mechs received new orders and diverted from the reserves to pursue the pale dancer. A medium rifleman mech could never outrun a light mech. Yet this speed advantage never came to the fore. Before the light mechs got anywhere close, 6 rapid laser beams erupted from the pale dancer's rifle. This time, Venerable Sia tuned down the power so that the laser beams carried just enough energy to pierce the thin armor of the agile light mechs. No matter how fast they tried to evade or spoil the aim of Venerable Sia, the expert pilot unerringly struck them all right below the chest armor and bore straight into their cockpits. None of the mech pilots survived as the powerful laser beams vaporized their bodies instantly. The sudden deaths of the light mechs caused the already burdened leaders of the cage and the red tongs a lot of distress. With the sword-maiden mechs tearing apart their front lines, the presence of the pale dancer stabbing at the rear proved to be especially fatal. Fear spread among the leaders as the pale dancer resumed targeting their mechs. It took no discernment at all to separate the officers and champions from the rank and file. Venerable Sia merely had to see whether the mech he targeted looked clean and flawless. The vanity of the leaders became their downfall as the foreign expert pilot harvested their lives as effortlessly as a god. At this moment, the pale dancer became the embodiment of the god of death. The split focus of the enemy cadre along with the battering from both sides eventually broke the enemy. While the caged admiringly persisted and held together even when their cause seemed lost, the much more cowardly red tongs broke away from the battle without any guilt. They ran and instinctively split up, forcing the sword maiden and vandal mechs to run in pursuit. The battle is decided. It's not over yet, but we've got this in the bag. Don't get complacent yet. The caged are still fighting and some of the wild gods are still alive. Tell the mech pilots to keep up their guard. The fleeing enemy mechs can still turn the tables against their pursuers. No matter what the caged tongs attempted to do, nothing could save them anymore now that they lost cohesion and broke their ranks. Ves quietly sighed in relief at the outcome of the battle. While they sustained a bit more losses than expected, the flagrant sword maidens overwhelmingly stomped the attackers who misjudged their strength. Chapter 865 Carpe Diem. The battle against the caged tongs and its auxiliaries ended in a decisive victory for the flagrant sword maidens. While it took more than a day of pursuit, none of the routing mechs of the aggressors made it away, mostly because they eventually ran out of energy. Perhaps the most tiresome aspect about the caged tongs was the sheer amount of random dwarf tribesmen they enthralled. The crazed dwarves continued to charge at the mechs of the flagrant sword maidens without any iota of sense or fear. The mechs didn't bother to waste their energy on firing their laser rifles or swinging their weapons at the insane dwarves. They merely walked among the dwarves and stomped thousands of them beneath the feet of their mechs. The flagrant sword maidens casually committed mass dwarficide in order to stop the idiotic dwarves from hammering the legs of their mechs and transports with their bone clubs. The bonded wild gods also knew no fear. They fought back with incredible ferocity, and each had to be lasered to death from a distance. The only exception was the teleporting wild god. Kilangso managed to get the upper hand in the brawl and managed to subdue this special wild god without killing her and her dwarf rider. Still, the wild god sustained such heavy wounds that the exobiologists weighed the cost of saving her life. "It's not worth it," Dr. Tillman said. "We'll have to expend too much medical supplies in order to save her life." Hours later, the stench of blood, guts, and other unpleasant smells suffused the entire battlefield. After making sure that no existing threat remained, rescue parties started to descend on the wrecks. They ignored the pitiful cries of the surviving dwarves and instead prioritized the rescue of their own mech pilots first. Only after that did the rescue parties recover the mech pilots of the caged tongs trapped in their wrecked mechs or ejected cockpits. A detachment of Vandal and Sword Maiden mechs also ranged out and found the meager supply train of the caged tongs. They easily overwhelmed the token mech escorts and secured the badly built pirate transports, for all the good it did, because a cursory inspection of their assets revealed they were practically running dry of many essential goods. The battle hadn't been worth it in the standpoint of the flagrant sword maidens. Over 80 mechs sustained varying amounts of battle damage, and half of them either got wrecked or sustained such severe damage that the mech technicians needed to rebuild them from the ground up. VS already foresaw a massive pile of work awaiting the mech maintenance department. At this moment, many Vandals and Sword Maidens started interrogating every member of the cage and the tongs they managed to capture alive. They particularly screwed the thumbs of the mech pilots who emerged the well-maintained pirate mechs. In the meantime, a horde of mech technicians and other personnel started scouring the battlefield to recover any reparable wrecks or identify any notable salvage among the remains. They walked past flattened and heavily injured dwarves, casually shooting any approaching dwarf who managed to survive the massacre with their laser pistols. "Ugh! These dwarves are everywhere!" a mech technician muttered in the comm channel as he kept his grip on his smoking laser pistol. Right now, the stench of dead dwarves and the fumes released from wrecked mechs forced everyone who stepped on the battlefield to keep their helmets closed. "What do you reckon is wrong with these stupid dwarves?" Another mech technician grinned in his closed hazard suit. "I heard from someone who interrogated the first Red Tong captives that they slipped something into their food. Their exobiologists cooked up something devious. It made the dwarves pliable and drove them in a frenzy when commanded to. They even formulated something special for the wild gods." Teams of mech technicians inspected the mechs belonging to their own force first and marked them out according to their state. Some mechs only needed a couple of replacements to get back into shape, while others required far too much time in the workshop to be worth the effort of restoring them to their former glory. The flagrant Vandals mostly avoided incurring major damage to their mechs. VS was pleased to hear that only a handful of Vandal mechs would be scrapped for parts. The Sword Maidens, on the other hand, sustained more severe damage. Many of the mechs that got caught up in the bewildering abilities of the wild gods couldn't be used anymore, and needed to be scrapped as well. They kind of got what they deserved by deviating from the plan, yet the Sword Maidens didn't seem to mind it. They already started claiming the bulk of the salvageable wrecks from the cage tongs to provide new rides for the ejected Sword Maiden mech pilots. In general, both the Vandals and Sword Maidens lost relatively few mech pilots, as both had been commanded to eject early rather than go down with their mechs. The flagrant Sword Maidens valued every mech pilot. As long as they retained their pilots, they could always provide them with new mechs, especially if they retained control of the battlefield after the battle. VS currently stood with Myra as they overlooked the sprawling field of wrecks and flattened dwarves. He had recently concluded a division of salvage. While the Sword Maidens claimed most of the intact mechs, he made sure the Vandals got their fair share as well. Even if they didn't plan to restore the pirate mechs, they could still strip the wrecks of their most valuable parts, or rare materials. As the cage tongs already demonstrated, a severe lack of maintenance and supplies resulted in dire implications for the effective strength of a deprived mech force. "I've got a question," VS said. "Why did you Sword Maidens decide to charge all of a sudden? I don't believe Commander Lydia and your Sword Maiden officers are blind to the strategic implications of deviating from the plan." While VS already developed a couple of notions why, he wanted to hear the reasons from Myra herself, as he might be wrong. The pirate designer pressed her lips. "Lydia's Sword Maidens are different from the flagrant Vandals. A military mech regiment like yours carries several responsibilities. You fight on behalf of your bright republic. We fight on behalf of ourselves. What difference does that make? Don't you value your lives? Not as high as you Vandals value your own lives. You have to consider that in the frontier, life is very cheap. Anyone can get killed at any time for no reason at all. Retirement is a luxury that many sons and daughters of the frontier don't get to enjoy. The frontier mindset is to live in the present and make the best of your time while you're still alive and capable of pursuing your dreams. For the Sword Maiden mech pilots, there is nothing more desirable than to participate in a worthy battle. Even if they die, the glory and valor associated with a grand battle is more than worth the price. Carpe diem. Seize the day. Exactly. Myra nodded. The martial tradition of Lydia's Sword Maidens oriented completely around fostering elite pirate mech pilots. While VS admired Commander Lydia for successfully raising a somewhat competent elite force, the Sword Maidens themselves sacrificed much of their individuality and humanity to become the ferocious fighting force that tore apart the front lines of the cage tongs in short order. Isn't it wasteful to drive the Sword Maidens to their deaths? Myra shrugged. We take bold but calculated risks. We recognize reality when it stares us in the face, and we avoid unwinnable battles whenever we can. However, according to Commander Lydia, too much calculation breeds doubt and cowardice. There are times when you want to avoid pulling the trigger due to various concerns. The Sword Maidens are trained to just pull the trigger instead of giving in to their doubts. Such traditions didn't make sense in civilized space, yet it was a way to survive in the anarchic frontier. Only by showing that they were willing and capable to fight back did the Sword Maidens manage to deter any evil designs on them. Their impulsiveness may have landed them in trouble numerous times, but the trigger-happy reputation they acquired deterred many more threats. What do you think about the Red Tongs? VS asked, changing the topic. It's clear that they've been driven to desperation. From what we've gathered, the lack of support from the fleet along with dwindling supplies forced them to go on the warpath. Incidents like this happens much more often than you think. Poor planning and operating in an area with very few space stations and supply points has defeated more pirate gangs than direct battles. The people that pursued a career in piracy never tended to be the brightest bulb in the shed in the first place. Among the spectrum of pirates, the cannibalistic Red Tongs rank near the bottom in terms of long-term planning. It was a wonder they made it to the Aeon Corona system at all. In any case, the interrogation still went on. Once the Vandals and the Sword Maidens wrung every bit of intelligence from their tortured bodies, they planned to dispose each of them without mercy. The caged Tongs had no value as prisoners. The cage already opposed the flagrant Sword Maidens in multiple occasions. From partnering up with the Masters of Combat, to participating in the orbital bombardment that threatened to wipe out the ground expedition, the Rapongan gang more than lost their chances at redemption. As for the Red Tongs, their peripheral connection to the powerful Ravian alliance deterred the flagrant Sword Maidens only briefly. These utter bastards that liked to munch on human flesh had not only drugged and enslaved the native dwarves, they also replaced their rations with raw dwarf meat. Even if the flagrant Sword Maidens stopped caring about the dwarves, the reprehensible behavior of the Red Tongs earned them a swift laser beam in the head before being dumped on a pile of bodies. The victors were too lazy to dig a mass grave or cremate the remains for the brutal pirates. None of that concerned Ves and Myra right now. They calmly ignored the death and suffering and toured the battlefield as well as the captured supply train of the caged Tongs. Just like the flagrant Sword Maidens, the pirates opted to cobble up a cheap-legged transport together. They only built around 20 heavy transports because they didn't need more room for supplies. Most of their cargo holds no longer held any cargo except for miscellaneous junk. As Ves and Myra inspected each of the cargo holds, it became clear that the caged Tongs did not have long before their mechs lost combat effectiveness. "There's nothing of value here," Ves grimaced as he glanced over the mobile workshop. The rusted tools and the broken 3D printers showed that the caged Tongs had neared their limits in terms of repair capability. "All of this equipment isn't worth taking. You're free to take them if you want, Myra." "No thanks. The Sword Maidens have no need for them either." Ves turned to a security officer who escorted him around the battlefield. "I'd like to have a chat with the boss here. Who is the highest-ranking mech designer or chief technician around here?" The security officer briefly spoke to his commanding officer over the comm before he replied to Ves. "We've captured a number of chief technicians. Our men are interrogating them right now in an adjacent room. Do you wish to have access to them, Mr. Larkinson?" "Why not? Take me to the most senior chief technician among the bunch. I'd like to have a chat with the fellow if you'll allow me," he said. They reached an area repurposed as temporary holding cells and interrogation rooms to process the non-combat personnel from the enemy supply train. When the mechs of the flagrant Sword Maidens rolled in, they instantly surrendered without any hesitation. It wasn't as if they had any choice. How could they possibly resist the mechs without any of their own? Chapter 866 Fallible Leader. "You're going to kill us all, aren't you?" the disheveled-looking chief technician from the cage asked as soon as Ves and Myra sat down on the other side of the table. Ves glanced at the data pad in his armored hands. "Chief Glace Retin Fukumoto, is it?" The gray-haired man gestured with his cuffed hands. "Just call me Glace." "Chief Glace." Ves stared at the face of the man who knew his ultimate fate. Against such a self-conscious man, lying wouldn't accomplish anything. "Unfortunately, there is very little animus among the flagrant Vandals and Lydia's Sword Maidens to extend any mercy to your forces. Neither your caged nor your Red Tong allies have given us any reason to spare any of you. All I can say is that you played your games but lost." A fatalistic mood struck the captive chief technician. Glace laughed to himself before cursing his commanding officer. "Our friggin' sub-boss Scornburned led us all to our doom. He insisted on continuing on this wild goose chase. It's all because of him that the caged entered into an alliance with the filthy Red Tongs despite all of the protests from the rank and file. Tell us more about sub-boss Scornburned." We all thought he acted on orders of the main organization at first. However, we slowly found out that he never received any instructions from the Rapo Principality. All of the wild decisions he took, he did so by himself. Ever since we allied with the Red Tongs, it all went downhill for us. We Cage possessed a lot of pride, but the longer we hitched up with the awful pirates, the more our standards degraded. Glace proceeded to ramble a bit about all the atrocities and stupid decisions the Caged undertook under the incitement of their erstwhile allies. To Ves, it sounded as if the Caged never enjoyed an equal position in this alliance. The Red Tongs fielded significantly more mechs, leveraged their superiority in strength and numbers to dictate the running of the alliance. Did Sub-Boss Scornburn do anything to fight for the rights of the Caged? What did he care? An apathetic Glace shrugged. The sub-boss increasingly hung out with the Red Tongs instead of our own folk. He might as well transplant an alien red tongue in his mouth, because I know for sure he participated in their depraved feasts. The chief technician didn't elaborate on what happened at the feasts. He didn't need to. Anything associated with the Red Tongs likely wouldn't be anything pleasant. Ves turned his attention elsewhere. Since your ground forces landed on this planet, did you ever develop a long-term plan to survive on the planet? Not really. Glace shrugged. Even if some of us voiced concerns since the start, Scornburn didn't listen as long as it came with a price. Since he acted outside the orders of our main organization, he couldn't access the regular funds. He had to seek alternate sources of funding. Where did he get the money to equip the mechs with gravitic backpacks? Some murky money source, I don't know. I'm not in charge of the finances. Now that you mentioned it, I think Scornburn was acting on the orders of someone else. There's no other reason why he pushed us to travel all the way out of our comfort zone and all the way into the deep frontier. When Ves questioned Chief Glace about this mysterious backer, the chief technician really couldn't tell them anything. The Cage might not treat their chief technicians as outright slaves, but they didn't enjoy a high position either. Most of the stories Glace passed on mostly consisted of rumors rather than first-hand accounts. So what's up with the dwarves? Ves asked instead. Well, despite our warnings, Sub-Boss Scornburn and the Red Tongs insisted on landing on this planet with inadequate supplies. We didn't have a lot of orbit-to-surface transport capacity, as most of our flying transports wouldn't survive orbital entry. So we mostly did our thing in the first few weeks, and then our fleet got blasted to Kingdom Come. We didn't expect your space-borne forces to suffer such retaliation either. Ves spoke. Who knew that the Starlight Megalodon still possessed teeth? Well, ever since then, all hell broke loose as far as we were concerned. We were homeless and no longer possessed an avenue for retreat. The only possible hope we could come up with was to seek our salvation at the Starlight Megalodon. Since the crashed battleship is functional enough to fire an antimatter torpedo, she must surely have some shuttles or transports, right? Ves doubted it, but it wasn't as if the Caged Tongs could ask the Flagrant Sworn Maidens or any of the other rival forces for a ride home. Your ground forces didn't have enough supplies to make it to the Starlight Megalodon, right? Right. We warned the officers plenty of times, but Scornburn continued to hang out with the Red Tongs. Each time he came back from their reveries, it's like he lost a couple more brain cells. He always came back jacked up with highly potent stimulants and a belly full of booze. Our doctors had to flush out his bloodstream of intoxicants every day. So what does this do have the dwarves? Well, even if the Red Tongs did their best to ignore reality, the strange phenomenon that causes our mechs to malfunction at an increasing rate along with our dwindling material stockpiles finally alarmed the stupid pirates. After weeks of arguing, they finally decided that if they can't make use of mechs anymore, we'd make use of the locals instead. The Caged Tongs ambushed several large dwarf tribes and forcefully wrested control over them. While the dwarves and wild gods resisted at first, the handful of exobiologists in their midst eventually cooked up a bunch of addicting mind-altering substances that turned them into pliable slaves. Ves frowned at that. Our exobiologists have barely managed to formulate intoxicants that work on the hardy dwarves and wild gods. How come your scientists managed to? The Red Tongs have a lot of practice, Glaze said. This isn't their first rodeo. Besides, synthesizing extreme stimulants is one of their side businesses. They have an entire team of pharmacists and chemists at their disposal. All Ves could say about this was that the Red Tongs only invested in logistics if it gave them their next high. Despite their dependence on mechs, they didn't really invest as much resources and funding as they ought to. Even without the disasters they suffered in this star system, they would have crashed and burned eventually. What Glace told him about their efforts at subverting the dwarf tribes in order to eventually form a huge amount of controllable, wild gods really sounded ambitious in a way. It reminded Ves that the other rival forces may be turning to this kind of solution as well, as not everyone possessed the means and capacity to develop and produce a handful of breakdown-proof mechs. Ves continued to interrogate Chief Glace about certain particulars, though the man didn't really deliver any notable intelligence. Myra herself remained silent and let Ves do the talking. The two may have been able to glean more relevant information from a mech designer instead of a chief technician, but the Cage Tongs didn't bring any of them along. As the interrogation session came to an end, Glace made a final request. Can I ask you something, buddy? When it's finally time to dispose of me, can you allow me to dig my own grave? I'd also appreciate it if I can put a laser beam through my own head instead of letting one of your goons do the job. It's more personal that way. Ves turned to a security officer that stood guard in the corner of the room. Please grant Chief Glace's wish. It's the least that we can do. Handing him a laser pistol poses a security risk. Just do it out of the way. It's not like a laser pistol can burn through your combat armor, especially if you lock it to a low power setting. Ves carried a lot of weight within the flagrant vandals. Only moments later, the security officer passed on word from his superior that they'd be willing to make an exception. Thank you, buddy! Chief Glace smiled with relief. You don't know how much this means to us. Ves thought the man was too decent to suffer from his superior's misdeeds. Sub-boss Scornburn deserved most of the blame for subverting the caged under his command. This event served as a cautionary tale to Ves. The cage sounded like decent people from what he heard. Yet the unilateral decisions of an important leader within the gang led them directly into hell, where they allied with devils dressed in human skin. It's a shame about the caged, he said as they finished their inspection and returned to their workplaces. A single bad apple in the wrong place at the wrong time drove tens of thousands of them to their deaths. Myra nodded sagely. Leaders aren't always right. We elevate and worship them when they make the right calls, but we aren't very quick on the uptake when they make mistakes. They're fallible just like us. An organization that relies too much on a single leader is bound to that person's fortunes. The rise and fall of a single leader affects the rest of the organization in the same way. Does that apply to the Sword Maidens as well? Myra wordlessly smiled at Ves, but didn't respond with a firm reply. When Ves returned to the supply train, the flagrant Sword Maidens already set up camp. They couldn't help it as the sheer amount of damaged mechs and salvage they had to go through necessitated a thorough amount of processing. Ves deftly went through the damaged mechs and drafted efficient repair plans for each of them. He already had plenty of practice in this kind of work, so he did so with admirable skill. Over the next several weeks, Ves actually spent more time directing the salvage efforts. While the Caged and the Red Tongs mostly piloted garbage mechs, that didn't mean they held nothing of value. Ves wanted to hoard as many spare parts and rare materials and exotics as he could get his hands on. Even if the Vandals didn't possess a robust recycling operation, Ves hated the thought of leaving any valuables behind. The cage tongs partially met their end because of dwindling supplies. Ves did not wish for the vandals to suffer the same fate. All of the work on his lap forced him to put his design project on a temporary hiatus. While he found it regretful that he couldn't spend his time on finishing the enduring protector design, what he learned from repairing the vandal mechs and salvaging the badly maintained mechs of the cage tongs already provided him with a couple of new ideas. He couldn't wait to add more revisions to his stalled design. While the repair and salvaging efforts were fully underway, the security officers slowly managed to crack the more stubborn officers of the cage tongs. An alarming piece of news spread among the ranks. The cage tongs didn't locate the flagrant sore maidens through their own efforts. Instead, they received a mysterious transmission that provided them with the coordinates of the flagrant sore maidens on the ground. Someone else incited the cage tongs on the warpath. Who the hell sent those mad dogs to us? Damn it! If the sneaky bastard can do it once, he can do it again! Someone out there really wants to stop us! The vandals developed the suspicion that whoever pointed the cage tongs in their direction didn't actually hope that the pirates would win. No matter how little chance they stood, at the very least the flagrant sore maidens suffered an unavoidable delay. As the rival forces slowly approached the eye of the storm, they also converged upon each other. All roads led to the Starlight Megalodon. Chapter 867 Disposable Design. The flagrant sore maidens finally went back underway after 17 days of rushed repair and salvage efforts. Properly speaking, most of their mechs received only superficial repairs. Captain Bird ordered the Vandal mech technicians to prioritize restoring the mobility of most of their heavily damaged mechs. They could complete other repairs along the way. The important point right now was to get back on the move in order to spoil the plans of whoever sicked the cage tongs at them. Humans instinctively resist the designs of others on them. The flagrant sore maidens wanted to spite whoever forced them to suffer a delay. While Ves still diverted much of his time with supervising the continuous repair efforts, he started to return to his design project whenever had the time to do so. When Ves last touched the design, he upped its laser weapon caliber. This wasn't as simple as replacing its laser rifle barrels with laser cannon barrels and calling it a day. He also had to revise the internal architecture in order to cope with the increased energy expenditure and heat generation. The work and the latest modifications diverged somewhat from his initial vision to design an extremely simple and reliable mech that could withstand the breakdown effect. One of the assets the flagrant sword maidens obtained from the cage tongs consisted of their databanks. When Ves browsed through the maintenance logs and other documents pertaining to the servicing of their mechs, he gained a much greater understanding of how devious the breakdown effect did its best to screw over mechs and other machines for that matter. The logs from the fallen ground force provided a lot of interesting reading materials. The only unfortunate fact was that the Red Tongs weren't really diligent in their paperwork. Their records mostly consisted of haphazard reports written by mech technicians jacked up with 3 or more stimulants. It's a wonder they kept their mechs in working condition in the first place, Ves commented with disgust. With this kind of work ethic, they probably do half the work in twice the time, and that's only on their good days. At least the more sober and disciplined mech technicians of Cage knew how to do their jobs properly. The disparity in the meticulousness of their records underscored how much of a difference discipline and good direction made in the operation of a maintenance department. If Ves had to glean any lessons from these observations, it was that he should never be too lenient and let his subordinates devolve into good-for-nothing bums. While Ves had a lot to complain about when it came to the Vandal mech technicians, in the end their productivity ranked among the best of all the maintenance crews he witnessed. The only ones who worked better were those assigned to more proper military mech regiments. He found it interesting that the same amount of personnel in different forces could exhibit such vastly different traits. Training, talent, age, upbringing, life experiences, and more all shape them into different forms of mech technicians. While Ves hadn't obtained the formula on how to train the perfect mech technician, at least he knew what not to do. Doing awful stuff like allowing his mech technicians to work while drunk or injected with stimulants should be the biggest mistake. Letting them work without adequate supervision or direction was another mistake. I should get back to work. He quietly resumed to perfect and optimize the design of the enduring protector. While Beast Rider Buble started to grow impatient at being locked away in his mind, Ves firmly held the rambunctious living image in place. Once Beast Rider Buble moved into the design of the enduring protector, many of its core aspects could no longer be changed without suffering repercussions. He pitted the evolving iterations of his design through numerous simulations, modeling each and every aspect of its performance. He even spent some time to formulate a mathematical model that simulated the effects of the breakdown effect. Once he subjected the enduring protector to this simulation, he roughly developed a rough impression on how long the mech could last on its own. 1 month or less. Ves grimaced. Is that enough time to complete the mission? The flagrant sword maidens had no idea what they might find at the crash site. Perhaps the battleship degraded into a rusted heap of hull structures after a couple of millennia of being exposed to the elements. Perhaps the survivors cannibalized large portions of the city-sized battleship and developed a thriving, high-tech stronghold around the crash site. Perhaps the survivors broke into quarreling factions that flung all kinds of weapons of mass destruction at their camps, causing the entire surroundings of the crash site to be turned into a radioactive wasteland. Depending on what the flagrant sword maidens might encounter, the mission could last from a couple of days to a couple of months. Despite the substantial delays, the flagrant sword maidens knew they neared the most forbidden place on 7. Deep in the Stormlands, the Starlight Megalodon beckoned to them like a lighthouse in the dark. Time is getting short. I can't tinker around with the design forever. Ves sighed as he studied the latest iteration of his design. He added less and less refinements over time as the law of diminishing returns came into effect. After solving most of the obvious flaws and weak points, it took too much effort to resolve the remaining problems. While it annoyed Ves beyond belief to leave his third original design at a state where he could still improve upon, he knew that he needed to leave enough time for the next steps in the plan. It's time to pull the trigger. Ves breathed deeply before concentrating his mind. The image of Beast Rider Buble triumphantly entered the spiritual space of the design projected in front of his eyes. The transfer finally happened. As Buble and his bonded wild gods settled into their new homes with enthusiasm, Ves perceived that the design had instantly gained a compelling charm. This was the effect of its X factor. It added spiritual weight to the design and forced every person to become affected by the values and messages that Ves imparted into it. Even the most spiritually blind person in the galaxy couldn't miss this design. Too bad I don't have a handy evaluation report in my hands. Without the system, Ves couldn't tell how good of a job he did with the enduring protector. He guessed that many of its parameters received a low grade due to how much he prioritized reliability and endurance over performance. Still, Ves felt as if the X factor of the enduring protector should be able to match the X factor of the Crystal Lord in strength. Even if Ves didn't rely on the spiritual fragment of a long-dead alien leader as the core of the image of Beast Rider Buble, he found it extremely fitting to base his images around the local life forms. The enduring protector design only needed to fulfill a single role during a single mission. Aeon Corona 7 was one of the most extreme environments that Ves ever had to design a mech for, but he hoped that by instilling his design with the hardy and adaptable qualities of the wildlings and wild gods, it would be able to last a little longer than it did in the simulations. Mathematical models can calculate a lot of things, but it can't model inexplicable metaphysics, Perhaps one day, humanity might be able to measure, quantify, and define the effects associated with spirituality. When that day came, it wouldn't take long for new mathematical models to emerge that could calculate spirituality to a highly accurate degree. Or not. Ves believed that spirituality was intricately associated with life, especially complex, sentient life. Even up to now, humanity has never managed to model a complete human consciousness, though not for lack of trying. Future advancements aside, for now Ves needed to rely on the system or his own intuition to judge whether he had done a good job. Since he had a good feeling about the finished product, Ves did not see any cause for concern. My design is finally done! Ves had no one to celebrate his success with. No one else sat behind the banks of terminals in the mobile workshop. Ves wasn't close to any of the chief technicians, and Kitty's already had her hands full with assisting Myra and managing the Sword Maiden repair efforts. She put the lessons she learned to good use. He sighed. If everything goes according to plan, this should be the last time I design an original mech alone. After he wrapped up his design project, he reported to Captain Bird and presented the finished design. The meeting didn't last very long, as the only major change from his prior presentation about the design project amounted to increasing the power of its laser armaments. All the other minor tweaks and refinements elicited no interest from the mech officer. Only someone with a technical or engineering background would be able to realize the significance of those optimizations. Captain, do I have your permission to begin production of this new design? He asked at the end of his brief report. Might as well. Captain Bird waved dismissively. She had grown a lot more tired over the months. Leading the ground expedition kept taking a toll on her health and peace of mind. Start with one and see if it performs according to your expectations. We don't have the time to go through an elaborate testing process, so limit your adjustments to quick fixes only. Understood. Those are my intentions as well. I don't plan to let my design linger while we're only less than a month away from reaching the red zone. The long trek finally neared their destination. Ves knew that he had to get a hurry on with this project in order to fabricate a sufficient amount of breakdown-proof mechs to become a significant factor in the upcoming deployment plans. After Ves received the required permissions, he commandeered a crew of mech technicians and dumped the design on their laps. This is the finished design of the breakdown-proof frontline mech that I've worked on. It predominantly consists of outdated but reliable parts, so it shouldn't be any difficulty for you to fabricate them according to their specifications. Even though the parts are simple, I don't want to see any sloppiness from you bunch, got that? I swear if one of you screws up, I'll force you to brush Kalanxo's teeth. With the amount of prestige that Ves enjoyed among the Vandals, he had no need to issue such a threat. He did so anyway because he really did not wish to screw up the very first copy of his design. Even if the first production mech didn't carry any significance this time, Ves still wanted to be as thorough as possible. However, he also needed to be brisk and allow the mech technicians to become accustomed to fabricating its parts. This was why he immediately involved the mech technicians in the fabrication process instead of doing everything himself. Right now, Ves did not care too much about imparting a gold label like X Factor on the first copy of the Enduring Protector. The mechs will only be of use for a couple of weeks at most. There's no need to invest an excessive amount of affection on these disposable machines. In the following day, Ves supervised the mech technicians as they churned out part after part. The small, limited-capacity 3D printers worked far too slow to his tastes. The delicate machines suffered very poorly against the breakdown effect, and the mech technicians frequently had to halt their work in order to correct some minor misalignments inside the machine. It took twice as much time to finish what should have been a fairly simple set of tasks. It's a good thing I've accounted for the additional delays. Ves sighed in relief. Even with this poor level of efficiency, I think we can still manage to fabricate enough enduring protectors to form a complete squad. Chapter 868A Simple Mech. VS felt very disappointed at the efficiency of the workshop, but what could he do? The ground expedition went so deep in the stormlands that all of their electrical and mechanical devices started fizzing at unexpected times. He even feared for his own array of gadgets and equipment. Besides simple objects like the hidden knives and the cadices, every other piece of gear stuffed in his earth and was susceptible to the breakdown effect. Yet, for some reason, none of his gadgets failed as of yet. This included the extremely sensitive high-powered gadgets slotted with ultra-compact batteries. Save for his gravitic backpack, military-issued officer comm, his spare laser pistol, his multi-tool, his multiscanner, and a few other odds and ends, he fabricated all of the gear by himself, including the C-22 earth and light combat armor. Is it because of my craftsmanship? Even if he possessed a spiritual touch that imprinted some of his considerable spirituality on his products, it didn't explain why the other devices remained intact as well. It was as if the breakdown effect encompassed the entire planet except for a small bubble around VS. Was it his spirituality? Perhaps. Yet he couldn't conceivably explain such a matter. It would have been too easy to chalk it up to his spirituality. As an engineer, VS did not wish to settle for such a lazy explanation. In any case, the surprising lack of problems silently reassured VS, even if he still puzzled over the exception. Just to be sure, VS still performed daily maintenance on all of his gear. Every day, he partially disassembled most devices and checked them over. He even feigned adjusting bits and pieces so that everyone looking at him from a distance believed his devices had acted up as well. VS planned to keep an unexpected advantage like this wholly to himself. Who knew how the others would react if they found out he had become strangely immune to the breakdown effect? Perhaps they might load him up with sensitive equipment and send him straight into the red zone along with the infantry assigned to board the Starlight Megalodon. There's no way I can survive in the thick of the red zone and the interior of the Starlight Megalodon. This is a job for trained soldiers. The best Vandal security officers already trained for months for what they might encounter at the mission site. Armorers recently finished fabricating high-quality sets of light combat armor for them. The lightweight armor had been dumbed down to the point of stripping away all of its servos, yet it still offered substantial protection by making use of compressed armor. A couple of combat engineer and specialist types accompanied the trained soldiers as well. These experts possessed a decent grasp in shipboard architecture, hacking, doctors, exobiologists, and more. VS half expected he'd be assigned to this group as well, but this time his high position saved him from the trouble. Instead, VS had been asked to recommend some volunteers. He quickly foisted some random mech technicians and a low-ranking mech designer to the group of specialists. It's good to be the boss, he chuckled. While the combat engineers and specialists underwent intensive training, VS directed his attention to his work on the Enduring Protector. When the mech technicians finally assembled the first production model together, VS and the men watched with awe as the frontline mech finally revealed its majesty in the flesh. Its strong X-factor had already influenced the mech technicians, yet when it finally became whole, the first copy left an unforgettable impression on the men. It seemed larger than life. With its four crawler-type legs, its short and broad cylindrical torso, the menacing-looking laser cannons affixed to articulating mounts on the sides, the frontline mech looked kind of silly if not for its strong, protective, and enduring aura. Even without saying so, those present vaguely felt that this was a mech designed to brave the breakdown effect and protect its charges by taking out threats from afar. Objectively, VS had a lot to criticize about the design. The irreconcilable problem concerning the Enduring Protector design was that its paltry mobility and armor simply couldn't keep up with the rigors of mech combat. It depended too heavily on external assistance such as Kalanxo's space barrier to put up a decent fight. VS had no choice but to opt for these design choices. He faced too many limitations, and as a mech designer, he couldn't indulge in fantasy when it came to designing realistic products. After half an hour, their first test pilot arrived. Captain Bird already selected a single squad of ranged specialists to take up the Enduring Protector. The mech pilot that arrived abruptly halted when he viewed the Enduring Protector. It looked much more valiant than the design schematics suggested. VS approached the test pilot. "This is a momentous occasion. Are you ready to test this mech?" "I am." The mech pilot spoke confidently. "This mech should be a piece of cake to pilot. Even if the Enduring Protector is a simple mech, care must still be taken if you want it to last as long as possible. Making the wrong movements or stressing out the frame will wear it out pretty quickly," VS warned. Whatever you say, man." Even if the Enduring Protector contained many safeguards against the breakdown effect, the mech pilot's actions still determined whether it could last up to a month without any major malfunctions. The main limitation of the mech was its awful mobility. Its crawler limbs moved far too slow and could only effectively lift one of its forelimbs at a time. Impatient range specialists used to running around in their nimble rifleman mechs might push the Enduring Protector beyond its safe limits in an effort to gain a momentary advantage. VS couldn't do much to stop such behavior. While he provided the tools, it was up to the mech pilots to make use of them in their own ways. As much as VS wanted to exert control over the mech pilots, his job as a mech designer precluded such rights. Every mech designer faced these conundrums. They meticulously designed a mech to be used and piloted in a certain way. Yet if mech pilots wanted to use their rifles as clubs, who could stop them? VS certainly couldn't do so. Outside the battlefield, the mech technicians and mech designers reigned supreme. Once a mech entered the battlefield, the mech pilot gained completely control over his actions. To VS, designing mechs gave the illusion of being able to control them even after they rolled off the production lines. He felt a sense of ownership of his products even after he delivered them to their new owners. The age-old question whether he should care for his products or wash his hands off them once he sold or delivered them to his clients always came back to him. A month ago, he leaned towards washing his hands off them, but now that he witnessed the test pilot carefully putting the first production model to its paces, he started to flip-flop back towards caring for his products. VS couldn't make up his mind, despite making up his mind a while ago. Truthfully speaking, it wasn't healthy for mech designers to stay attached to their mechs, especially once their designs started getting sold by the thousands. At this scale, too many mech pilots emerged that abused their mechs or misused them for nefarious purposes. "I can disown them, but they are still my children in a way. Every mech carries a piece of my legacy. Whether they get used up in a couple of years or last for several decades, all of them are precious in my eyes." His design philosophy compelled him to see mechs as something more than just commodities. It forced him to care for his mechs even if he wanted to wash his hands off them. Just like a parent seeing their children growing up and leaving the nest, they still couldn't help but care for their sons and daughters even after they went bad and committed murder or something. VS didn't pay a lot of attention to the testing process due to his sudden musings. In any case, it wasn't as if his attention mattered, as the Enduring Protector largely performed within expectations. Its real space performance largely matched the performance the design exhibited in various simulations. A simple mech design affected fewer variables than a more complex mech design. The Enduring Protector moved slowly and methodically, thereby allowing simulations to fully keep up with any dynamic situation that might occur. Therefore, while the testing did reveal some minor deviations in performance, the differences could be chalked up to discrepancies in the actual construction of the mech. "All right. Let's end the testing for now. We've gathered enough data," VS commanded. When VS emerged out of his fugue, he already saw that further testing wouldn't be needed. They already gathered plenty of data, and it wasn't like the Enduring Protector was capable of any acrobatics. A simple mech could only perform a limited amount of maneuvers. The testing process for the Enduring Protector should be far shorter than any of the other original mechs he designed. It feels like we've gone back in time to the first couple of mech generations. Everything was simpler back then. The MTA's rigorous certification and validation procedures hadn't been in place at the start of the Age of Mechs. Nowadays, mechs got much more complex. The potential for abuse lurked everywhere. The MTA cracked down on freewheeling behavior by unscrupulous mech designers. To be sure, the state of mechs made enormous strides after more than 400 years of continuous advancements. Yet, Ves also felt that the mech industry lost some of its initial spark. These days, mech technology mostly advanced at a steady, controlled pace. Radical innovation stopped emerging, or if they did, plenty of barriers stood in the way for others to make use of them. The Galactic Rim enviously looked on as the Galactic Heartland and the Galactic Center got to enjoy the latest toys. Completing the Enduring Protector design and witnessing it in action gave Ves a sense of what the earlier mech designers must have felt when they explored the unknown. Back then, mechs had not become the monolithic war machines it became today. Nobody knew whether mechs held any promise. Uncertainty. Promise. Risk. Reward. All of these factors, along with the lack of regulations and restrictions, gave Ves a sense of complete satisfaction. This was mech design at its purest. As he basked in the feelings and insights of completing his third original mech design, some portions deep within his mind began to experience some transformations. Ves felt his design philosophy starting to sublimate yet again. He knew he came closer to advancing to the rank of journeyman mech designer. Comprehension welled within his mind. I see now. The reason why apprentices needed to gain practical experience in designing mechs in order to advance is so that they understand the essence of their profession. The key is to embody the word design. As mech designers, how can we ever become masters of our own profession if we don't do any actual design work? This partially explained why mech designers relegated to side jobs such as fabrication mechs, repairing mechs, testing and simulating mechs, and more never got the opportunity to advance. He already came up with this line of reasoning, but only now did he truly experience how the act of designing a real and meaningful mech design led to transformations in the mind. Ves felt as if his design philosophy started out as an imaginary entity. Yet through embodying his design philosophy and the meaning of the word design, he fed his design philosophy with his experiences, causing it to grow more substantial over time. At some point, the imaginary accumulated a sufficient amount of experiences and underwent a final transformation. At that point, it became something real. Chapter 869 Real Way. Still, not any act of mech design will do. There has to be a sense of weight with the design. Any mech design that puts people's lives at stake is a design with weight. The key to transforming a mech designer's design philosophy was not so much designing as much mechs as possible. While Ves derived some satisfaction when he completed the design of a virtual mech, eventually it felt too fake for him. How could something fake ever match up to something real? Seeing his mech perform on the virtual battle arena simply couldn't beat the raw sensations running through his body when he saw actual battle footage of his mechs in battle. All those mech pilots piloting his Mark Antony, Black Beak and Crystal Lord designs right now trusted in their mechs and their designer to do them justice. Ves had been away from his company for a long time, so he didn't know the exact number of copies of his designs in circulation right now. The figure definitely surpassed tens of thousands of mechs, which was a mind-boggling number to Ves, yet was considered peanuts by large mech manufacturers. Still, it basically meant that Ves indirectly influenced the lives of tens of thousands of mechs in the Komodo star sector. The designs he developed, and the mechs his company produced changed the course of history in this region of space. However small his influence might be, he had already left his mark. A sense of pride welled up in his heart. Ves knew his designs achieved moderate commercial success. Plenty of buyers opted to purchase his mechs over the many alternatives in the market. Even if the market shares of his mech models didn't seem impressive, at least a number of people valued them. How could he not feel satisfied? The enduring protector he developed may never see the light of day in civilized space, but this design was just as impactful as his other two original designs. Even if only 12 or so copies existed at most, even if it would never be put to use outside of this planet, even if it would only be used for a month or so, its use was anything but trivial. Whatever happens at the Starlight Megalodon has the potential to steer history in different directions. Depending on what we can recover from the crashed battleship, perhaps even the course of the war will shift. This might be why Ves felt so affected by his accomplishments today. He could design 100 virtual mechs and still not gain as much as completing this singular momentous design. Fostering a design philosophy requires a mech designer to turn it from something imaginary into something real. How can a mech designer drag their design philosophies into the right direction when they stick to playing with fake designs? Without reaching a state where Ves had developed his intelligence and spirituality to this extent, he may not have witnessed this transformation as it happened. That said, all the other jobs had their own merits. Playing with virtual mechs allowed him to accumulate practical experience, as well as earn him some DP. Fabricating mechs in person prevented him from growing out of touch of his own designs and increased his appreciation of the construction of mechs. Repairing, tuning and modifying mechs brought him even closer to the essence of mechs as fallible machines. What might work out in the design schematic may not be such a good idea in reality, as battle damage and wear and tear rapidly degraded the performance of various fancy features. Mech designers needed to do more than lock themselves up in a lab all day and cook up various designs without ever seeing them for real. This was also the main reason why a stint in a design studio wasn't such an ideal job. Mech designers ought to consider the job of designing mechs day in day out to be heaven, but reality proved otherwise. Design studios pumped out too many designs, many of which ended up collecting dust in some forgotten database. Only 1 in 50 or 1 in 100 design variants may be licensed out to mech manufacturers and be put into production. In any case, Ves enjoyed a very different position from the mech designers who slaved away in the employ of those slave-driving design studios. Even though he only designed 3 original mech designs so far, he felt as if he only needed to design a couple more mech designs with the same level of impact to precipitate his nascent design philosophy. More is not necessarily better. The theory he heard so long ago about purposefully building up a proper foundation by designing many different mechs did not fit with his current understanding of the advancement process. Quantity could never match up to quality. 100 fake designs never weighed as substantial as a single real design. Some mech designers take 40 years to advance to journeyman. Others only take a couple of years at most. The vast majority, however, never find an opportunity to advance. Much of the latter likely never possessed the minimum level of spirituality required to form a nascent design philosophy and foster it until it became something real. These differences illustrated the inherent unfairness of his profession. An impulse compelled Ves to immediately seek out Kedis and lecture her of what he learned. Yet he quickly shook his head and dismissed the notion. The mech industry didn't go into too much detail about these rules, and it was probably for a good reason. A lesson learned by yourself is much more pertinent than a lesson taught by someone else. Sometimes, experience is the best teacher. Ves had already lectured her on the basics anyway, back when he didn't entirely understand them himself. It was easy to state the rules existed. It was harder to actually start believing them without experiencing their relevance in their own lives. In any case, Ves considered himself to have taken an enormous stride towards advancing to journeyman now. He felt almost ready to take the biggest step and solidify his design philosophy. At that point, he became set upon his path. His design philosophy would no longer be as malleable to outside changes as before. The only way for it to change was by evolving it to greater heights. Ves considered his design philosophy and felt that for all of its flaws and restrictions, it fit his aspirations pretty well. He felt no regrets if the current incarnation of his design philosophy stuck with him for the rest of his life. All right, I should get back to work. As the flagrant sword maidens crossed the final stretch to the fabled red zone, their progress slowed as the raging astral winds experienced turbulence a lot more frequently than from farther away. This close to the source of the anomaly, it was inevitable that the breakdown effect spiked more than 100 times a day. Yet even then, they persevered. Ves modified the designs of many Vandal mechs to make them last longer without requiring an extensive amount of servicing. Chief Dakin designed the legged transports just like how Ves designed the Enduring Protector, so they needed a lot less babysitting than other machines. While Ves supervised the fabrication of more and more parts for the Enduring Protector, the Beast Rider support group suddenly called him up for some reason. Curious why his former subordinates requested his presence, Ves temporarily left the mech technicians to themselves and went over towards the infirmary. Dr. Tillman greeted him there, which was strange as she wasn't part of the Beast Rider support group. We're keeping what we've found out a secret. If word ever gets out of what we discovered, all of our mech pilots will probably rise up in arms. Ves frowned at her. Dr. Tillman's presence here signified that the Vandals discovered something extremely serious related to the Beast Rider project. She didn't say much, but instead led Ves to an enclosed room. A pair of security officers stood guard, and only allowed them in after Ves temporarily relinquished most of his gadgets. The Vandals really didn't want any recording devices to be smuggled inside the guarded room. Once he entered, he came face to face with Captain Orphan, who was strapped up in some kind of medical module right now. Doctors and exobiologists pored over the readings like eager hamsters. What is going on? Ves asked. Come here and see this, Mr. Larkinson. Ves walked over to the bank of consoles and viewed a specific projection pointed out by one of his former subordinates. It displayed a very simple graph. To most mech pilots, the line in the graph looked flat without any fluctuations. Right now, however, the line oscillated up and down, but to such a small extent that the graph had to be zoomed in to visualize the fluctuations. Even though such a difference was very minute, the fact that the graph displayed fluctuations at all was an extremely momentous development. This graph shows that Captain Rosa Orphan is capable of demonstrating a minute amount of resonance. Right now, her resonance strength is extremely limited, measuring up to only 0.00001 lavares or less, one of the doctors said lightly. Such a tiny figure seems so tiny that most people might as well round it down to zero, yet to someone like Ves, this meant a sea of change. What we thought might happen has finally come to pass, he whispered with amazement. Captain Orphan is now an expert candidate. It appears so, Mr. Larkinson. Why bring me here? The transformation on Captain Orphan and Lieutenant Dice's bodies are ongoing. From your understanding of expert pilots, we'd like to hear your judgment whether Captain Orphan will be able to advance to the rank of expert pilot in a short period of time. Ves didn't answer immediately. Instead, he directed his eyes towards Captain Orphan, who seemed bored as she was locked inside the medical module. Being prodded for hours at a time must have been an infuriating experience to someone so hands-on as her. She looked as if she was one step away from ripping out all the sensors attached to her body. He did not see her with his eyes, though. Instead, he directed his sixth sense in her direction. He sensed a spark. A bright flame where none existed before. It was small, but it was substantially more real than any of the flames he sensed from other mech pilots. "She's only at the starting line right now," he said. "While we don't know how expert pilots are formed, I don't believe the transformations induced by her bond with Kalanxo can carry her over the hurdle. She won't be able to crawl her way to becoming an expert pilot. She needs to run in order to make it through the race." "What are your suggestions?" Dr. Tillman asked. Ves tried to formulate his theories carefully. "From my understanding of expert pilots, those that are capable of becoming candidates have already passed the most difficult hurdle. Their bodies and minds possess the right potential to allow them to become expert pilots. That is what it means to be an expert candidate. Yet many candidates with bold dreams never advance to expert pilots in their lives. Do you know why that is so?" "No. It's because they lack the discipline, willpower, and belief that comprises of an expert pilot's demeanor," Ves answered simply. "Weak-willed expert pilots don't exist. These are the lessons that the Larkinsons have learned after nurturing several expert pilots in each generation of our expansive family. This rare gift that Captain Orphan received from her bond with Kalanxo is precious, but I don't think it's powerful enough to do the work for her. She needs to do the rest of the work by herself for the road ahead." Ves predicted that this might take a very long time, as Captain Orphan didn't seem to fit with the qualities he mentioned earlier. As much as Ves wished that the Vandals obtain an expert pilot raised from their own ranks, if only to counterbalance Venerable Sie, he couldn't turn water into wine. Chapter 870 Sending Off. Still, the fact that one of his predictions came true and that interfacing with a sacred god could induce a beast rider into transforming into an expert candidate already represented a major bombshell. Forget alarming the Komodo star sector. Something as explosive as this might shock the entire galaxy down to the very heart of the Big Two or the first-rate superstates. It went without saying that only a limited amount of people knew of this inside secret. While the Vandals ordinarily played fast and loose with secrets and confidential matters, this time none of those in the know dared to leak out the news. Even Lieutenant Dice of the Sword Maidens kept her mouth shut, only seeing fit to inform Commander Lydia of this development. Ves sighed deeply at this outcome. From the first time he witnessed a successful interfacing attempt, he already predicted that Captain Orphan and Lieutenant Dice transformed into expert candidates. Yet deep down, he hoped that such a transformation didn't succeed. Everything would have been much simpler if sacred gods couldn't turn any random mech pilot into someone capable of advancing into experts. Too many mech pilots desired to advance. Some would hand over control over entire star systems in the galactic center for the opportunity to advance into expert pilots. What would they do once they found out about this seemingly guaranteed method to turn them into expert candidates? All hell would break loose in the galaxy. It was too much for the pitiful, flagrant Vandals to bear. They were the scoundrels of the Bright Republic's Mech Corps. As a raiding regiment manned by dregs and cast-offs, how could they carry such an enormous burden on their shoulders? This was why most Vandals remained ignorant of the truth. Rather than burdening their fragile shoulders with a weight that they couldn't possibly bear, it was better to let others carry the weight instead. Unfortunately, Ves was one of the few who had been forced to share the heavy burden. This was a weight independent from the heavy gravity, but it pressed upon his body nonetheless as he left the infirmary. The casual advice and insights he shared with the team of doctors and experts in the know already enlightened them to the exact nature of the significance of what it meant to be an expert candidate. They also learned from him on how to guide Captain Orphan into using her new status as an expert candidate as a springboard to advance to a genuine expert pilot. Ves normally wouldn't spill so much about his understanding of expert pilots, as some of them concerned valuable lessons learned by the Larkinsons over many generations. However, the flagrant sword maidens entered a period of unprecedented peril. Though he didn't hold his hopes that Captain Orphan might be able to advance in the near future, the faster she matured, the higher their chances of survival. Nobody despised more expert pilots on their side. Ves decided to pay a visit to Kalankso during the next rest period. He hadn't visited her in a while, so she showed some initiative and roared a friendly greeting when she spotted his approach. "Ha ha!" Ves chuckled. "Glad to see you too. There's a lot of buzzing going on about what you did to your beast riders. You're amazing, you know that?" Kalankso roared expressively. It seemed her time with the flagrant sword maidens and the beast riders finally mellowed her out. The events that happened near the ancient city of Samar finally started to fade from her mind. By interfacing with both Captain Orphan and Lieutenant Dice, Kalankso gained a whole new perspective on the foreigners from the stars. She was probably one of the most well-informed indigenous life forms on the planet right now. Due to all of the years around them, Ves didn't bring up any confidential matters. He only chatted idly about how she was doing, whether she was ready to fight, and so on. Kalankso eagerly replied and roared back at him, and while he couldn't interpret her entire meaning, he got the gist of it anyway. Still, the true purpose of their meeting was for Ves to probe Kalankso on a spiritual level. He extended his sixth sense and risked activating his spiritual vision in order to see what changed since the last time he viewed her in this manner. Kalankso's spirituality was as huge as always. It was so enormous in fact that Ves felt oppressed even though it didn't seem very real. Ves tried hard to detect if anything changed since last time, and he finally sensed that her spirituality lost some strength. It felt huge, but it was as if someone had taken a bite out of it. Was this the price Kalankso paid to forcefully elevate her beast riders into expert candidates? This confirmed to Ves that Kalankso paid a heavy price for Captain Orphan and Lieutenant Dice's benefit. It explained why the sacred gods never bonded to the blessed people more than once at a time. Ves grew curious how exactly Kalankso managed to donate a part of her spirituality to her beast riders. He believed that this process served as the key to turning other people into expert candidates. The other changes associated with the transformations were merely side benefits as far as he was concerned. In private, Ves surmised that such an elaborate and intricate transfer of spirituality could not have come naturally. This transformation and empowering process had been baked into the sacred gods by design. Not just any exobiologist could have cooked up something like this. In fact, as Ves started to flit through the possibilities in his mind, he started to develop a creeping suspicion on who might be responsible for the grand design that had shaped the entire ecosystem of Aeon Corona 7. The Five Scrolls Compact. Only these crazy fanatics with their mixed awareness of spirituality could have cooked up something like this. Yet how could this be their work? There was only one answer in his mind. The Five Scrolls Compact managed to infiltrate the Starlight Megalodon, a proud and resplendent capital ship of the Common Fleet Alliance. Ves would have expected the all-powerful CFA to vet their crew, but especially the exobiologists, yet somehow they overlooked a scarily competent exobiologist's true origins. How could they have slipped up so much? The mysteries of the Starlight Megalodon, and what happened ever since she crash-landed on 7 continued to dwell on his mind. The notion that vast conspiracies might have been at work to turn the situation as it was today continued to gain strength in his mind. All of these revelations set Ves ill at ease, and he quickly begged Kalankso goodbye before he left. He sunk back into work for the next few weeks. He puzzled over the Starlight Megalodon, he puzzled over his equipment's strange immunity to the breakdown effect, and he puzzled over how to advance to journeyman in the fastest possible speed. Ves felt as if his status as an apprentice had turned into shackles. Only apprentices who started to reach the age of 50 or higher would have felt this way, but Ves only started practicing his career a few years ago. Alas, there are no shortcuts here, He sighed at the last thought. I still need to find an opportunity to design more mechs. In the meantime, the mech technicians become more accustomed to the challenges of fabricating all of the parts for the enduring protector. For now, Ves did not order the men to assemble them yet. Instead, they packed them off in some of the containers that had become empty after the Vandals used up the materials stored inside. Many of their transports carried empty loads as the months went by. Their stock of supplies dipped significantly even after they carried away a lot of salvage from the battle against the caged tongs. However, all of it was worth it because they finally reached the edge of the red zone after several weeks of marching. Finally, we are here! The Starlight Megalodon is just a stone's throw away for our mechs. Don't get complacent, boys and girls. Right now, we're 100 kilometers away from the crash site, but I'll bet that our rivals aren't too far away. This is no time to sit back and relax. The Vandals and Sword Maidens knew that if they could manage to get this close to the fabled battleship, then so could others. Everyone kicked themselves into a state of vigilance. The long days of monotonous work and marching was over now. The heavy transports congregated in a circle around Kalangso, who would be able to summon up her space barrier and defend their vulnerable supply train against any long-range bombardment. Vast swathes of mechs arranged as scouts and patrols radiated outward from their position in a circle. They did not dare range their mechs too far. Not only would it be easy to bump into an enemy ambush, the breakdown effect had also grown extremely strong. It wasn't so rare nowadays that mechs malfunction more than 3 times a day. If a mech patrolled more than 2 hours away from the temporary camp, they might not even be able to limp back under their own force as the mech continued to fall apart by the minute. How can anyone think of fighting a battle under this horrendous condition? Chief Dakin asked. The breakdown effect will wreck more mechs than enemy attacks. That's why Captain Bird isn't so eager to send our mechs out to sniff out the trail of our rivals. Ves calmly replied. Our jobs are going to be extremely hard nowadays. Mechs and machinery are both breaking down at an unprecedented rate. Frankly, we should be pulling back a bit. Captain Bird won't allow it. We need to hold this position so that the people and mechs we send out to the red zone has somewhere safe to go back to. It won't be long now before they deploy. A day later, the time to send out the troops finally arrived. The so-called exploration party consisting of security officers and specialists finished their training and preparations. All of them wore simple suits of light combat armor and carried very simple but reliable gear. The Sword Maidens prepared their own warriors as well. While they hardly sent in any experts, they more than made up for it with extremely deadly greatsword-wielding battle fanatics. As far as the Sword Maidens were concerned, the breakdown effect was a blessing to them. With most advanced technologies rendered useless, they wouldn't face so many sophisticated weapons this time. The breakdown effect had no effect on something as simple as their swords. All of the men and women on foot boarded special fast transports laden with supplies. Chief Dakin personally designed these transports to be even more reliable and breakdown-proof than the other vehicles, incorporating much more durable and expensive materials to make them last longer. Of course, one of the most significant assets one of the transports carried was a god crystal generator. As long as the exploration party brought one of these generators along, they would never have to worry about their mechs and machines running out of power. Ves stood with Chief Dakin and some others as they were about to send off the exploration party. The mechs are coming! 2 squads of mechs poured out of the ranks of the Vandals and the Sword Maidens. 12 complete enduring protectors marched out slowly on their 4 crawler-type legs. While every Vandal had already seen glimpses of them during the last few days, this was the first time they witnessed all 12 moving out in unison. Their auras blended together and amplified their effects, causing them to form an imposing impression to the Vandals. Even the sword maidens looked mightily impressed at the invisible feelings they somehow managed to conjure. They couldn't help but believe that with these mechs around, the members of the exploration party would be in safe hands. Yet Ves did not pay too much attention to the enduring protectors, as he already knew everything about them. Instead, he turned his attention to the side of the sword maidens. He finally witnessed Myra's breakdown-proof design. Chapter 871 Asteria. As a journeyman mech designer raised in the frontier, Myra imparted some unique properties in her mech designs that Ves rarely saw in designs from civilized space. First and foremost, pirates and pirate designers completely disregarded the existence of licenses. As long as the design or technical specifications of a good component could be found on the galactic net or in other shady circles, they'd be sure possess them. Any decent person could unearth a lot of great mech and component designs from the galactic net, though most tended to be rather outdated. No component design remained a secret forever. The only practical limitations posed by pirates who pirated other designs was that most of them incorporated difficult to work with or extremely rare materials. This was actually the best form of protection for their intellectual property, though the more restrictions they imposed, the less attractive they became to legitimate customers. Mech designers operating under the sphere of influence of the MTA deeply respected the current licensing regime. Plagiarism, corporate espionage, and outright stealing ran rife before the MTA introduced the licensing regime. The Mech Trade Association knew that mech designers always sought for shortcuts. Nobody wanted to reinvent the wheel when someone else already developed a good wheel already. The licensing regime basically legitimized the practice of copying someone else's work and made sure the original developers received their fair share in exchange for putting their works on display. Of course, pirates completely ignored these restrictions. The felinid beast mechs that marched out from their ranks immediately made a striking impression on Ves. While others saw a lean, light, leopard-shaped mech that appeared to be excellent for flanking and hit-and-run attacks, Ves saw a collection of bestseller mech components seamlessly merged together into a great design. Word quickly spread from the sword maiden ranks. Myra named her leopard mech as the Asteria. "What a great design!" Ves sighed. He truly meant that. While Myra also prioritized reliability and endurance in designing the Asteria, she shamelessly made use of historically famed and brilliant mech components, some of which had been developed for internal use by top-tier organizations in the past and had never been licensed out. These excellent, high-performing components all brought out the highest potential of the Asteria beast mechs. Ves walked over to the ranks of the sword maidens and sought out Maria and Kedis. "Hey Ves! What's up?" Kedis chirped. "I'm fine. How is your training lately? Have you kept up with your studies?" Somewhat." She laughed awkwardly. "Let's not talk about that. Kedis has been spending more time on her sword training lately," Myra said with a disapproving expression. "I thought we went over this. You're a mech designer, not a warrior." "It's too dangerous here. A fight could break out at any moment. I have to be as ready as possible to defend myself. If any threat comes in our way, our mechs will take care of it, Kedis. What can you do against a mech by yourself and your sword?" "I can still slice their legs." Ves imagined Kedis walking up to an enemy mech and ineffectually hacking her sword at its feet. The outcome wouldn't be much different than the idiotic dwarf warriors who thought they could fell a mech by banging against them with their bone clubs. "I must say, Myra, I admire your Asteria design. I must say it's a risky choice to discard defense in exchange for offensive." If Ves limited himself to designing a melee mech instead of a ranged mech, then he would have surrendered to the planet's harsh gravity and designed a defense-oriented mech. He possessed enough familiarity with night mechs to design a reliable and relatively energy-efficient medium night mech. Yet Myra subverted his expectations and actually went through with designing a mobility-oriented beast mech on a planet that imposed extremely harsh limitations on mobility. I understand your puzzlement. Myra smiled at VS. Yet in a battlefield where every mech is as slow as a crawling mech, you only need a slight edge in mobility to gain the initiative. The Asteria has that and more. Its true strength lies in its burst speed. It can leap forward at a speed that surpasses any normal mech under the same conditions. VS connected the dots. He swept his eyes back to the Asterias that marched forward until they walked up to the front of the expedition party. Their body structure and limb designs seem exceptionally capable of making powerful leaping attacks. The Asterias couldn't function like night mechs and form a defensive bulwark against their enemies. However, with Kalanxo covering their defensive needs, the Asterias didn't have to fulfill this role. Instead, the Asterias served best as flankers, harassers, scouts, and ambushers. These offense-oriented mechs could fell any breakdown-proof mech once they pounced upon them with their claws and teeth. As long as they had energy to spare, their burst mobility completely exceeded. Kalanxo, the Asterias, and the Enduring Protectors all formed a trinity that covered different needs. Still, the Sword Maidens took on the most dangerous role of all, and the chances of overreaching themselves were too large. Only the best and most disciplined Sword Maiden mech pilot would be able to keep their Asterias intact. Let us wish our comrades good luck. After sending off the exploration party, the Vandals and Sword Maidens that remained behind shifted into war footing. While they always prepared themselves for battle, the risks were never greater as now. Aeon Corona 7 was simply too big. As a super-Earth several times the size of old Earth, 7's surface area simply gave too much room for isolated forces to hide in. It would have been a coincidence that rival forces bumped into each other. The Cage Tongs only tracked down the flagrant Sword Maidens after some other party pointed the way, after all. Yet now that they converged near the Starlight Megalodon, the chances of waging several battles became too acute. The big problem, however, was that this close to the source of the astral winds, the breakdown effect had become the killer of mechs. Forget about battling other forces, they first needed to fight against the abnormal environment. We should immobilize or shut down every mech and machine at our disposal when not absolutely needed, VS said in an emergency meeting shortly after sending off the exploration party. The mechs on patrol and scouting assignments are breaking down several times faster than the ones that are sitting still. Chief Dakin nodded. I agree, though it would also make us blind to any machines that have quietly degraded to the point of breaking down completely. We still need mechs to patrol and to guard our supply train against surprise attacks. What I'm suggesting is that we calculate the optimal number of active mechs that our mech technicians can cope with. If we make use of too many active mechs, then our mech technicians will be swamped with work. If we put too few mechs to use, we'd be putting spare capacity to waste while decreasing the strength of our first responders. Captain Bird grimaced at the difficult consideration. I understand. Chief Dakin, Mr. Larkinson, please work out your proposals quickly. On this issue, I prefer to lean towards caution. I'd rather have too many mechs active at any time than to put too many of them on ice. There is an extremely high chance of facing our fellow rivals from the stars, and we cannot afford to be caught flat-footed against them. In addition, there are also unknown native threats about, of which we've only caught traces of so far. I'll do the best I can, Captain, but the mech technicians won't like it. I think I can kick them into a higher gear for some time, but they'll eventually burn out if they have to deal with excessive workloads day in day out. VS replied with both caution and determination. Their commanding officer caught the underlying message. She snorted. The time for slacking off is over. It's showtime right now. Everyone needs to put 120% of their effort into their duties. Those who want to get away with less are doing their fellow Vandals a disservice. The Vandals had become too accustomed to their simple routines. It was time to shake them out of their complacency and work them to bone. At this stage, anyone who put less effort in their jobs directly dragged down the rest of the team. Once the servicemen received their new work schedules, a lot of grumbling and complaints emerged, but what could they do? Even if they tended to be dummies, the Vandals weren't stupid. Deep down, they knew that every little bit of effort would be needed in order to survive the coming challenges. While Ves became increasingly swamped with work as well, he did his best to delegate all of the lesser tasks to others. Though the low-ranking mech designers and incompetent chief technicians couldn't handle every difficult issue that emerged, they at least learned how to depend on themselves over the past months. If the same kind of fault happened more than 20 times, the mech technicians had to be absolute morons if they still couldn't resolve the issue by themselves. The great thing about the breakdown effect was that it gave the mech technicians a lot of practice in resolving faults. The sheer amount of issues they dealt with on a daily basis practically elevated their problem-solving capabilities to a higher level. Ves sat on top of a heavy transport and looked out towards the depth of the red zone. Just 100 kilometers away, the mythical starlight megalodon awaited the arrival of the exploration party. I wonder if our boys have reached the battleship. What will they find? This close to the source of the anomaly, the terrain started to become a little weird. The surface of the ground grew jagged and uneven, as if a lot of earthquakes racked the entire region in the past. No tufts of grass covered the lands, and only strange plant growths stubbornly clung to life here. Deeper in the red zone, the terrain grew rougher and the hills started growing steeper. Still, the vehicles of the exploration party shouldn't have too much trouble navigating the rough terrain. The Enduring Protector and the Asteria both possessed huge advantages. Quadruped generally handled rough terrain better than bipedal mechs. Ves turned away from the stormlands and surveyed the temporary camp. This time, the flagrant sword maidens only placed down the minimum amount of prefab structures. This was by necessity, because they might be forced to abandon their camp. At this time, the Vandals activated one of their god crystal generators. The unholy devices which made use of dwarf brains to control the operation of the god crystals creeped a lot of Vandals out, but they couldn't deny their use. An energy tornado extended high up in the air, and an abundance of potent higher-dimensional energy poured into the god crystals. The tornado only lasted for a few seconds, because too much energy streamed down in such a short amount of time. The god crystals couldn't hold much more. This close to the starlight megalodon, the concentration of higher-dimensional particles was incredibly high, and it would only be worse at ground zero. Still, Ves couldn't help but adopt a concerned expression at the brief show. Even though the interference in the air was so bad that it would be difficult to spot the energy tornado from a distance, it still telegraphed their position to any scouts that ranged in their direction. Energy tornadoes also signified that the flagrant sword maidens possessed a potent and renewable energy source. Their researchers worked hard to develop this solution to solve their energy needs, and Ves doubted that anyone else could have come up with it as well. When will the wolves come to prey on our sheep? Perhaps the true group in peril may not be the exploration party, but the main forces left behind. Chapter 872 Status Updates. When the Vandals prepared the gear for the exploration party, they put some thought in maintaining contact. The large amount of interference made it impractical to receive wireless signals from more than a few kilometers away, so the only way to remain in contact was to use a physical medium. Chief Dakin and a handful of other engineers designed a small spider bot. It was as small as someone's palm and could traverse over very steep angles, though speed was not its forte. Even though they should be somewhat resilient against the breakdown effect, in truth they were just cheap bots designed to be as small and cheap as possible, while still capable of navigating through the rough terrain. No matter. The Vandals produced thousands of them in short notice, and packed them up in crates that held hundreds of them at a time. They took up very little space when folded up, so the fast transports could easily carry them all. Every hour or so, the exploration party released 2 of them and programmed them to reach specific drop points a fair distance away from the temporary camp. Most wouldn't be able to make the journey. They'd either be crushed underneath the foot of the errant goblins that roamed the sparse lands inside the red zone, be delayed for weeks, get stuck in a pit or difficult terrain, or even get picked off by rival forces who detected the spider bots. However, each spider bot that made it to the drop points provided a valuable status update to the vandals and sword maidens left behind. Seems like the survival rate of bots is around 30% so far. Not bad. That's higher than we expected. Chief Dakin complimented his own work. It's only been a day, Ves noted. The distance the bots have to traverse isn't very far. Once they reach the Starlight Megalodon, who knows if we'll receive any bots at all? I have faith in my bots. They're crafty little buggers. Right now, Captain Bird called up a small group of mech officers and chiefs to inform them of what the exploration party encountered so far. Everyone looked forward to see and hear what the fabled red zone had to offer. A projection came to life. Captain Bird began to summarize the first reports. As we've expected, the terrain has grown increasingly rougher. This could partially be explained by a large impact happening in the past, such as a battleship the size of a city crash landing in the region. However, the irregularities in the terrain may also have been affected by strong spikes in space-time distortion. The worst possibility is that these strong spikes are still ongoing and remain a huge hazard. Everyone looked serious, including Ves. From the Glowing Planet campaign, he witnessed the horror of space-time shenanigans. Anyone who became victim of a space-time wrinkle or whatever might suffer a fate worse than death. The projection shifted to various alien plants and strange animals being preyed upon by hardy godlings. Dr. Tillman stepped up this time. So far, we haven't spotted the presence of any wildlings or wildling tribes, but there are sparse amounts alien creatures and godlings roaming the red zone. The alien exobeasts appear to be the remnants of the planet's indigenous wildlife that have survived the terraforming process. The likely reason why they are in the red zone is because the environment is unsuitable for Earth-based life. Basically, the red zone gave the flagrant sword maidens a taste of how 7 looked like before human intervention. Are the alien critters dangerous? We do not believe so, but it's better if you don't try your luck. Their flesh is almost certainly inedible to baseline humans, and they are remarkably adapted to the heavy gravity. Due to their small stature, they shouldn't pose too much of a threat to a properly armed and armored individual on foot. The rest of the meeting devolved into other miscellaneous observations. For example, the enduring protectors that Ves designed held up well, as did Myra's Asterias. Both mechs marched stably and strongly through the rough terrain and withstood the frequent space-time distortions with stoic solidity. In fact, the upgraded fast transports exhibited some malfunctions already, and this was only the first day. Chief Dakin's face grew ugly when he noted this awful performance. Although it might have just been a bad day for his fast transport, it still reflected a potential weakness. Without the transports and the supplies they carried, how far could the exploration party go? Have there been signs of our rivals? None yet so far, but it is only a matter of time. Due to the increasingly strange circumstances, the exploration party slowed their pace to a crawl. They thought they might have been able to reach the Starlight Megalodon in a single day, but as they got deeper and deeper in the red zone, various hazards started to pop up. Is that a weapon crater? A powerful explosion caused this crater. Even now, it is throwing up high amounts of radiation. While the danger isn't so acute at a distance, the exploration party already stumbled upon dozens of craters like this. More exotic weapon scars dot the lands as well. Even several hundred years ago, the CFA made use of a large variety of advanced weaponry. As the Age of Conquest amply demonstrated, their warships could inflict a devastating amount of damage on any planet if they held no scruples. Fortunately, the battle scars showed that the big guns hadn't been taken out. Even a single antimatter torpedo could have turned the entire red zone into a huge crater. From the signs of battle, the survivors of the Starlight Megalodon have likely come to blows with each other, Captain Bird said. We don't know the nature of the conflict or which sides emerged as the victor, but we don't stand a chance if any of the remnants brings these devastating weapons to bear on us. They already knew that some portion of the Starlight Megalodon still remained operational after enduring several millennia of accelerated time. Who knew how they would react when the exploration party finally arrived at their doorstep? Would they allow the visitors to plunder the Starlight Megalodon at will? Still, even if their chances didn't look good, the flagrant sore maidens had come too far to go back empty-handed. They at least needed to make an attempt, if only to please their backers. The meeting ended and everyone returned to their duties. From what the spider bots already relayed, Ves felt as if they only brushed upon the tip of the iceberg. This was the most dangerous region on the planet. Even the hardy dwarves, who seemed to be practically everywhere, avoided this region like the plague. 4 days from the exploration party's departure, the number of spider bots that reached the drop points reduced drastically. The last spider bot that limped its way back on 3 legs notified the main forces that they had reached within view of the Starlight Megalodon. The vague footage they captured and stuffed into the data chips of the spider bots showed the shadow of an enormous beast that left a huge furrow onto the ground. Though the distance and interference in the air only revealed a glimpse of the mythical battleship, the entire camp erupted in celebration. The battleship is still intact. Look at the size of that beast. They weren't kidding when they said that battleships are floating cities. Look at how the Starlight Megalodon hasn't broken up upon landing. Her main armor belt must be thicker than several mechs stacked on top of each other. Everyone could see that the Starlight Megalodon survived a rough landing where they skidded over the terrain at an angle. She must have endured an enormous amount of stress, but still managed to hold together under these extreme conditions. And she managed to accomplish all of this on a super-Earth that increased her already prodigious weight by 6 times. Her survival up to now was a testament of pinnacle CFA engineering, and only underscored the formidable nature of the Big Two. However, even though the battleship seemed to have survived her forced orbital landing on 7, the immense craft did not look entirely normal. The flagrant sword maidens all received detailed information packages about the Starlight Megalodon's ship class, but her current contours diverged from what she looked like at the start. It was as if her hull gained a lot of extras. What is that? I don't know. Extra armor? You idiot! Do you think a battleship like the Starlight Megalodon needs any extra armor? Their city wall-like armor belts is completely made up of the most advanced varieties of compressed armor. Some of the vandals guessed that the extra construction might be weapon mounts. Others guessed that the survivors built structures along the hull. Nobody knew the answer as of yet, as the footage simply couldn't resolve that much detail at this distance. The exploration party needed to get closer. The people back at the camp continued to perform their duties while they waited for the next status update. Only, no other spider-bots came back. An entire standard day went by without any spider-bots making it to the drop points. What had happened? The uncertainty gnawed at them all. Even Captain Bird grew irritable. Even if only a single had passed, the lack of spider bots and status updates made everyone fear the worst. How can this be? We got the Enduring Protectors and the Asterias escorting the fast transports. We even sent out a friggin' sacred god. Maybe it's just plain bad luck. The terrain did get more hazardous the closer they approached the crash site, right? None of the spider bots can endure the hazards and they get too close. When 2 days went by without a word, everyone's worries doubled. Even Ves lost some of his composure. Had his enduring protector design failed for some reason? Did the mechs fall short against a superior force? Captain Bird called up Ves for a private meeting and asked for his opinion on the matter. There are too many unknowns, Captain. We don't know what the exploration party has encountered. Ves began. There may be threats out there, whether from our rivals or from something native to the planet, that can explain the lack of status updates. Still, I have faith in my design. I refuse to believe that any of our rivals could have fielded an overwhelmingly strong mech force. What if they fielded wild gods or sacred gods? Captain Bird pointed out. After all, we managed to secure the service of a sacred god, while the cage tongs conditions a dozen wild gods into becoming their cannon fodder. Even so, the god beasts are extremely slow, ma'am. If the exploration party ever bumps into them, my enduring protectors can easily cook them with their laser cannons. Ves really didn't have much to say except to express his confidence in his own design. Myra's Asterias weren't half bad either. They shouldn't have fallen so easily no matter what. In the end, Captain Bird passed him an order. I've discussed this situation with Commander Lydia and we've come to the decision to prepare a follow-up party. This one won't bring any people on foot, but is merely tasked with following the footsteps of the exploration party in order to ascertain their status. Can you fabricate 6 enduring protectors on short notice? Ves frowned, but only mildly. This request is rather unexpected, but I'm sure I can divert enough resources and manpower to finish the job. However, I don't think I can deliver 6 new mechs in less than 6 weeks. Our 3D printers and other equipment are acting up due to the breakdown effect. Even routine jobs takes 3 times longer to complete. Are you sure you're willing to wait that long, Captain? As long as we have the resources to spare, I want you to prepare extra mechs. Even if the exploration party is wiped out, we need to confirm what happened. Chapter 873 Tyrant Ves. Ves immediately returned to the temporary workshops and ran the mech technicians ragged. The maintenance crews couldn't afford to slack off their continuous repair duties, but they also couldn't take too long to fabricate 6 extra enduring protectors. In that moment, the mech workshops descended into hell. With a pushy taskmaster like Ves at the helm, none of the mech technicians had the opportunity to slack off. He drove each and every one of them to the brink. They needed to complete twice the work in half the time. While it drove everyone crazy, Ves was more than familiar with their temperaments. They may be rather lazy most of the time, but they could accomplish a lot of work for a short amount of time. Ves knew that he couldn't drive the mech technicians to such a punishing pace for long, but it shouldn't be a problem to run them ragged for a couple of days. The chief technicians and mech technicians all cursed at him, but what could they do? Ves knew each and every trick in the book, and he cracked down on any attempts at skirting their works. Some mech technicians even suffered workplace accidents that should have sent them packing to the infirmary. Instead of doing so, Ves called in the doctors and patched the injured mech technicians up with emergency treatments that put them back intact. Though the short-term treatments only kept them up and running for a week at most before they collapsed, the injured mech technicians regained enough strength to resume their duties. Anyone else who suffers a workplace accident will get fed to the critters roaming outside, Ves declared with a scowl on his face. All of the mech technicians became intimidated by the force in his words. They didn't know whether Ves would follow through with his threat, but from the sternness radiating from his voice and posture, he seemed completely willing and able to toss the mech technicians to the dogs. Privately, Ves wouldn't go so far, if only because the Vandals couldn't afford to lose any manpower. Losing a couple of them at once would set back their work schedules a lot. They couldn't afford to fall behind on their repair and maintenance tasks. Several days passed by as new enduring protectors slowly emerged from the workshops. Ves unavoidably went for haste this time, which caused the newly finished mechs to be a bit less sound than the ones that joined the exploration party. VS couldn't help it, as previously he had an entire month to fabricate 12 of them. This time, he needed to complete one mech every day in order to meet Captain Bird's expectations. The breakdown effect truly did its best to hinder the mech technicians in every step of the way. The 3D printers underwent continuous inspections and repair while their tools sometimes failed midway or caused serious accidents. Still, after several marathon sessions and sleepless nights, the exhausted Vandal mech technicians managed to fabricate 6 mechs in 6 days, all the while somehow managing to keep up with their regular duties. This was a miracle in management. Even though many mech technicians collapsed and productivity immediately dropped for the next few days, at the very least they hadn't fallen behind on their work. They all developed a new hatred for VS, but he took no notice of their newly invigorated dislike for him. As long as they got the job done, they could say whatever they wanted behind his back. To VS, he long stopped paying close attention to mech technicians. Perhaps he inherited some bad habits from the Sword Maidens, as he outright treated them as slaves during this hectic period. Unwilling to work? Too tired to stay awake? Get back to work! Although it was terribly unfair for VS to subject the mech technicians to such a brutal work pace, their entire situation was unfair from the start. If the situation called for it, he did not hesitate to turn into a tyrant and incur a lot of hatred on himself. Compared to their lives, what did their welfare matter? As VS delivered the enduring protectors, Captain Bird already prepped a few Vandals to pilot them. More and more laser rifleman mechs turned into empty shells as their mech pilots got assigned to the enduring protectors. The same applied to the Sword Maidens as precious Devil Razors joined the reserves as their mech pilots boarded the cockpits of the Asteria Leopard mechs. All of these transfers considerably weakened the strength of the main forces. With so many mechs lacking mech pilots, the flagrant Sword Maidens became less certain that they could win a pitched battle against a rival force. Fortunately, no enemy approached them as of yet. Whether this status quo would hold for long, nobody knew. Everyone knew that a battle couldn't be avoided. However, now was not the time. Even after a week since the last status update, no spider bot came back from the center of the red zone. No matter if it was VS, Chief Dakin, or the other Vandals, they all started to suspect the worst. Had the exploration party fallen into a trap? Did they fall into a deadly environmental hazard? The sheer amount of possibilities left the Vandals and Sword Maidens guessing. This was also why Captain Bird and Commander Lydia anxiously prepared a follow-up party. This time, not a lot of people gathered to send the small follow-up party off. 6 Asterias and 6 Enduring Protectors both set off with a fast transport carrying loads of spider bots. This time, Chief Dakin exerted a considerable amount of effort in improving the design of his spider bot. The Mark II version of the spider bot incorporated more robust and expensive materials. This vastly increased the resource cost of producing them, but none of the Vandals could afford to be stingy on this matter. With over 10,000 spider bots loaded into the cargo hold of the fast transports, it would send out up to 10 spider bots per hour. Even if 6 or 7 met with various mishaps, there was a good chance that at least one of them would make it to the pre-programmed drop points. I've improved upon the design. This time, they won't fail, I swear, Chief Dakin boasted. VS was a little skeptical about his boast. He briefly studied the design of the old and new versions of the spider bots, and while he acknowledged their reliability and capabilities, they were ultimately disposable messenger bots. Despite the hyperbole, the bots did pass on their messages with a bit more success than their predecessors. With an overall survival rate of 70% in the first day and 40% in the next 2 days, an ample amount of spider bots brought back duplicate messages every hour. The continuous stream of intelligence reassured Captain Bird and Commander Lydia. Even though the flagrant Sword Maidens truly paid a considerable price for upgrading the spider bots, nothing was scarier than losing touch, Due to the perils the exploration party identified, the follow-up party marched slowly and steadily, prioritizing caution over speed. Everything could be undone by a single wrong step, so they made sure not to land themselves in any danger. 4 days into their journey, the spider bot that returned passed on an alarming message. The follow-up party stumbled upon the remnants of what looked like a battle between mechs. Ves immediately got called to the mobile headquarters. When he inspected the footage sent back with several spider bots, he immediately identified the bare and worn-out wrecks. "These are certainly the wrecks of highly advanced but outdated mechs, ma'am. Look at the lack of corrosion. If we can salvage those wrecks and recycle their materials, we can probably double the toughness of a handful of our mechs." "Are they CFA mechs?" Captain Bird asked. "No doubt about it," Ves stated. "There are half a dozen obvious design quirks that are unique to older CFA mechs. They have their own take on mechs. Though weathering the environment for several thousand years stripped them bare of their coatings, he still spotted several telltale design characteristics that reminded him of old CFA mechs. "Do these mechs come from the Starlight Megalodon's original mech contingent, or are they something they fabricated after crash landing on the planet?" Ves thought about it. "I can't say for certain, but I'm leaning towards the former. The design of these mechs aren't very optimal in heavy gravity environments. Look at those pieces of debris on their backs. Those are the remains of gravitic backpacks." While he could talk all day about the traits of the mechs, he couldn't tell what happened here. Too much time had passed, and most of the marks of the battle had long been wiped from the terrain. Only the wreckages remained, but besides their salvage value, they really didn't offer anything else. Still, just the presence of ancient mechs told them that the Starlight Megalodon used to field them in the past. Were any of them still intact and in working condition? Ves couldn't imagine that something like that was possible, especially since so many years had passed by on the surface. "In case we are forced to enter into battle against the CFA mechs, can you tell us how to best defend against them?" the captain asked. This caused those present to shudder. With all the weirdness that happened up to now, being forced to battle actual CFA mechs became a very real possibility. Ves didn't exhibit any fear. "There's nothing to be afraid of mechs of this generation. Even if they are top-tier CFA mechs, they are so outdated that our regular mechs stand a good chance at beating them. Our mechs benefit from an enormous amount of advancements, and this is not something that high-quality mechs from the CFA can resist if their designs are still the same." "Is that true?" "I'm sure of it. The only thing you need to pay attention to is that their armor systems are extravagant. Even their light skirmishers can be as tough as heavy knights in certain cases. Therefore, it is very hard to overpower an outdated CFA mech unless you apply overwhelming force. There's no other shortcut to defeating them. Just the material value of their mechs alone are worth as much as entire planets of the Bright Republic." This did not make it easy for the Vandal mech officers. It would be best if they didn't meet any CFA mechs in battle at all. Even though the warship lovers disdained the use of mechs, they still made serious use of them. The mech designers in the employ of the CFA weren't that much worse from the mech designers working for the MTA. Over the following days, the follow-up party uncovered other curiosities which the spider bots sent back. They found no other remnants of CFA mechs, but they did find plenty of traces of battle. It became abundantly clear that the survivors of the CFA engaged in a very frigid conflict at some point in time. Once the follow-up party came close to the last location of the exploration party, they doubled the amount of spider bots sent back and also slowed down their pace. They managed to identify the indentations in the ground that the exploration party left behind. They led straight towards the shadow of the Starlight Megalodon that loomed in the distance. "We have not encountered any of the members of the exploration party as of yet," the mech officer in charge of the follow-up party reported. "After scouting our surroundings for any hazards, We intend to split up and seek out the exploration party. If we haven't encountered any trace of them after a couple of hours of searching, our mechs are instructed to pull back to this location in order to determine our next step. Our fast transport and a couple of mechs will stay behind. Splitting up the follow-up party put the individual mechs at considerable risk, but it also spread the risk. If anything dangerous lurked in the vicinity of the Starlight Megalodon, at the very least they could still send back word of the loss. Chapter 874 Revenge of the Vesians. Just as every Vandal and Sword Maiden waited for the next status updates of the follow-up party, the scout mech sent back word of an alarming piece of news. They encountered enemy scout mechs. Not only that, they actually tangled against each other. The scuffle didn't last long, but it allowed both sides to get the measure of each other. To be frank, the Vandal scout mech almost lost. Ves got called to an emergency meeting to analyze the battle footage, but the Vandals present already made a judgment on what they encountered. It's the Vesians! They already knew the Vesians arrived at the Aeon Corona system and landed their ground forces on the planet. However, for so long the immense size of the planet reduced the odds of bumping into each other. No longer. The Vesian military mech did not hide its allegiance. It proudly wore its regimental colors. It's the first meandering monkeys of the 3rd Emodries Legion, Captain Bird announced with a chilly voice. They're the land-bound reconnaissance forces under the command of Lady Amalia of Emodries. The same noblewoman who raided the Bentheim region. Lady Amalia made a splash early in the war. She brought out the entire 3rd Emodries Legion and successfully raided numerous lightly defended star systems in the interior of the Bright Republic. Vesian scions often led their troops into committing bold attacks, but the deep strike that the 3rd Emodries Legion performed practically whacked the Brighters in the face. The entire state despaired, and even the LMC's mech nursery on Cloudy Curtain barely managed to fend off a small raid. Only until the flagrant Vandals paid the Vesians back by sneaking all the way into the Emodries Duchy and subsequently thrashed the Deepman system. Their incredible daring shot up their profile and provided an invaluable boost to the Republic when they most needed it. Though most Brighters probably forgot about the Vandals soon after, they earned more than enough glory to last a lifetime. Secretly, that operation also set the Vril task force on the path to the Starlight Megalodon, but Ves and the others learned about this later. As far as the flagrant Vandals were concerned, they more than squared with the Vesians, yet the Emodries Duchy might not think so. There's more. Do you see the mech that has run to reinforce the meandering monkey scout? I recognize those colors as well. That a mech of the Hostland Warriors. Say what? Isn't that a mech regiment from the Hafner Duchy? Why would they work together with Lady Amalia? The Vesian officers and chiefs all grew incredibly grave. While mech regiments from different duchies occasionally fought alongside each other, it only happened during major engagements, such as when they joined forces to conquer well-defended star systems. Outside of that, mech regiments from rival duchies hated each other's guts. In fact, mech regiments' mech legions led by nobles detested working together even if they hailed from the same duchy or noble house. A noble from a different duchy? Enemy. A noble from the same duchy but from a different house? Enemy. An esteemed brother or sister from the same house as yours? Enemy. The sheer amount of infighting that went on in the noble circles of the Vesian kingdom completely confused the Brighters. How could they get anything done if they constantly competed against people from their own side? It even caused them to resist the Vesians harder, because they wanted no part of their madness. Still, Ves spotted a common thread. I think it's no coincidence that the meandering monkeys and the Hostland Warriors are fighting side by side. Which Vesian duchies did our mech regiment piss off lately? Emodries, Venidson and Hafner. I wouldn't be surprised if a Venidson detachment has joined the party as well. I think their goals aren't limited to just the Starlight Megalodon. They are after us. Everyone looked even graver than before. If any other Vesians arrived in the Aeon Corona system, then the Vandals might still have some hopes of avoiding combat. Yet it had to be Mechs hailing from the Emodries and Hafner duchies, both of which harbored an undying hatred against the Mech regiment that stampeded throughout their territories. If the Hostland warriors are here, do you reckon that? No one in Hafner hates us more than that expert candidate we thrashed. Did you forget already? She's not an expert candidate anymore. She's a fully fledged expert pilot now. A couple of Vandals connected the dots. Lady Amalia must have paid a huge price to invite the Hostland warriors. There was no reason for a scion from Emodries to bother with a Hafner Mech regiment unless she wanted to hitch Venerable Relia Foster to her wagon. The flagrant Vandals captured her on Nova Migalatus I at great cost. They proceeded to ransom her back to the Hafner duchy for an even greater price to make up their losses. Back then, the Vandals thought they got the better out of the trade. In exchange for sending back the promising young expert pilot, they received an abundant amount of funds and resources that prepared them for their journey to the Aeon Corona system. In hindsight, perhaps it would have been better to keep her in custody, because she'd certainly be out for revenge. The odds are huge that Venerable Foster has consented to working together with Lady Amalia, if only to obtain the opportunity for a rematch. The Vandals brought this disaster upon themselves. Who told them to accept a mission for the rebels to thrash an up-and-coming expert candidate? The Vandals retrieved a bunch of archival data from the local database, but it contained too little details about the current disposition of the Vesians arrayed against them. This also prevented them from coming up with any solid strategies. The meeting adjourned without much result besides relaying the gravity of the situation to everyone. When the Sword Maidens learned of the threat, their mech pilots reacted with quiet anticipation. They never experienced the dreadfulness of fighting against a military mech force. Fortunately, Commander Lydia possessed a lot more sense and tempered her Sword Maidens. They always had it easy up to now, as no conventional pirate force could stand in their way. This time, their luck drew short. Ves read the mood of the Vandals as they grimly prepared for battle. Having sent a substantial amount of mechs to the Red Zone, those that remained had to do with less. What I wouldn't give to have Kalanxo right now, he sighed. The clash against the Vesians appeared inevitable. Over the coming days, scout mechs from the meandering monkeys emerged out of the woodwork. They aggressively tested the boundaries of the flagrant Sword Maidens. Due to the restrictions imposed by the environment, the skirmishes started and ended within minutes of each other. Neither side committed to a serious battle as of yet, and what fights did erupt between the mechs of each side only left shallow marks. Nonetheless, the meandering monkeys more often than not gained the upper hand in these skirmishes against both Vandal and Sword Maiden mechs. It couldn't be helped, as the meandering monkeys completely specialized in reconnaissance operations. Their tactics and strategies in this area completely blew the flagrant Sword Maidens away. Their martial tradition compelled them to be aggressive in every scouting operation. They weren't content to hide in the bushes and observe their enemies from a distance. They were all about getting up close and personal and punching their adversaries in the nose before gleefully running away. When Ves surveyed the battle damage in person at the workshops, he read the marks on the scout mechs that returned. Overall, their weapons exhibited much less wear and tear than their armor plating. As a mech designer who knew mechs inside and out, he could instantly read the progression of a battle from the marks left behind on a machine. Evidently, the Vandals got the shorter end of the stick. As the mech technicians started to catalog the accumulated battle damage, Ves approached the exhausted mech pilot sitting on a crate next to the light mech. A serviceman passed him a bottle of nutrient solution, which the mech pilot drank deep gulps of. The skirmish may not have lasted very long, but it drained every bit of his concentration. "Hello? Mr. Larkinson," the mech pilot replied lethargically. Ves acquired a very intimidating reputation among the mech pilots, though the man before was simply too tired to care about that right now. Compared to a bossy mech designer, the Vesians were the real enemy. Even though Ves felt like he was about to pick open a bandaged wound, he still needed to know. "I'll be studying the battle footage in a minute, but is there anything you can tell about the meandering monkeys? Their fighting habits, their weaknesses, our chances of winning against them, and such?" The Vandal mech pilot snorted. "We're not cut out to fight the meandering monkeys. They're so good at what they do that they are practically schooling us. Showing off our tricks in our light mechs is like showing off in front of a master. What we can do, they can do better. What they can do, we have no hopes of replicating." "They're that good in skirmishes?" "Reconnaissance mech regiments don't sound very impressive, and they often get the short end of the stick when it comes to funding them, but the meandering monkeys are resourceful buggers. Their mechs aren't all that better than ours, and their mech pilots aren't any more talented either, but their training makes a huge difference. Vandals like us are geared for quick raiding operations. We are trained to go in and out, avoiding the enemy's strong points while exploiting their weak points. Our long deployment on this planet forces us to do the exact opposite." "That's surprisingly insightful of you." "Heh. I'm a light mech pilot. I know what I'm talking about." The mech pilot smirked a bit before frowning. "The meandering monkeys are almost the exact opposite to us. They have taken reconnaissance and harassment to a whole other level. They love to play mind games and probe our weaknesses. They aren't afraid of pushing the limits when they see an opportunity. Their regimental name says it all. They meander around, never letting us pin them in place, and they're monkeys in the way they fight and confound our counterattacks." The flagrant Vandals had their strong suits, but as the mech pilot said, they didn't excel in frontal battles. "Their weaknesses?" Ves repeated. "Well, me and my buddies noticed that while the meandering monkeys are annoying, they only rarely switch into high gear. Each time they provoke a fight, they try to accomplish the most while expending the least amount of energy. In fact, the main reason why we've been able to hang on is because we are much more willing to perform energy-intensive maneuvers than the meandering monkeys." This was an important clue. "I see. That might mean their energy supply isn't as great as ours," Ves exclaimed. The Vandals possessed at least one indisputable advantage. "What about the Hostland warriors?" The Hostland warriors took on multiple roles. They resembled the flagrant Vandals in that they engaged in both land-bound and space-borne operations. Overall, they made a name for themselves as a versatile and dependable all-round battle regiment. A few of their scouts tagged along in the first few appearances, but they're not as good as the meandering monkeys. They never showed up after that. Ves narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Even if the light mechs of the Hostland warriors couldn't keep up with the meandering monkeys, didn't mean they disappeared from the battle theater. "Since the meandering monkeys are continuing to harass our scout mechs, do you think we can fend them off?" "No," the mech pilot decisively declared. "Even with limitless energy, these skirmishes are taking a toll on us. Each time they come back, they either show off a new trick or they dissect our own. They're taking our measure through these brief clashes while simultaneously wearing us down. You know what I think? They're either going to ramp up the pressure slowly, or go straight in for the knockout punch." Considering the energy constraints the Vesians must be facing, both of them guessed that they must certainly be aiming to force a decisive battle. Chapter 875 Warriors vs. Soldiers. If a random mech pilot came to this conclusion, then so could the rest of the flagrant sword maidens. No one looked forward to a decisive battle against the Vesians. With the Hostland warriors as the mainstay and the meandering monkeys assaulting the flanks, the flagrant sword maidens did not possess any inherent advantages. Very likely, the meandering monkeys probed the Vandals so aggressively not just to play some games. Each time they appeared, they attempted to probe deeper into the defensive envelope of the flagrant sword maidens. The Vesians wanted to gather intelligence on their opponent's strength. More specifically, they sought to obtain a solid count of mechs they had to face. The Vesians aren't as stupid as the caged tongs. There's no way they'll commit to an attack if we outnumber them by 100 mechs or more, Ves stated during a brief moment of off-time at the mess hall. Chief Dakin efficiently shoveled down his chow into his mouth. None of the Vandals wasted any time on their food these days. They had too much work to do. Do you reckon the Vesians outnumber us, Ves? We did spot them with a huge fleet in the last star system. Yeah, but then they got whacked by the Church of Hotomak. If not for that, the Vesians would have been able to eliminate us in space before we reached the Aeon Corona system. Yet no matter what happened, the conflict between the two could no longer be postponed. Sooner or later, old hatreds along with some new ones needed to be reconciled. The Bright Republic and the Vesia Kingdom may be waging a war many light years away from the Aeon Corona system, yet no matter how far they traveled, they still couldn't escape the war. Even if the Vesians lost several starships and incurred a lot of battle damage from the foiled ambush attack by the frontier cultists, they still retained much of their strength. The Vandals tried to estimate the number of enemy mechs they might face from studying the long-distance sensor readings of the Vesian fleet. The fleet in orbit also caught some more glimpses of the Vesian fleet, but they generally played cat and mouse for months. It was well known that the flagrant Vandals placed more emphasis on space-borne battles. For now, the Vesians prudently placed their hopes on winning the battle on land. No matter if the Vesians gained the upper hand on land or in space, a victory in either sphere instantly ended any hopes for the Vandals to complete the mission. The Vesians knew exactly what they were doing. The flagrant Vandals stood a better chance in space than on land, which they never really excelled in fighting at unless they wanted to perform a quick raiding action. Still, even if the flagrant Vandals lacked both expertise and experience in this area, they were not vegetables. Recent landbound operations not only forced them to brush up their playbook, they also disciplined them into a smaller but more efficient fighting force. The casualties suffered by the Vandals since the war reduced their numbers substantially, but those who survived all grew stronger from the harrowing experiences. Many mech pilots experienced drastic growth as the frequent intensive battles pushed them to exceed their old limits. If the flagrant Vandals enjoyed some time to digest their gains and replenish their losses, then they would have emerged at least 20% stronger than their old selves. Yet the lengthy mission and their Vesian rivals didn't allow them to do so. A decisive battle between a mixed raiding regiment and a combination of professional scouts and versatile warriors should have ended in disaster for the former. The only saving grace was that the Vandals weren't alone. Lydia's sword maidens got caught in their old rivalry, and for better or worse, they needed to overcome this hurdle as well if they wanted to make off with any gains from the Starlight Megalodon. Kedis paid a visit to the Vandal workshops later in the day. She dropped by V's workplace in order to discuss the upcoming battle. You Vandals always make the Vesians out as horrible boogeymen, she began. Are the Vesians truly different from the enemies we've fought before? We beat everyone who stood in the way. Why are you so unconfident all of a sudden? Ves glanced at Kedis with a grim expression. You sword maidens are taking the threat of military mech regiments too lightly. They're nothing like the mercenary corps or pirate gangs you mix up with in the frontier. They don't face the same constraints in funding, training, resources, and manpower. They are on a completely different level than civilian outfits. Yet the briefings say that even if the mech regiments are better funded and trained, they're not all that better than us in those aspects. We can still beat them in a fight. You're forgetting the most crucial difference. Ves shook his head. Haven't you seen the way the flagrant vandals fight? Any mech military is extremely good at training and drilling their mech pilots to fight in a certain fashion. What do they excel at the most? Coordination and formation fighting. The difference isn't that big when it comes to skirmishes between single squads of mechs. However, a major battle involving hundreds of mechs allows the Vesians to play out their immense advantages in this aspect alone. Kedis still possessed the same flaw that afflicted the rest of the Sword Maidens. Without seeing a true frontline mech regiment in battle, they wouldn't know how much of a force multiplier those advantages wrought. Mechs fought best when they fought in unison. Clever formations amplified the inherent advantages of different mech models while covering up their weaknesses. The female pirate designer frowned. She still possessed some of the typical sword maiden conceit, but she also respected Ves too deeply to discount his opinion. In an even battle with the same amount of mechs and mech pilots, who would win, the sword maidens or these Vesians? There's no contest. The latter will win any day. What? Our sword maiden mechs and mech pilots aren't that much worse than the mechs we've seen from your archival footage. In order to impress the sword maidens of the seriousness of the threat, the Vandals freely handed over as much intelligence about the meandering monkeys and the hostland warriors. Though the sparse recordings mostly showed actions from the previous wars, it still provided a valuable perspective on their strengths. Unfortunately, it appeared too many sword maidens missed the mark. They drew the wrong lessons from the footage. I suggest you go back and review the footage again. Note that every opponent they face are military mech regiments, or outfits that are connected to some military mech force. Only by employing the same level of coordination can we withstand their attacks. This time, Kedis didn't say anything, but used her head for once. Ves always encouraged her to take a break and think through the implications of a contentious argument. It was a lot better than running her mouth without any thought or care. The gravity of the situation finally dawned upon her. Damn. Our sword maiden mech pilots are never afraid of a brawl, but we never bothered much with all of this fancy formation stuff. All we care about is hacking our opponents with our swords. Having observed the operation of the Vandals and the Sword Maidens for so long, Ves knew the reason why the latter failed to elevate their coordination. It takes a special quality to be able to trust in your fellow mech pilots. Mech militaries don't pay an excessive amount of importance at a mech pilot's genetic aptitude or their academy performance. Instead, they value mech pilots who score high on traits such as trust, cooperation, obedience, and more. It doesn't matter if a mech pilot is a prodigy with a high genetic aptitude, if they are too cocky and rebellious, they can't be trusted. Our sword maidens aren't short of those qualities. We sisters are extremely close. We trust each other with our lives. Is that truly so? Ves expressed his doubt. Certainly, there is a high degree of camaraderie among your sisters. Yet, the focus of your training is in an entirely different direction. Commander Lydia has done a great job at transforming nobodies from the frontier into elite mech pilots, but that is only impressive when compared to the low standards of the Ferris Star region. You sword maidens aren't tactically flexible enough and your teamwork is rudimentary. Your cohesion is fairly high compared to other pirate gangs, but any random Vesian mech regiment is able to dwarf it with ease. If you're right, what can we do about it? We are already set in our ways, and I doubt my sisters can master formation fighting in a couple of days. The sword maidens aren't suitable to this style of battle at all. Your mech pilots are champions and warriors more than soldiers. If you want to achieve the best chance of achieving a victory, you have to find a way to force the Vesians into smaller groups. They can't show their full prowess in formations if there aren't enough mechs to showcase their might. This was easier said than done. If the Vesians already gathered intelligence on Lydia's sword maidens, then they would know how to avoid such a situation. In the end, Kedis left the workshop with a concerned expression. Ves hoped that she'd be able to convince her fellow sisters not to belittle the threat of the Vesians. If they thought they could beat the Vesians like they did against pirates, then they were sorely mistaken. Ves privately estimated the chances of victory, but he only came up with vague guesses. The flagrant sword maidens hadn't been able to scout the Vesians at all due to being constrained by the meandering monkeys. The Vandals and sword maidens could forget about peeking at the main Vesian forces with experts in reconnaissance on the field. A light mech regiment not only excelled in gathering intelligence, they also specialized in foiling enemy attempts at doing the same. In fact, strictly speaking, the battle between the flagrant sword maidens and the Vesians already started from the first sighting. The battle between the light mechs from both sides already put the Vesians at an overwhelming advantage. Truly, when a mech regiment excels at only one area instead of splitting their focus, they are unbeatable in their own specialty. This was the power of specialization. The flagrant Vandals in fact possessed their own specialty as well, which was performing raids and avoiding enemy pursuit, but it encompassed a wide area of expertise. In battle capabilities alone, the flagrant Vandals split their training and resources in different areas. They fielded both land-bound and space-borne mechs, ranged mechs and melee mechs, mechs of all three weight classes and more. All of this split attention led to a very broad and general martial tradition where the Vandals paid more attention to the result rather than the method. While this approach gave the Vandals a lot of freedom to pursue their interests in their own ways, it also hampered greater coordination as well as stripped them of the benefits of uniformity. Sometimes, a mech regiment grew much stronger by focusing on the method rather than emphasizing results. This was because continued training and specialization in a single area continuously allowed them to refine their strong points while finding ways to mitigate their distinctive weak points. From this perspective alone, the sword maidens possessed an advantage over the flagrant Vandals. The elite pirates relentlessly trained in one mode of combat and became extremely skilled in their own area of expertise. This was the biggest saving grace of the sword maidens, and provided every member of the flagrant sword maidens some hope that they could still prevail in the coming battle. Yet is that merely false hope? Ves asked himself in a pessimistic tone. The sword maidens are specialized, but their lack of coordination makes it far too easy to outmaneuver them. The Vandals, on the other hand, can keep up with the Vesians in terms of coordination and formation fighting, but their split focus in training means we don't possess a sharp enough weapon to spearhead our defense.